Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shoot tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. I'm never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes.
Welcome in, everybody, to Fantasy Pros. This is the NFL Draft. It is me, Joey P, Joe Pisapia. With me is Matthew Freedman, the Oracle, Big Pod Energy himself. Andrew Erickson joining us a little later, of course, is going to be Derek Brown. And it's you. Thank you for joining us tonight on this historic evening. It is so great to be back here watching, covering an NFL draft, and also having so much fantastic coverage going on of it live in person, where it feels like we are back to normal. Everybody is wearing their bling. Sauce Gardner, I think, has already stolen the show with his drip. It's pretty spectacular. And tonight, we're going to cover the draft the way you watch it, from a fantasy perspective. We're going to talk about dynasty. We're going to talk about wagering. We're going to talk about all of that with my good pals right here. As you can tell, also, you absolutely know that Matthew Freedman is our boss because he can be business casual. I am lower on the trough at Men's Warehouse here. I had to get to the full jacket and tie. Andrew Erickson somewhere a little bit more casual in between. Gentlemen, I hope you're as excited as I am for this fantastic draft that we've got coming up. And we are, of course, brought to you and sponsored by Manscaped, which is one of our sponsors here. We'll tell you more about those offers in just a bit. But Matthew Freedman, let's start with you. I know you've been working literally up to the second right before this draft. How excited are you that we are finally going to talk about actual picks instead of theoretical ones in about an hour and 15 minutes from now?
I'm excited that draft day is here, and I'm excited that at some point draft day is going to end. It's been a long process, and I believe 116, 120, something like that bets that are live. So I'm just going to be sweating that throughout a lot of it. And there might be a point where I just leave. I just get up, walk away, and leave if the night is going horribly in terms of my bankroll. But hopefully we don't have that happen.
Well, I don't know. I think either way, good or bad, it's going to make for some good YouTube television. That's what I always say. And I told you, don't show up here unless you get that number over 100. I think it was 72 when last I was speaking to you. So now that you're over the century mark, you're allowed to be on the broadcast tonight. Andrew Erickson, you've got some wagers. I know you've got some input to what's going on, but really, it's that 25th pick that we're all waiting with bated breath for with the Buffalo Bills. So I am in just eager anticipation of that. But Erickson, you've been doing so many mock drafts, so many different write-ups on all these different players. Are you where Matt is too, where you're just so happy that we're finally here and we're going to actually talk about the actual landing spots of where these guys are going to play and what their impact's going to be for these teams?
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to the thousands of rookie dynasty drafts I'm gonna have on Monday because everybody is way super eager, just like, oh, we gotta fire them up. We know where these guys have landed. Let's dive right in. So it'll be pressed against the clock. And even though I said that I was going to be MIA from my fiance from Thursday till Saturday, we may have to extend it potentially into Sunday as well.
Good luck with that. We'll see how that goes. You are going to fall significantly in draft stock if you do that. I'm just warning you right now. There's a good possibility of that. And of course, we're brought to you by Manscaped. The promo code is FantasyPros. And Manscaped, as you all know, is the 1-1 in male grooming trimmers. It's what you need if you want to be nice and shorn, just like Robert Saleh's beautiful bald head or mine. And if you want to Belichick what's going on down below, make sure you get with Manscaped and you get 20% off and free shipping with anything you get over at Manscaped when you use that promo code leading off. That Lawnmower 4.0 is the most elite electric trimmer you're ever going to see in your entire life. It's got ceramic blades and skin-safe technology, so you don't hurt yourself and you don't want to rush out there with the wrong kind of edge rusher, if you know what I mean, and possibly put yourself on the pup list before you even start your summer. So head over to manscaped.com right now. Get 20% off and free shipping with that promo code leading off. They've got amazing packages there for your package, and I certainly encourage you to go give them a try. I've got the Manscaped products, and I'm telling you right now, they're fantastic. Andrew Erickson never leaves on a trip without it. He is always Manscaped. You can always see him at the beach all the time. So gentlemen, with that out of the way, let's talk a little bit about the draft. And let's talk about some of these teams because we have some teams that aren't even making a pick tonight. A fair amount of them, actually. Some surprising ones, too, that you may or may not realize. You have the 49ers not making a pick tonight. The Bears in round one have no pick. The Rams, Broncos, Browns, and Colts. Also the Dolphins and Raiders. But there's also a few teams that have multiple picks tonight. But we're going to start at the top here. And we're going to talk about some of the needs of some of these teams, too. And, of course, no stranger to the 1-1 pick, the Jacksonville Jaguars. They could certainly use a lot of different things. You could argue that maybe they addressed in the offseason some of their offensive line issues. They certainly went out there and they did acquire some more wide receiver talent, maybe even overpaid for it with Christian Kirk. But it's hard to pass on one of these elite edge rushers. We have obviously Kayvon Thibodeau, we have Aiden Hutchinson, we have Trayvon Walker up there at the top. So Matt, I'll start with you, the Oracle. Give me a rundown of the Jacksonville Jaguars, their needs, and where you think they're going to go here with this first pick.
Joe, I like how you assume I was paying attention to anything that you just said, but I'm going to assume it was about the 101.
That's why I enjoy working with you so much.
I assume it was about the 101, so I will talk about the Jaguars. I mean, every sharp mock draft that you look at this point is going Trayvon Walker. And whether or not that actually should be the pick, that's debatable. Arguably, they could go offensive tackle. I think there are two really good offensive tackles in this class who arguably would be worthy of the number one pick, in Evan Neal and Ikem Ekwonu. You know, Evan Neal, 3-year career at SEC Alabama, fantastic recruitment pedigree, 5-star recruit, played left guard, played right tackle, played left tackle. He has that versatility. So he would be, I think, a good option at number one. And Ikem Ekwonu, a nasty run blocker, maybe has like the sexiest tape of any prospect in this class, just in terms of dominating opponents. But neither one of those guys is probably going to go number one. Hutchinson, even just a couple weeks ago, was the betting favorite. And it makes sense. He's the high floor play. He's got great athleticism. He had a great season, but it looks like it's going to be Trayvon Walker. And it's because GM Trent Baalke, he can't get out of his own way. He just loves those guys who have long arms and, that elite, unrivaled athleticism. And that is what Trayvon Walker has. And, he's thinking if you have the number one pick, you shoot for the moon. right? You don't go for the high floor guy, you go for the high ceiling guy, and that is what Trayvon Walker is, arguably the highest ceiling in this class. Everyone is expecting him to be number one.
Now, Andrew Erickson, this is the annual discussion we have here at the NFL draft always. It's projectability versus production at college. And now both these guys had production at college, but Aiden Hutchinson clearly had more. When Trayvon Walker was part of this elite Georgia defensive unit that had so much talent, sometimes it's hard to do that chicken and egg exercise of, well, is he that good, or is he just a product of being in a defense with so many talented players? He was allowed to be basically whatever he needed to be whenever he needed to be, and a little bit different in terms of the breakdown. But when you're looking at this, are you where Matt is also, that they are going to take the projectability with Trayvon Walker, who had a great combine, who certainly has some very good tape at college, and look, from a physical standpoint, a freak of nature, we all know that? Or do you think they take that safer option with Aiden Hutchinson, who's had I think a more established college career, you could argue, in terms statistically speaking, and then also, a guy that certainly well known throughout this process of being an elite level guy, which is somebody you want to bring into your locker room, somebody you want to bring in to your team and can be a leader of your defense and possibly even your team? What are your thoughts on this one pick and where the Jaguars should go and where they're going to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're ultimately going to go with Trayvon Walker. Matt hit on it the best way with the arms and Trent Baalke. You look at Trayvon Walker, 95th percentile arm length, 35.5-inch arms. And you look at Walker, or you look at the Aiden Hutchinson, 7th percentile. And that's something that he gravitates towards. Not even just at pass rusher. You look at all of Trent Baalke's history, and you're seeing him gravitate towards cornerbacks with long arms. You're seeing him gravitate towards pass rushers like an Alden Smith with long arms. So I do think that Trayvon Walker is going to be the pick. And I mean, when you're at the top, I don't mind shooting for the moon and trying to hit on that upside opposed to Aiden Hutchinson. Now, I mean, Baalke, you also have to remember, I mean, this guy hasn't always been the best GM. He drafted a running back last year when the team had James Robinson on it. So we can be critical of these general managers when they make decisions like that in the past to say, oh, well, is this the right decision? Well, it depends on, he needs to make a splash. He had Trevor Lawrence as the pick last year. That was a no-brainer. That took not a lot of effort for him to make that the pick, but with Urban Meyer going in there, I just think that Baalke is kind of on the hot seat a little bit, and he needs to make a splash. And Aiden Hutchinson, if Hutchinson just has like an okay rookie season and the Jaguars are okay, is that enough to keep Trent Baalke around? Whereas Trayvon Walker goes out and is just a friggin' monster and just dominates. Like, maybe that's the thing that kind of keeps Trent Baalke around. So I think that, yeah, they're going to go with Trayvon Walker, and I think it makes sense when you look at it from a ceiling perspective, basing on the roster. And you have another guy there as well as an established pass rusher in Josh Allen. So it's not like he's going on to a defensive line that doesn't really have anyone else on the edge. Trayvon Walker was obviously good with other good players around him, and now he's going to be a good complement with Josh Allen. So I think that it makes sense from a schematic standpoint going to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I will say, though, that Doug Peterson, some of the rhetoric coming out of the Jags camp has been that he's actually, been vocal about drafting a tackle, about drafting an offensive lineman. And ultimately, I think that's probably, if I was the GM of the Jaguars, I would probably draft an offensive lineman because I want the best offense as possible and I want to protect Trevor Lawrence as best as possible. Yes, I understand that they gave the franchise tag to their tackle, Kim Robinson, but, that's 1 year. You want to get the best players available to protect Trevor Lawrence. He is the team. Like, he's all that really matters.
Yeah, you know what? I tend to agree with you. Personally, I would have gone with one of the tackles as well. Jaguars are going to Jaguar. We all know that at the end of the day. But if you're going to make that investment in Trevor Lawrence and you believe in him, you want to protect that investment as best as you can. And there are some other good edge rushers and some value there in the beginning of the second round where they have another pick. So maybe an Ebiketie slips down to the second round. A Boye Mafe could slip to the beginning of the second round. And there's another edge rusher you could possibly pick up. Let's move to the Lions, talk about their needs. Still a whole lot. Now, the Lions did play a lot harder for Dan Campbell last year. They have 2 picks, the second overall pick and pick number 32 to close out the first round tonight. So Matthew Freedman, when we're talking about the Lions, they added a wide receiver in DJ Chark over the this last offseason. They lost an edge rusher in Trey Flowers, so they are looking for another edge rusher there. Is it a foregone conclusion that once again, edge is where they're going to start? Or do you think maybe they could surprise us as well on the board tonight? Matthew Freedman, you are on mute, my friend.
I was muted. Although I gotta say, maybe I don't know if I was the one who necessarily muted myself. I think that might have been the producer, but behind the scenes who muted me, and then I didn't know. So thanks, Chris.
I
I'm
always
just gonna
blame
blame it
Chris,
on
our
him.
esteemed producer, who's running this entire thing single-handedly. I always blame him for anything that I do wrong. I think it's the way to go personally. So I think you're off to a good first hour here tonight with Chris. I'm sure he won't do that to you again, or put some other weird glasses or something else up on you in terms of what he has in his bank of graphics. Because I know he's got a lot of fun things in there. So you never know. Tread lightly with Chris. You don't want to piss him off here, especially early in the show.
And in the pre-show, he was like, "Oh, this is great. I'm going to get to mute Freedman whenever I want." That's what happened. Victim right here. Okay.
Victim.
I mean, okay. If you look in the prop market earlier today, you could see at minus 450, minus 500 odds, which that's a lot of juice, but sometimes there's still value there. You could bet on the Lions to take a defensive lineman or an edge rusher with their first pick. Literally in 100% of mocks, that is what you've seen. So this pick at number 2 is coming down to 2 guys, Aiden Hutchinson and Kayvon Thibodeaux. And Thibodeaux he's gotten some serious momentum in the betting market and in some of the sharper mock drafts over the past week. I am sweating this. I have been sweating Kayvon Thibodeaux at number 2 all day, just in terms of doing research, trying to talk with people, figuring out what might happen. Hutchinson feels like he should be the guy, right? Born in Michigan, played Michigan ball. Like, he should be the guy, and he fits with Dan Campbell so well. But, you know, the beat reporters are indicating that Thibodeaux might be the general manager's guy. And the general manager, just like the case in Jacksonville with Balky, the general manager is going to be the one who actually makes the pick. So I'm scared. It's going to be Thibodeaux.
I'm getting scared of that as well. Personally, I put Walker and Hutchinson ahead of Thibodeaux for good reasons. I mean, if you watch Thibodeaux last year, there's no denying the talent. He seems like a character who is very interested in Kayvon Thibodeaux. He's very interested in what Kayvon Thibodeaux is going to get paid. And as you've seen him in certain games too, dip out at certain moments in games too. He's had some great games. He had some not so great games last year. So are we also going to fall prey here to what Matthew Freedman's speaking about here, Andrew, that the general manager is going to step in? And then when it comes to that 32 pick, where do you think they might go here at the end of this draft potentially?
I think towards the end of the draft, the Lions can look at the linebacker position, honestly, because we're seeing these linebackers. We're getting a lot of hype about Quay Walker potentially being the first linebacker off the board from Georgia. You know, Devin Lloyd has kind of fallen to the wayside a little bit, you know, after being kind of hyped up as the clear linebacker 1 in this class, despite the fact, you know, he's a little bit of an older prospect. So maybe there are some teams that are shying away. I know there were some red flags that came up as well with injury concerns with him. So, I mean, I expect him to fall. Like, linebackers fall all the time. And when I was doing my analysis using grinding the mocks, looking at positions that the public would overdraft and over mock, basically, it was quarterbacks and it was linebackers. Like, interior linebackers were the 2 positions that we, as the consensus mock drafters, were too optimistic about teams being aggressive towards. So Devin Lloyd, you know, as the consensus linebacker 1 in the class, like, oh, like we should peg him in as a top 15, you know, he's going to go in the top 15, top 20. That may not be the case. And I think that's going to work in the advantage for the Lions, who I do think have a glaring need at the linebacker position. And they're going to be able to get somebody like a Lloyd or Quay Walker or even like a Nakobe Dean if they want to pick him at pick number 34. I know that the mocks are really popular with the Lions drafting a quarterback at 32, you know, citing the 5th-year option. And perhaps Brad Holmes thinks that, and he really does value the 5th-year option. But I think it's become pretty apparent, at least to me, that you know well before the quarterback's 5th year whether you want to pay this guy or not. Like, if you're going into that 5th year sweating, it's not necessarily a good situation to be in. So I think that the Lions might try to look at other positions for cost control for that 5th-year option and potentially wait till pick 34, you know, to take a quarterback. They obviously know that Jacksonville is not going to be in place to take a quarterback. Obviously, there's a chance that there could be a trade, but if there are multiple quarterbacks they like at pick 34, then I could see them not taking quarterback at all. And that kind of brings up another question, like how many quarterbacks will actually get drafted tonight? Is it one? Is it two? Is it three? Like, I mean, when I was doing one of my mock drafts, is like, man, I snuck in Kenny Pickett right at the end, but I was like, I think he's supposed to go in the first round. Like, he should go in the first round, but I don't feel great about it, especially to the Lions in particular. So yeah, I think that linebacker could be positioned because I think that there's going to be some fall at the position for the Lions.
More on Kenny Pickett and the quarterbacks a little bit later. Let's switch gears here and talk about the Texans for a moment. They stand right now to make the 3rd overall pick and then the 13th overall pick. They could certainly use a lot of things. They certainly need help on the offensive line. They really need to remake, I think, both sides of the trenches here, whether it be the defensive line and also on the offensive side of the football. They made some acquisitions, but they were small ones. We all know this. So this is a team that really has to hit on a few of these draft picks here, Freedman. Now, they do have 2 picks in these top 15. So if you are the Texans, what are the 2 things you think you want to come away with? Do you want to come away with an offensive tackle if they fall? Do you want to come away with 2 defensive players? Do you want to come away with a wide receiver? I mean, there's a lot of ways you can go. Where do you think the Texans should and will go?
So even a week ago, I would have thought offensive tackle, Evan Neal or Ikem Ekwonu. You've got your choice of the top offensive tackle in the class at number 3. And then at number 13, you might have a chance of Jermaine Johnson falling down to you. Or maybe you take Jordan Davis, defensive lineman, defensive tackle, who is, literally the most athletic person to enter the NFL over the past 20 years. Those would be 2 fantastic players. Or maybe Kyle Hamilton falls to you. But with those 2 picks, you would think you could get a marquee player on both sides of the ball who, maybe 2 of the 5 top players overall in the class. I don't think that's how it's actually going to work out. Nick Caserio, general manager, not really a football guy. I think this is going to be weird. Derek Stingley, I'm expecting to be the number 3 pick. And in some ways, I get it. Cornerback is increasingly important in today's game as wide receivers and the passing game becomes important. And Derek Stingley was, an absolute stud his freshman season at LSU. Looked like one of the best players in the nation. Battled injuries the past couple of seasons, but, it's all sort of explainable. And so, I get it, but number 3 for a cornerback is very high. Especially a guy who has only 1 season of really good production. That's not to take anything away from Stingley, but a guy who has 2 seasons or 3 seasons of production has much more certainty to his name as a prospect. So Derek Stingley at number 3, but that's the hype. It's looking like Derek Stingley at number 3, and then at number 13, where do you go? Because it looks like Kyle Hamilton could be off the board. Jermaine Johnson could be off the board. I think they might end up going with one of these wide receivers. And so instead of kind of building more in the trenches, it looks like they might be building more on the perimeter, get a cornerback, get a wide receiver, focus on the passing game. I get it. I just don't think those are the best players that they could be taking in this class.
Now that's a fair statement. Do you have the same sentiment, Andrew? Do you believe also that Stingley will be that pick, as Matt was pointing out? I mean, this is a league that is heavy on throwing the football now, and having a shutdown corner is really important if you're going to compete at any level, especially when you're, theoretically going to be playing from behind a lot, potentially also, the Texans have so many ways they can go with this pick. Do you think that they start on the defensive end, and then where do they go with that second one?
Yeah, I agree with Freedman with the position of cornerback, and I can't tell you, I was lying awake in agony trying to decide whether Derek Stingley or Ahmad Sauce Gardner fit Lovie Smith's system better or not. And the fact of the matter is that, again, Stingley's gotten the most hype in recent days, basically, leading up to, the draft. And it makes a lot of sense, because the red flags with him were medicals, is he healthy? He was dealing with some injuries. Why was his production falling off? It's because he just, that team in LSU was a dumpster fire. Nothing like the 2019 team that when you just look at the roster, look at those guys in the NFL, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. It's if you just blindly drafted guys from that 2019 LSU team, you would be in pretty good shape for the most part. So I think that people are starting to realize and kind of come, it's wow, Derek Stingley, I think he probably has the highest ceiling. I think he probably has a higher ceiling than Sauce Gardner does. And now Sauce Gardner's obviously, I think, the safer of the two. Not to say that he doesn't have a high ceiling as well, but Derek Stingley has like superstar, like, the best cornerback in the NFL. I think Gardner has a chance to be really, really good, but not necessarily like the best cornerback in the NFL. So I also put Stingley in my last mock drop to the Texans. And look, Nick Caserio coming from the Patriots system is something I've preached since day one in doing all the mocks with the Texans. The Patriots have always been a roster and team that has always they've always valued coverage over pass rush. Always. Mm-hmm. The Patriots have never, ever paid for an elite pass rusher where they've look at all the list of cornerbacks that they've had, Ty Law, Stephon Gilmore, Asante Samuel, like these shutdown cornerbacks on the perimeter that were all part of Super Bowl winning rosters, Darrelle Revis. So I think that the cornerback position is definitely one I think the Texans will value a little bit higher than most teams. And I think that in this draft, we have two elite cornerbacks that are worthy of a top 5 selection. So I think at 3, unless something kind of goes crazy, maybe if Hutchinson falls to 3 and it goes Walker, Kayvon Thibodeau, I mean, Hutchinson would definitely have to be, that would change the conversation potentially, but I do think that they will ultimately go with a cornerback, and I think that it will probably be Derek Stingley because I think that he has the most upside there. And at 13, again, I like receiver there for them, building around Davis Mills or, a veteran quarterback they potentially could bring in to compete with Davis Mills. I know they've been rumored with Garoppolo and with Baker Mayfield. So either that or a tackle position, but I think that depending on how the tackles shake out, just gives them a lot of flexibility. The fact that they get to pick outside the top 10, if they're, one of the tackles that they're eyeing, they can jump back up into the top 10 to snag him, I think works. Or if not, their consolation prize is, I guess we'll take, Garrett Wilson or Drake London or whichever one of these receivers ends up falling, Chris Olave, because there's going to be a ton of receivers still in the middle of the first draft, the first round.
All right, as we continue to break down these teams at the top of the draft, they're there for a reason because they've been struggling, and certainly the New York Football Giants and the New York Jets have been the definition of struggle for the last few years. There's been nothing exciting going on here the last few years in the New Jersey, New York area when it comes to these teams, which is unfortunate, especially from the Giants side, because a lot of those Giant fans were used to having some very good teams for quite a few years. So let's start with the Jets here. They have the 4th pick and the 10th pick overall. They've been tied to Sauce Gardner here for months, it feels like, Freedman. Do you think it's just as safe as that? They're probably going to end up with, especially if Stingley goes ahead, that it's going to be a lock that it's Sauce Gardner with that 4th pick? And then with the 10th pick, where do you go? I mean, because you could make that argument at 4. You could just as easily take one of the tackles. If these tackles, I mean, if you've got Ike Ekwonu dropping down or Evan Neal dropping down to you, that is very tempting because that is a fantastic value, but it is a defensive-minded coach. Does the coach win? Does the GM win? Who wins here for the Jets at 4 and 10?
So a number of beat reporters for the Jets for the past month have been saying it's not going to be cornerback. The team likes their cornerbacks. Joe Douglas historically has not prioritized quarterbacks. He hasn't valued them in that way. That you would need to spend the number 4 overall pick on a cornerback, but Daniel Jeremiah, very plugged in to the Jets organization, has routinely mocked Ahmad Gardner to the Jets. In his most recent mock, his final mock, he had Sauce going number 4. And now the beat reporters for the Jets have said that today and yesterday, they started hearing much more interest just from other people, whispers that it is going to be Sauce at number 4. You can make the case for Ike Ekwonu, Evan Neal. You mentioned those tackles. Kayvon Thibodeau would also be, I think a really interesting player if he's there, one of those edge rushers. But it looks like it's going to be Sauce. Then at number 10, there's the question. Is Jermaine Johnson there? Reportedly, the Jets they are smitten with Jermaine Johnson. And if he's there, I think he's the pick. He might not be there. The Falcons might take him at 8, but I think that means Drake London or Garrett Wilson is there at 10. So I am looking for edge rusher or wide receiver at 10 for the Jets.
All right, before we get to the Giants and their needs, we'll talk to Andrew Erickson about that. We've got a fun giveaway for all you Giants fans because we're giving away an autographed Saquon Barkley jersey. Thanks to our friends at PristineAuction.com. That's the place where you can go and bid on anything that in there and make sure you're a subscriber to our Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. And if you are and you've commented with that hashtag, you get an opportunity to win that autographed jersey. So if you're just sitting around and watching this, what do you have to lose? Nothing, absolutely nothing. So do it right now. The hashtag is NYG5. And again, that giveaway is thanks to our friends at Pristine Auction. One winner will walk away with an autographed Saquon Barkley jersey, autographed by Saquon himself. So just stick around. We'll announce that lucky subscriber shortly after that 5th overall pick made by the Giants, who, well, let's find out who they're going to take with that 5th pick. The Giants have more than one pick as well, and certainly they have earned it, just like some of these other teams who are picking in the top 5. They have 5 and 7 here. They could certainly go offensive tackle. They could go guard. They could go edge. They could go safety. They could go a lot of ways, Andrew Erickson. But at the end of the day, what would you want to put in that 5 spot and that 7 spot in this draft for the New York Football Giants?
For Big Blue is to get them a right tackle or an offensive tackle and then get a cornerback, because you have Don Martindale coming in, who is not, his defense involves putting guys on islands. And that's part of the reason why they want to get rid of James Bradbury, because James Bradbury is a zone corner and does not fit the scheme whatsoever. And he's also cost a $21 million cap hit. They don't want James Bradbury. They want a guy who can play man coverage. And we have 2 cornerbacks in this draft that can do both those things. Now, it's becoming problematic because now Stingley and Sauce Gardner, both of them may not be there when they pick at 5 or at 7. So it's becoming problematic where I think at least one of these picks that needs to be an offensive lineman. And for me, whether we see Icky go to the Jets or a different team or in the top 4, I think that they're honing in on Evan Neal. At least that's the research that I've done. I think that Neal is going to be the ultimate offensive lineman that they ultimately end up taking, whether it's at 5 or 7. I think Neal is going to find his way towards being a New York Giant when it's all said and done. And I think it's as simple as he's the only one out of these top 3 guys that's actually played a college season of right tackle. Andrew Thomas, the left tackle for the New York Giants, was was the 12th graded tackle per PFF last year. He was really good in his second season, improved a lot. And I don't think it makes a lot of sense to take a player entering year 3 who's had a promising year at left tackle, then just move him back over to right tackle because now we have a new left tackle. That's not going to make things easier for Daniel Jones, Brian Daboll coming in and installing this new offense in his first year as the head coach. So for me, Evan Neal, the guy, he wears 6'8" and 300 plus pounds like no one I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, you look at him, you're like, okay, that guy weighs 250, 270. It's like, no, he weighs over 350 pounds and he's 6'8". I just think that, guys like Icky, people view him as a guard. I don't necessarily understand the hype for Icky versus a guy like Evan Neal, who I think is a locked and loaded, franchise tackle. And I know that some reports came out about, this injury with him and some type of knee thing. And that is literally just teams trying to get him to fall down. They're just hoping and praying that Evan Neal can fall down the board because of this mysterious knee injury that just suddenly popped up, despite the fact that he's been a bill of health except for missing 1 game because of COVID throughout his college career. So Evan Neal, I feel pretty confident that he's going to end up being a Giant at some point, whether it's 5 or 7. And the Giants are just hoping that, one of these cornerbacks, whether it's Stingley or Sauce Gardner, gets through to them so they can take them and fit into that defense.
All right. And just a reminder, once again, whether you're a Giants fan or just a fan of cool swag, that Saquon Barkley jersey can be yours. All you have to do is in the chat, put hashtag NYG5, and you are a subscriber to Fantasy Pros YouTube channel, then guess what? You have a chance to win that thanks to our friends at PristineAuction.com. So, free Saquon jersey just for hanging out with all of us, and we'll announce the winner from one of you guys or gals who hashtags NYG5 in this chat here. We'll announce that right after the 5th pick. So, get in there right now while the getting's good. Let's take a little break from some of these team needs and talk about a little bit of a betting action angle. This is one of the biggest sports betting days of the year. And I know, Matthew Freedman, as you mentioned, you are well over 100 wagers in today. So proud of you. So darn proud. And I can't wait to watch you sweat. And I could tell already from some of the reactions we're going to get when certain picks are made, how this night's going to go for you. So I am anxiously awaiting that, as should all of our subscribers and everyone watching tonight. And of course, if you want all the action, you should be absolutely go checking out bettingpros.com, because we've got you covered with over 150 experts to make it easy for you to cash in almost all your wagers. Download the app for betting pros, or get the sports betting alerts as well. And you'll get notified of favorable bets based on the line movements, consensus picks, and you can get the most accurate expert picks there, all vetted in our system. Betting Pros monitors all of the major sports books and most accurate experts, the top systems to identify the best betting opportunities. So download it today. Again, that's Betting Pros, the app in the Apple or Google Play stores right now. And Matthew Freedman, let's talk a little bit about some of your favorite bets, because we've got plenty of time for people to download Betting Pros and go ahead and find these wagers. But I know you have done a lot of work. In fact, you're working all the way up until the start of the show today on some of these. So let's talk about some of your favorite ones. And let's start with Tyler Linderbaum, who you have over in the 27.5 range at minus 105. Talk to me about this wager and why you like it so much.
So Linderbaum, I think he's one of the best players in the class, just in terms of raw talent. But the center position isn't prioritized in today's NFL. And he's a center-only prospect in that he's a little bit too small. He's got the shorter arms. Teams are uncertain if he has the ability to kick out to guard. So he's probably going to have to be only a center. Now, I think he could be an all-pro center, but his positional inflexibility means that he's going to have to fit a particular need for a team. And in the top 27, it's not as if there are a lot of teams that you look at and you're like, well, they really need a center. They need to spend a premium pick on a center. And this is borne out if you look at the sharp mocks across the industry. At this point, only a couple of them have Tyler Linderbaum going in the top 32. Now, if he even does go on day one, it's probably not going to be in the top 27. You know, like the pick would probably be number 31. Like you could see, oh yeah, like the Bengals, they could use one more player in the interior of their offensive line. But otherwise, there just aren't teams that really need that position. So although Linderbaum, I think, is going to be a steal on day two, very skeptical he goes on day one.
Andrew, do you have that same mind as Freedman, that it's a better chance that Linderbaum either goes very late after 27th pick overall or potentially on Friday night?
Yeah, I think that he's going to end up going in day two. There's been no buzz around Tyler Linderbaum. You look at, you're trying to read between the tea leaves about, who has he spoken to. I know that, a team, and even teams that need centers, like the Ravens and the Eagles, if those teams are all picking in the middle, if they're not going to take him at 14 or 15, they'd have to trade back. And that just kind of goes to the fact, it's like, if they trade back, they're going to probably be picking at 28, 29, 30. So yeah, I think that Linderbaum, hey, there's a lot of talent that always falls into day two, but it also has to do with position value and position scarcity, which teams are starting to brighten up a little bit more about. So yeah, I think Linderbaum is probably destined more for a guy we're talking about on Friday.
I like how you mix the metaphors there. Usually you read between the lines or read the tea leaves, but you're reading it between the tea leaves. That's some advanced stuff right there. Freedman, I don't know if you're able to read in between the tea leaves, but I don't know. I think that's some pretty sophisticated stuff Andrew Erickson's doing. Let's talk about Sky Moore, one of my favorite players, wide receiver. Right now, you have him, Matt, as the wager you like, over 35.5. Now, there's been a lot of buzz where we could see a wide receiver run, but it feels like from your take here, that's not going to be the case as much. So 35.5, we're looking at Sky Moore as a day two player in the second round. How do you feel about Sky Moore and his landing spot in this wager?
Here's the thing. Even if we do see a wide receiver run, let's just assume we do, right? There are 5 clear guys who are very, very likely to go in the first round at the position. In some order, Garrett Wilson, Drake London, Jamison Williams, and then after them, Chris Olave and Treylon Burks. So we got 5 there. And then let's say, okay, we could pretty easily see Jahan Dotson go in the first round. He's got a good shot. But even with those 6, let's say you add Christian Watson. Like there are guys who could go, George Pickens. There are guys who could go in the round 1, and you look at it and you're like, there were 8 guys who just went in round 1, and one of those guys could still not be Sky Moore, right? He has been in 2 sharp mock drafts that I have seen over the past 24 hours. I think he's got a great player for fantasy. I think we're going to love him, assuming he gets that day 2 draft capital, and the fantasy football gods forbid doesn't fall to day 3. But assuming he goes in the heart of day 2, he's going to be someone we really want in dynasty leagues. Someone who might even intrigue in redraft leagues. but I just think it is so unlikely that a guy who has almost no first round buzz at this point goes in the first 3 picks of day 2. That just seems very unlikely.
All right, fair enough. Now, this line here is minus 114 over DraftKings. And once again, at Betting Pros, you can see all the consensus lines and where the best wagers can be made, and then click directly to them. So if you haven't gotten familiar with our Betting Pro site, I suggest you do, because you still got plenty of time here tonight to get in on the action, and all live betting throughout the draft as well. Those lines are going to be moving constantly. It's going to be a lot of fun stuff going on here. Do you see this board the same way for Sky Moore? A guy who's got wonderful talent. We've seen sometimes, Andrew, where certain teams get enamored and fall in love with a certain player and kind of shocks us all. I remember just a few years ago, we had a whole different list of wide receivers we thought were going to go in a certain order, and that turned out to not quite be the order they went in. So do you think we could see that again tonight, or you think this is a pretty safe wager here that Sky Moore, somebody's going to go in the second round here after pick 35?
Yeah, I think that it's a safe wager, but I'd be lying if I didn't say that I put Sky Moore in my first round mock. Like I think that he ends up going in the first round. And it's because everything I hear about Sky Moore is that everybody loves him. So if everybody loves Sky Moore, then how is he not a first round pick? We've heard about George Pickens. Oh, he may fall into day 2. Okay, well, Sky Moore might go ahead of that guy. Sky Moore doesn't have the size concerns that a Jahan Dotson does. You know, there are teams that won't just draft Jahan Dotson because he weighs less than 180 pounds. Not a problem for Sky Moore, who's pushing 200 pounds at 195. So the guy was a mega producer. He obviously went to a small school, but we're seeing this with a ton of guys that come out of these small schools, mega producers, that they are productive at the NFL level. You know, why is Christian Watson such a better prospect than Sky Moore? You look at some of the teams that he's met with throughout the process. The Tennessee Titans, they pick at 26. The Saints have 2 first-round picks. And hey, the Saints drafted Peyton Turner in the first round from Houston. So would it surprise me at all if the Saints are on the clock after making some trades and they take Sky Moore? I wouldn't be shocked. But yeah, I mean, from an odds, it's not something I would bet because, again, like all the receivers, it's not a game that I'd be willing to play. But you know, sometimes you got to be bold in your mock drafts, and I believe in the talent of Sky Moore. And I've yet to read anything about a team or executives being down on this guy. And if everyone is high on them, then how is he going to fall into round 2? I guess that's my question.
All right. Well, we'll have the answer a little bit later on tonight. In the meantime, let's go to another one of Matt's favorite bets here. It's John Mechie over being drafted 56.5, and the line is plus 110 at Caesars. So this is a pretty good number here. John Mechie injured himself last year, working his way back from a torn ACL, part of that dynamic duo at Alabama with Jamison Williams. Now, Williams getting a lot of hype, and deservedly so, but Mechie was a very consistent wide receiver for this Alabama team, could certainly help. And if there is that wide receiver run early, there seems to be a possibility where he could slide a little bit because a lot of teams filled their needs early on. Is that where this comes from, Matt, in terms of why you think Mechie's going to fall as far as he does?
Yeah, there are a few things. So one, he was never the guy at Alabama, and he entered college with the expectation that at some point he would become the guy. And I believe it's being held against him a little bit. Plus the ACL injury, that's just, I believe, going to knock him down just a little bit. You have all this great news about Jamison Williams rehabbing from his ACL. People are talking about how he's months ahead of schedule. You haven't heard anything like that with John Mechie. And so I think we might see more of like a typical recovery timetable for Mechie. Maybe he's not able to do all that much in year 1. I think he would have torn up the combine. Maybe he would have been a first round pick if he'd been healthy because of the speed I think he possesses, but he doesn't get the benefit of that. And if there is, as you mentioned, this early run of wide receivers, day 1, day 2, Mechie might be someone who kind of gets lost in the wash a little bit. And there's this great site that aggregates different mocks called Grinding the Mocks. And Mechie has a 63 expected draft position at Grinding the Mocks. And on the NFL mock draft database consensus big board, he's a little bit further than that. So I think there's, something of a buffer here in terms of where Mechie is priced. And maybe he's high just because he does have that Alabama name brand value. But a disconnect between where he's priced in the prop market and where he's realistically being thought of as going by mock drafts across the industry.
All right, just so everybody knows, we're keeping you up to date here with some news. Jay Glazer is reporting that Kansas City Chiefs might be looking to move up in the draft, which is interesting because Andrew Erickson and I, after yesterday's podcast, had a long discussion with Derek Brown, and I said to them, man, I don't know what the Chiefs are doing. They should just take these 2 picks and move up and go get their guy. If it's Jameson Williams, if they think he's the quote next Tyreek Hill or whatever it is. Seems like there might be a little smoke there. So I can only assume they were listening in on our conversation yesterday after the podcast. Andrew, we all know sometimes that happens here at Fantasy Pros. We're very popular. We know that. Do you think this is going to happen? Do you think that the Chiefs will be able to pull off moving up? I know a lot of people have speculated that perhaps the Ravens might be a team willing to move back. They seem to not be in love with the things that might be available to them in that 14 pick. Do you think the Chiefs are going to actually make a move here, Andrew?
I think that they will. If you've done mock drafts with the Chiefs, a lot of times you end up giving them guys like on the fringe, like the Christian Watsons of the world, like the George Pickens of the world. And, there's upside with those players, but I mean, there's a clear drop off between those guys and the cream of the creme de la creme that are going in the top 10 and the top 15. And the Chiefs are like, we don't want one of these kind of, beta receivers. We want like a stud. Like we need to make up the production from Tyreek Hill. Now they obviously added in some guys in free agency, Juju Smith-Schuster, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, but they need that guy that can, change the tides of the field. And I mean, that's Jameson Williams. Like for me, I know that Joe, you're a massive fan of him. And, the rumor's been that Jameson Williams is going to be a top 10 selection. And the Chiefs are in a position where they don't care if he has to, miss the first 6 weeks of the year because they'll be fine without him. They'll win games and they're going to be in the playoff hunt when it matters. And he's going to be on the field when it matters the most. So I think it's clearly would be a wide receiver that they would go after. Can't imagine another position that they would be trying to package picks up to get up to. And yeah, I mean, Jameson Williams has that game breaking speed and I think it'd be a really perfect fit. And for fantasy purposes, I mean, pants are coming off, man. Like Jameson Williams to the Chiefs. Let's go.
I'm all for that. I'm a little disappointed, though. You nearly mixed another metaphor. I was waiting for that creme de la creme of the crop. You failed me. So I just want you to know that I'll be hoping that you bounce back after that. It was right there. You whiffed on it, but that's all right. You're forgiven. It's your first live stream here with us for the draft. So it's a nervous night. Everyone's a little nervous here. Let's get a couple more of these wagers in before we start speaking about some of these particular players. Let's talk about Kenny Pickett. Now, I feel like it's gotten to a point, Freedman, where I've got to sort of almost slightly defend Kenny Pickett. And I say slightly because I don't go too much out on a limb, but if you watch Kenny Pickett last year, he had a very impressive season. He threw for 42 touchdowns. I can understand that it all happened last year, but we've seen that happen with some other quarterbacks in the past. Sometimes it turns out well, like it did for Joe Burrow. Sometimes it turns out not so good, like for some other quarterbacks we've seen in recent years get drafted with a little bit more hype. So Kenny Pickett is sort of floating around in this weird space. The line for him right now, you have the over at 12.5 at minus 125, and this is over at Fox Bet. So you think he is definitely going to go past this 12.5 mark, which seems very reasonable. Who are the teams that could ruin this wager for you? Is it just Carolina, or is there somebody else lurking in the weeds that could ruin this bet for Matthew Freedman?
So this line has moved, I believe, to 16.5. I kind of don't care. I would still bet it. The team that might
What's the juice on it at 16.5? Is it still 125?
I think it's around that. Yeah.
Okay.
The team that might ruin it at 16.5 is the Saints. If they actually choose at 16 to take a quarterback, I am skeptical. I have to say, they re-signed Jameis Winston. They brought in Andy Dalton. Are they going to bring in a third quarterback? Like, I just don't understand why they signed Dalton if they are thinking we're going to get a guy in the draft to back up Winston, or maybe to start in front of him and Winston is the backup. Either way, I just don't think it makes sense for them to get a quarterback right here. So unless it's the Saints at 16, I think this is fine. Maybe the Panthers do trade down, but I don't know if there are going to be a lot of teams desirous to trade up to the number 6 pick. So they might just have to stay there unless they're willing to sell the number 6 pick for, 40 cents, 50 cents on the dollar. But I do think even at 16.5, there is value on Kenny Pickett going over.
All right. Andrew Erickson, I know you've got some favorite wagers too. And once again, I encourage everybody to download our Betting Pros app and get looking, because we don't have too much time. We're already at 7:49 East Coast time, leading up to the draft, just 10 minutes away from the theoretical start which we all know it's going to be another 15, 20 minutes before a pick gets made. But still, I know you've got a few wagers that you want to talk about, so let's fly through them. I know you like Jameson Williams at plus 250 to be the number 10 pick overall to the Jets. And I think you've also got Drake London to the Falcons at plus 250 also. So talk to me about those two wide receivers and those landing spots, Andrew.
Well, I'll admit I am a little, I'm sweating a little bit because Drake London showed up to the NFL draft wearing burgundy, which is the color of the Washington Commanders. So that
You did, but did you see the inside of the jacket? Did you see the inside had the D on one side and the L on the other inside in the interior? It was very John Witherspoon and Boomerang. It was very impressive because you got to coordinate. At the end of the day, you got to coordinate always.
I do think that Drake London, even, depending on what team he actually ends up going to, you can still get him at, or at least when I last checked, it was plus 100 to get him as a top 10 pick. So again, Washington picks at 11, but potentially they have to move. Maybe there are a lot of teams that need wide receivers that are picking inside the top 10. So Drake London would have to get past the Falcons and the Jets twice to fall to 11. So I know that the Washington Commanders have also been connected to a lot of the Ohio State wide receivers. So I think that Drake London is still pretty good value as a top 10 pick. I'm echoing Freedman with just fading Kenny Pickett to fall some more. And I mean, if you want to take some long shot odds, I like, plus 1,500 to be a Detroit Lion. Like there are legitimate mocks that have Kenny Pickett going 32 to the Lions. And I feel like that's not represented. Like the actual probability of him ending up being a Detroit Lion is not reflected in the plus odds that you can get for Kenny Pickett to end up being drafted by the Detroit Lions. So I do think that is interesting. Matt Corral, plus 130, under 33.5 of a draft position. Look, he's at the draft. Like
I was just going to ask you that. I saw him at the draft. Now, in all fairness, he's not wearing a tie, but neither are you. So I don't know how seriously we should take that. But I did notice he is there tonight. So I don't know what you want to take out of that, but it is certainly an interesting bit of information. Maybe does Matt Corral know something we don't, Andrew?
It's like nobody told us, like, dude, like you're not going. I mean, the NFL invites, certain people because I think they expect them to be drafted. I mean, someone must have at least tipped off the NFL that, hey, like, Matt Corral probably has a more than 50% chance of being selected in the round one. You don't just invite like Joe Schmo, like, oh yeah, we'll invite, this player that like has legit no shot of going in the first round. Doesn't make any sense. So yeah, I think Corral is kind of interesting, especially because there's so much ambiguity between like the second tier of quarterbacks. I think that Pickett and Willis are kind of viewed as the top two in most circles. But again, the way that this quarterback class is talked about, like Matt Corral could be people on the number one board for some people. Like we don't know. Then some people could have him as like a third round grade or like a guy that you would not draft as like a developmental prospect. So there are 32 teams. So I think that Matt Corral has a shot, and you can get him at plus money to, under 33.5. That's actually, those odds are actually better for him than him actually being a top 32 pick. So I think it's always important to make sure where you're looking at position versus being a first round pick. You can get different odds. And then lastly, again, maybe I'll just a little preview it because this has a little bit tomorrow night. So Jeremy Ruckert, Ohio State tight end, number 2 tight end off the board. He's plus 500. Look, I get that he didn't catch a lot of passes at Ohio State. Did you look at the receivers who played on Ohio State with Jeremy Ruckert? It's the same thing that happened with Dawson Knox when he was playing with DK Metcalf and A.J. Brown. Like, these guys don't catch a lot of passes because they're surrounded by NFL talent. But NFL evaluators aren't just looking at how many passes Jeremy Ruckert caught. They're looking at how good of a blocker he is and how he gets open all the time and how he has great hands when they do throw him the ball. So Jeremy Ruckert at plus 500 be the second tight end off the board, I think is easy. I mean, Greg Dulcich. I mean, there are the odds. The books have it where Isaiah Likely, who may not even get drafted, honestly, they have better odds that he is the second tight end off the board than Jeremy Ruckert, and that's just ridiculous.
All right, there you have it. Again, we're just minutes away here from the 8 o'clock start time of the draft. The pick won't be in at 8 o'clock, so don't get too excited too quickly. Pace yourself. It's going to be a long evening, and if you want to spend that evening with other people talking smack or talking about the NFL draft because you're sitting around, you're watching us, and we are the perfect second screen experience while you're watching the draft. Check out our Discord chat, fantasypros.com/chat. It's free to join. We have a 2022 NFL draft channel that's open, that's free. You can join our Discord, check it out, go talk some smack, talk about the picks, who blew the draft, who won the draft, why you hate everything that the Eagles do if you're an Eagles fan, all those things, those normal things that you do on draft day. again at fantasypros.com/chat. The link is actually right there in our description of the video. So it's very easy. Just click on that and you can continue to watch the live stream and chat away with other great fans here. We have a great community of Fantasy Pros on our Discord channel as well. Gentlemen, I know before we bring in Derek Brown very shortly here to the show, I want to talk to you about a couple perfect landing spots. And the first perfect landing spot I want to talk about is Malik Willis, because quarterbacks are sexy and they're fun to talk about. Let's be honest. Let's do this. Let's find the spot where Malik Willis can sit, can grow into potentially from prospect to real NFL quarterback. The arm strength is for real. You can't teach that. The mobility is real. You can't teach that. There's some finer points that need to be taught. There's no doubt about that when you look at the tape with Malik Willis, but certainly from a physical standpoint, there's a lot to be excited about. So Matthew Freedman, give me your favorite spot, your landing spot of choice for Malik Willis tonight. What would it be?
Well, I can't be unbiased in this. I don't want him to sit. I want him to play right away. I want him to play in week 1 because he's got the running ability. So he's going to be a great fantasy asset. And I've got skin in the game in the betting market. I want him to go to the Steelers. Right? He can beat Mitch Trubisky in a quarterback competition, right? And like everyone is putting him to the Steelers at number 20. We riot if it doesn't happen, right? We deserve it for our bankrolls. We deserve it for fantasy. I mean, seriously, how high is he going to shoot up redraft boards, especially in 2 QB leagues, if it looks like he's going to be starting in week 1? He's got that running ability. I love it.
Well, Freeman, I got to ask you this. Is it the same problem we ran into last year where we got so excited about Justin Fields too? And we got so excited only to have things fall apart. Now, I know the Bears situation was pretty dismal, but we still had a lot of hope for it. Fields didn't seem to be, maybe you could argue he could have been a more polished asset already, but failed. Malik Willis, not as polished of an asset. Do you think that he could potentially struggle in that same way, even though the environment around him in Pittsburgh is a very good one, potentially?
Yeah, he could struggle, but he's going to be running more. He's more of a runner than Justin Fields is. And although that actually might hinder his development as an NFL passer, it'll give us more fantasy points. And that's what I care about the most.
All right, there you go. Matthew Freedman making no bones about what he cares about tonight, where he wants Malik Willis to land. And this he keeps talking about, it's him. He wants him there because he is going to make some money if he lands there, there's nothing wrong with that. Andrew Erickson, you got a landing spot for Malik Willis or Kenny Pickett where you think that would be a good situation and spot for them?
It sucks for Kenny Pickett that the Panthers only...
Can we get that on a t-shirt? It sucks for Kenny Pickett. It sucks.
That the Panthers only pick is at 6 overall. Because I really think that if he actually went to the Panthers, I don't think it's actually the worst case scenario for him personally. He has good weapons and they have a offensive line that they're building and trying to improve. But, if the Panthers had more picks and they could take him at the end of the first round and they could get a left tackle, then it would be, oh my God, this is great for Kenny Pickett. This is all good. But unfortunately, it's set up is they have to invest so much in him that it doesn't make sense to take him at 6. But I do think the Panthers are an interesting spot. And the other spot would be the Tennessee Titans, a team that is in a win now mode. And Kenny Pickett is an NFL ready quarterback. He's had plenty of time in the college level to play. So he doesn't need to sit, in my opinion. I think that he needs to go to a team that needs someone to start now because I think that he's had enough experience. He's not like Malik Willis in that aspect where Malik Willis, I think, could benefit from sitting behind a veteran quarterback from a long-term perspective. But, Kenny Pickett, the dude's only 1 year younger than Sam Darnold. So, let's get him in now while he's still has his youth with him. So those are some of the teams I'm looking at for Kenny Pickett.
All right, in a few minutes here, we're going to get Derek Brown into the show. Well, he still has some youth in him, too. I know he's coming fresh off a youth girls soccer game, I believe. So I'm sure he's got lots of rage in him. He needs to let out and talk about the draft. We'll get him up in a second. Andrew, before I let you go, I want to get your thoughts on one of the big wide receivers here tonight. And it's Garrett Wilson of Ohio State. If you had a perfect landing spot for Garrett Wilson, what would it be?
Texans. I think that he could step in and be the wide receiver 1 there. Brandon Cooks is an older wide receiver. Nico Collins didn't really do much last year. Brevin Jordan's a tight end that they drafted in the 5th round. And Davis Mills is a statue quarterback who does one thing and one thing alone. he peppers his number one wide receiver with targets. So I think Garrett Wilson to the Texans. I think the Texans are just a very low-key great landing spot for a rookie wide receiver for fantasy.
Matthew Freedman, I see you're nodding your head. Are you in agreement about that Houston landing spot for Garrett Wilson?
Yeah, I like that in terms of fantasy, and also it would be great because that's where I have him mocked. So win-win for everybody, really. But
this is
I
going
think
to turn into the live Matthew Freedman betting stream. I feel like in about 8:07 tonight, it's going to be fantastic. I cannot wait.
Yeah, that's accurate. But I do agree with that, and I also think the Saints. I know Michael Thomas is there, but he's older, he's injured. Jameis Winston just chucks the ball all over the yard. I think there could be sort of sneaky potential there for Garrett Wilson with his speed to end up being kind of all-around weapon for the Saints.
All right, there you have it. Andrew Erickson is going to join us again a little bit later on in the program, but we're going to say goodbye to him for now. Just for now, don't worry, he'll be back, boys and girls. We're going to bring in Derek Brown in just a second to talk some football with us. I see all the fountains going off, which means we're getting close, gentlemen. We're getting close to that time. As an Italian, God knows I love a good fountain. We all do, all us Italians. We just can't get enough fountains for some reason. You go to Italy, there's a fountain every 2 seconds, and I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it at all. And for those of you who are just joining us here in the 8 o'clock hour, welcome to our Fantasy Pros coverage of the NFL Draft. Tonight, what happens in Vegas, it's not going to stay in Vegas. It's going to go off, and it's going to live on for years after this and affect a lot of NFL teams for many years to come. We might see some Hall of Famers potentially drafted here as well tonight. So a lot of ramifications, a lot of implications, and a lot of opportunities here for 32 young men who are going to see their dreams come true right in front of our faces. So all this hard work is going to get paid off for today, quite literally, by an NFL team. And it's always a great thing to watch. I'm very excited that we're able to watch it again with people with the full pomp and circumstance, with all the bling, with all the red carpet, because it's a fun event. It's the Oscars meets sports. I don't know how it developed into this, but it has, and it is just a fun event to be a part of, and I'm very happy to be here and be a part of it with all of you here. As I said, Andrew Erickson is going to leave us in a moment here, and Derek Brown's going to step in and join us for our coverage as we click over to the 8 o'clock hour here. It is officially 8:01 on the East Coast, so the draft is officially begun in terms of live coverage, and we are here with you continuing to do that. So as we do that, and as we bring in our friends, we'll say goodbye to Andrew. Andrew, I love you. We'll see you in a little bit, and we'll bring in Derek Brown in just a moment right here. We'll see. There's Derek Brown right there. Look at him, fresh from soccer. How did it go? Was any rage? Did you get any yellow cards tonight? Or are you doing okay there? Did you guys come out with a W?
It was an interesting sort. My daughter's playing goalie for the first time, so gonna say it's been interesting, up and down. Anytime you go to a kid's sporting event, you really never know what you're gonna get, even if you think you do.
This is true. This is absolutely true. Having 2 games this weekend to coach for flag football and 2 different teams, I can attest to this. Youth sports are a roller coaster. There's no doubt about that. We've been talking a lot about a lot of different players. I want to talk about one of your favorite guys here. It's Drake London. If there's one player that is beloved by a fantasy analyst here at Fantasy Pros, it's Derek Brown's love for Drake London. Now, I want to know, what is your ideal landing spot for Drake London, who I don't know if you know. I told Erickson he had the cool swagger inside the jacket, had the D and the L, the initials in the interior. Very, very swagalicious tonight was Drake London. So where do you want to put him for fantasy terms? Where could he really excel, Derek?
It's the places I've been mocking him to the last 2 times. I mean, through every one of my mock drafts. I mean, I want him to go to either Atlanta or the Jets. And like Freeman, I got some action on Drake London inside the top 10. So a little bias there.
I like the bias. I like where we're going with the bias. Matthew Freedman, I know you've got some biases, perhaps about Drake London too, and where you want him to land. So I don't know if you've just stuck with one or if you've sprinkled some chips in some different places, but talk to me about Drake London's potential landing spot, Matthew, and where you think you'd like to see him and where he's going to end up in this draft.
I have him mocked right now, number 8 to the Falcons. I think that's a fantastic landing spot, whether it's London, whether any other wide receiver. It's the best spot I think that any of these guys could land, just because of the sheer opportunities and targets that will be coming their direction. And Marcus Mariota, is he going to be the starting quarterback? Do they trade for whoever it is who's the starting quarterback? I don't know if it matters. When a wide receiver goes in there, he's going to be the alpha right away. And Drake London, I mean, he's just built like that big body dominator. Atlanta would be a great place. The Jets, I think it would be fine. If it's not Atlanta, I think the Jets are the most likely destination. And if not the Jets, then Washington. I don't think he gets past 11 in this draft.
All right, there you have it. Now, this draft coverage is brought to you by Manscaped, the 1-1 of male trimmers, and Manscaped is there for all of your needs at all times, not just the hair needs, but maybe your emotional ones as well, potentially. The Lawnmower 4.0, the greatest male grooming tool in the history of trimmers, the advanced skin-safe technology. It's got a light on it. Derek Brown loves to use it to trim his beard. Sometimes he likes to just trim stuff in the dark. I don't ask about his personal things. It's just what he does sometimes. That's what makes him fun. But if you head over to manscaped.com and use that promo code FantasyPros, you get 20% off and free shipping today. And don't forget, April is not only draft season, but it's also Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. And Manscaped has partnered with Testicular Cancer Society to bring awareness to testicular cancer and men's health and early cancer detection. So Manscaped, doing good things for you personally, physically, inside and out. So support a great company, because they come up with great products. They got amazing things. They've got all these different packages too. The Performance Package 4.0 is available also. It's the best package for your package. Then you head over to manscaped.com right now and use that promo code leading off to get your 20% off and your free shipping. Also, don't forget, we're going to kick things off here with picks in just a few minutes. And we've got a Saquon Barkley jersey giveaway. If you are watching us live on our YouTube channel at Fantasy Pros, put in the hashtag NYG5. That's NYG5, because the Giants are making the 5th pick. Huh? See what I did there? Put that hashtag in there, and then you got to make a comment too. And if you do that, and you're a subscriber to our Fantasy Pros YouTube channel, so if you're not already and you're just watching us, subscribe right now, put in hashtag NYG5, and you can win an autographed Saquon Barkley jersey. Thanks to our friends at Pristine Auction. And guess what, boys and girls? It's not the only jersey we're giving away tonight. It's just the first one. Roger Goodell is taking the stage. It's on mute, but I can still hear the boos. I'm pretty sure of that. And I can see the boos. Yes, I can see the boos. I can hear the boos. I can feel them in my soul. So here we go. Now, we talked already about the first few picks potentially off the board here. Derek Brown, let's get your take, because we haven't gotten it yet. We've heard a lot of buzz here at the end that there might be a surprise. Some people say that it's just Trayvon Walker and it's a lock. How do you see this first pick going down for the Jaguars here tonight?
I think it's going to be Trayvon Walker. Regardless of whatever we think, I think Trent Baalke just cannot help himself. So for all the reasons y'all probably already stated, long arms, the fact of, he compares to a player that Trent Baalke's drafted before. Pick whatever narrative you want. I.e., Trent Baalke wins this, he wins this battle, probably loses the war, eventually loses his job. I don't know. Don't want to forecast too much, but I think it's going to be Trayvon Walker.
All right. And right now we've got some local Las Vegas Raiders. We've got Derek Carr, Darren Waller, and Marcus Allen actually out there. Some current and former Raider greats on the stage right now. It's amazing how far football has come, isn't it, Freedman? Remember when wagering was taboo and all this stuff 10 years ago? We couldn't talk about, and DFS is betting and you can't do that and all these places. And now, not only do we have a team in Las Vegas, but we're actually covering betting and wagering live here. And they also are, doing the draft in Las Vegas. So what a difference a decade makes, eh, Freedman?
Great time to be alive. Fantastic industry that we are in. It's only growing. The fun is amplifying. I mean, the NFL, I think we're in a near golden age, not necessarily for product on the field, although I think that's pretty great too. I like seeing a lot of points scored, but in terms of just like the drama, the spectacle of the league right now, it couldn't be better. And it's just enhanced by fantasy sports and sports betting.
I agree. I could not agree more. And I'll tell you what, if you watch the playoffs this year, you might argue we are in a golden age. Some of the best playoff games we've ever seen in that run, and some of the best quarterback play that we've seen collectively in a while also. So very exciting. And I see Ice Cube is now taking the stage too. So if you had told somebody in 1986 or 87 that Ice Cube would be at the front of the NFL draft, I bet they would also say that's probably not going to happen. But you see how the world changes potentially over time. We've got a lot of picks to break down here too, but there's still plenty of time to get those wagers in. As Matt was saying, there's opportunities all over to really enhance your experience. So if you head to bettingpros.com, we've got you covered. Over 150 experts make it easy for you to place your wagers. You download the app, the Betting Pros app, to get your sports betting alerts as well. And you can download that today at the Apple or Google Play stores. Betting Pros is the place where you can see all the lines and a consensus, and then find the ones you like in the best betting house and go and make those wagers. It's fun, and you don't have to bet a lot of money. You know what I mean? You could put $5 on something you like and have some fun. That's the whole point of this. And if you hit, it's more fun. And if you hit like Matthew Freedman does potentially on Malik Willis to the Steelers tonight, then you have a lot of fun. So we'll see how that goes in just a moment here. Now, the Jacksonville Jaguars are going to be officially up on the clock here in a moment. This run should be very interesting. Derek Brown, talk to me about Kayvon Thibodeau. We've heard a lot of late rising buzz on him potentially going early. Could go as early as 2. Are you buying into that at all, D-Bro?
I'm buying into it. I mean, all the buzz is coming out of Detroit that he's probably going to be the pick. You've seen betting markets move that way, and it all makes sense. I mean, regardless of whatever edge you were probably going to mock to Detroit, I mean, maybe they were going to go Malik Willis, or there was some buzz about that previously, but I think the pick's going to be Kayvon Thibodeau. I mean, if Detroit's going to take a home run swing here at 2 and not go with a safer option like Hutchinson, I could definitely see it being Kayvon Thibodeau. At least that's what it's in my mock, so I hope so.
Well, we all know that one trade will just completely burn everyone's mocks to the ground. So all of the work that we have just slaved over for the last 2 months all goes up in flames. But the good news is like the weather. Nobody remembers. Nobody remembers. They all just move on to the next thing here. And if you just see the war room here for the Jaguars, you see Mr. Khan, the owner, and also for you AEW fans, Tony Khan as well in the war room right next to his dad. So that's pretty cool. So who knows? At any moment, perhaps we're going to get Adam Hangman Page to come out, or maybe some other AEW guys may come up and make the pick. Anything could happen. It is the NFL draft. I love the spectacle. I love the setup here that they've got on the water. It's really great, this backdrop they put together. I love, as you were saying, Matt, the drama of this event. The spectacle is fun and it's exciting. Do you think that we've got a couple potential Hall of Famers in this draft? I know it's slightly silly to speak about, but it's fun. And we're waiting here for the first pick. And typically speaking, there's usually room for 1, maybe even 2 Hall of Famers. If you have to put some long-term money down on one of these guys being that guy who ends up at Canton at the end of the day, Freeman, who would that guy be?
Man, well, I'll be chalky and I'll say you have to look at the top of the class. And if you kind of do the historical analysis of looking at previous draft classes, generally, if there are Hall of Famers, they're taken near the top. These tend to be the guys who are just known as generational talents. Mm-hmm. And so I'll be chalky and I'll say, I'll think of a few guys. Just at the top, Trayvon Walker, because he does have that high ceiling. Right. Aiden Hutchinson, I think, is the higher floor player, but I believe Trayvon Walker has the higher ceiling. And then there is something about Kyle Hamilton. It's not as if the Hall of Fame is littered with safeties or anything like that, but he does have a style of play that is pretty exciting and could result in him making a lot of big plays. And he does that for long enough. Maybe that turns into a Hall of Fame career. And then out of these receivers, it's hard to pick one. I know D-Bro would probably go with his guy, Drake, but
there we go. That's the right pick.
I don't know. I'm not gonna.
I was gonna force him to make a pick not named Drake London. So let's force him to do it.
I got some.
Make an offensive pick for Hall of Fame potentially, not named Drake London in this draft, Derek Brown. I'm gonna challenge you here tonight.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna go longevity. I'm gonna go with a position that we see guys age gracefully, and we're gonna talk about ceiling. Ike Ekwonu. Give me the offensive tackle. Give me a guy that a lot of offensive linemen are in the league for 10 plus years, and you need that type of longevity to make it to the Hall. If he makes it to like the top of his range of outcomes, and he hits his ceiling, he's probably going to be one of the best tackles in the NFL. Plus, if he plays 10 to 12 years, yeah, could be Hall worthy.
Yeah, it's very possible. Also, don't forget all of this coverage here. You're going to have the Dynasty Football Podcast too. Fantasy Pros has the Dynasty Football Podcast hosted by Scott Bogman and our own Pat Fitzmaurice, and that's available wherever you get your podcasts. So after all the dust is settled, the guys are going to be out there breaking all of this down to get you set up for all your Dynasty leagues. And I know so many of you who are playing in the Dynasty leagues, tonight is Christmas for you. You get a whole new batch of players. Very exciting. You know what else I love, guys? That we've had months to figure out who we're taking with this first pick. And yet we still have to tick off the entire time in order to make this pick. It's one of these things that always kind of irritates me. I think they should start the draft with a pick instead of starting it with a clock. I don't know why we need an extra 10 minutes to decide this, but apparently we have to. It doesn't make any sense to me. But we are now at 5 minutes on the button here waiting for, or should I say, 4 months and 5 minutes here waiting for the Jaguars to make their pick here. So we're getting much closer to it, and looking in the war room, it's all smiles right now. Tony Khan sipping a little bit of coffee here, enjoying the AEW ratings and enjoying potentially making this pick here. The crowd is there in full force. They've got a great crowd out there tonight in Las Vegas, and the pick is in. So it's taken 4 months and about 4.5 minutes for a pick. Roger Goodell is getting to the stage here. We're going to have our first pick in the 2022 NFL Draft right here, covering it on Fantasy Pros Live. And if you haven't already, subscribe to Fantasy Pros YouTube channel, youtube.com/fantasypros. Very easy, and click that little notifications bell because we're going to be here tomorrow night as well, covering the NFL Draft. We're giving away jerseys tonight to our subscribers that are autographed. We got a lot of fun happening tonight. So the pick is in. We are awaiting for it because it's all about building the drama, and obviously that drama is what this is all about. Matthew Freedman, let's go ahead here. Final prediction. Is it indeed Trayvon Walker? Go ahead. Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, I would say 90% probability it's Trayvon Walker. That's what the mocks suggest. That's, pretty close to what the betting market suggests.
All right, Derek Brown, Trayvon Walker for you as well. This is it. The pick is in.
Walker.
All right, we'll see if the guys are right. If you want to get in on fantasypros.com/chat, our Discord, you can go ahead and talk with everybody, make your predictions, and talk some smack to some other fans all over the place. But honestly, it's a great community over there. I'm telling you, our Discord is great at fantasypros.com/chat. That's available for everyone as well. Certainly, this will have a ripple effect too. If it's an offensive tackle, if it is indeed Evan Neal, let's say, after all of this back and forth, the ripple effect might be fascinating here. Matthew Freedman, let's live in a fun world where for a second it's not Trayvon Walker, it's somebody else. What happens next?
Wow. So let's assume that it's an offensive tackle, as you suggested. Trayvon Walker falls, but I don't think he would be the guy at number 2. I think it would be either Aiden Hutchinson or Kayvon Thibodeau. And so I think at that point, we would start to see Trayvon Walker really fall down the board. He might fall all the way to number 9 in a situation like that to the Seahawks. And, I think he would fit all of the measurable criteria that the Seahawks love, right? The long arms, the athleticism. He would be a great Seahawk.
Well, that speculation was fun for the last 30 seconds. The pick is in, and it is officially Trayvon Walker, the defensive end from Georgia, one of many Georgia picks certainly on the night. So a very exciting moment here for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Trent Baalke gets his long-armed man of the law in the defensive end. We all know football games are won on the line, so getting pressure, and there's Trayvon Walker, very happy with his family. Trayvon Walker not at the draft tonight. Kind of stunning when you think about it, when you have a potentially the 1-1 pick, not at the draft, but he is there celebrating with his family, certainly surrounded by a lot of folks. It's one of the beautiful things you'll see in sports, getting to watch somebody's dream come true. I don't know why. It gets me every single time. I get a little choked up and emotional. You see all these years and years of working that have gone into these kids getting to this point. And we all see the successes. We don't see the failures. There's failures along the way. There's sacrifice from these families. Trayvon Walker's family must be certainly proud of him going 1-1 here. Look, This is a player with all sorts of upside here. And I know from a fantasy perspective, some people don't get as excited because there's a big, heavy defensive draft. But me, being the host of the IDP show with Scott Bogman over here at Fantasy Pros, very excited about this. So from an IDP perspective here, let's talk about Trayvon Walker here. Certainly the ability to get to the quarterback, we know that. The tackle totals were a little bit lower, but once again, great defense that he played with at Georgia, so you can give him a pass on that. What potential impact do you think he is going to make right away for this Jacksonville Jaguars defense, Derek Brown?
I mean, I think he's going to help. I don't know if he's going to put up the counting stats immediately because they still need to build up this team around him. And regardless, I mean, looking at the Jacksonville Jaguars defense, how high is their blitz rate going to be and allow him to really get after the quarterback? It depends on what they ask Walker to do in transitioning to the NFL. If they limit his snaps and put him on pass rushing downs a lot, I mean, it's probably a guy that I think there's a few other guys from an IDP perspective I would probably rather than Walker, even though he's going to carry the hype of being the number one pick.
Oh, sure. I mean, like, just from counting stats, a guy like Devin Lloyd certainly is going to rack up tackles. You know that. Maybe even Hamilton, if he gets a lot of tackles, potentially also another guy in the safety position. But look, in terms of these linemen here at the top, you look at the size of this player, the 4.5 40 that he ran there. There's all the projectables here. This seems to be the foregone conclusion. We seem to figure that this was way things were going to go. 6'5", 275 was ranked 4th coming into all of this draft. PFF had him ranked actually 4th overall at the position, but he has gone number 1. So Matthew Freedman, now that the pick is official, what are your thoughts on Trayvon Walker to the Jaguars?
I mean, it's, what we talked about earlier. It's that high ceiling type of pick. I do think it's a really intriguing way of kind of trying to get back to the Saxonville era, as short-lived as that was. You've got Josh Allen on one side. Now you've got, one of the most physically talented edge rushers on the other side of that defensive line. Maybe they can find a linebacker on day 2, right? I mean, like they need bodies, but Debro said it. They need to build around this team, right? They still need many more pieces. So I'm not expecting all that much from him in year 1. I think this is more of a year 2, year 3 type of play.
All right. The second pick of the NFL draft is in, and the Lions select Aiden Hutchinson from Michigan, defensive end. So the 2 edge rushers so far, it's a very chalky draft, just the way we all had it. So we'll see how long this continues. He was a senior at Michigan, 6'6", 265. He was the number 1 on a lot of people's boards, certainly one of the safer picks. In terms of the motor, as high as it gets. In terms of the caliber of character, as high as it gets. If you watched him during that Michigan-Ohio State game, the passion in which this guy plays football is off the charts. It's Watt-esque, if you will. Certainly a big size player, somebody who can make a lot of plays, and really, I think, kind of staying in Michigan now and playing for the Lions. This is a great story. Matthew Freedman, your thoughts on Aiden Hutchinson going to the Detroit Lions and staying in Michigan?
I mean, Detroit needed this. Let's be honest. I mean, the city would have rioted if Hutchinson wouldn't have gone number 2. I mean, imagine the lack of job security if you don't take one of the best players in state history, right? You let him go somewhere else. He goes number 3, and then he's just awesome. And the guy you draft, Kayvon Thibodeau, ends up being one of these kind of phenom freaks athletically, but doesn't put it together on the field. Like, you would be hated. You would be a pariah in Detroit for the rest of your life. They almost had to make this pick, whether or not it's the right football decision, it's the right business decision, but it just so happens, I think it probably is the right football decision too. Like, Hutchinson, he just seems like a glove in the hand type of fit for the culture that they are trying to build in that team. So I'm excited for him, for the team. I'm excited for myself as a sports bettor, of course, and as someone who mocked Hutchinson to the Lions at number 2. So great night. It feels like this is the perfect beginning to a night that's going to go great for all of us.
Oh, good. Well, again, the us he means, folks, is him. And yes, he's gotten off to a very good start here. Matthew Freedman has. Derek Brown, Freedman makes some great points here, and I agree with all of them. You can't get this wrong if you're the Lions, because you have a history of getting it wrong. You have a history of maybe taking the guy that's too projectable, or falling in love with a prospect and their potential instead of getting a good football player. They got themselves a great football player in Aiden Hutchinson, a defensive end who can get to the quarterback, who's going to make tackles. Once again, I keep talking about the caliber of the dude. It's just off the charts. He's somebody who could be the face of your organization. And I'll be honest, I mean, since Barry Sanders, it's kind of tough to find the face of the Lions. It's been a long time.
I mean, I like the pick. He's a perfect fit for the Fighting Dan Campbells of Detroit. So I think whether you look at chemistry, you look at the locker room and stuff like that. I mean, Freeman hit it perfectly. It's a foundational pick, a guy that you could build around. And whether he turns out to be a high ceiling player, you know that like Hutchinson, at least from his production in college, it's going to be like at worst, like what, like a ground rule double. So this team and this roster need players. They need starting caliber players. But I think this is like, it's a perfect fit. It's a perfect match from so many different angles. And as somebody who switched their mock at the last second to Detroit with Kayvon Thibodeau, I am reeling. I know this is Freeman's happy and he's putting his hands up and he's excited. It's salt in the wound a little bit because I had Hutchinson in here for number 2 up until maybe about the last hour or two before our mocks locked over at Fantasy Pros. And I switched it. And now I'm like, I got remorse. I got remorse, guys.
Well, you can't buy into those late round rumors. I mean, the TMZ stuff is certainly not the stuff you got to buy into late in the draft. You know, all the hype wagon gets out of control. Now, look, we're flying with picks right now, so you're running out of time. If you want to get on that Saquon Barkley jersey from Pristine Auction, it's autographed for you. Well, maybe not for your name. It's got Saquon Barkley's name on it, though. All you have to do is be a subscriber of our YouTube channel. So subscribe right now to Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. Use that hashtag in the comments, hashtag NYG5, because the Giants have the 5th pick. That's NYG5. And just like that, you're entered to win that Saquon Barkley autographed jersey. Thanks to our friends at pristineauction.com. And we're going to announce the winner of that lucky subscriber to our YouTube channel right after that pick at 5. So right now, the Texans are up next, and the pick is already in. The Texans wasting no time. Derek Brown, you got a prediction here where the Texans go? We had chalk on the first 2 picks. Did the Texans do something spicy, or you get like Evan Neal and we continue with the chalk?
I mean, I'm going to go with the chalk of maybe I'm just, again, pandering to my mock, but I think all the buzz is real on Derek Stingley because the fit makes a ton of sense. If this is a team that wants to run a lot of man coverage and put Stingley on an island and say, hey, look, go out there, shut down their top receiver, I think Stingley makes a lot of sense. And considering what he did at his pro day, I think the buzz is real. I could see him going here at 3.
Matthew Freedman, the pick is in. Roger Goodell is now walking to the podium for the Houston Texans. You already predicted Stingley earlier. We'll see if Freedman's streak continues. So far, he's 2 for 2. Will he go 3 for 3? He will. Derek Stingley, cornerback, goes from LSU now to the Houston Texans. 6 foot, 190 corner, great in man coverage. We talked a lot about if the Patriots are starting to infiltrate the Texan system there, how much they value these shutdown corners, whether it be guys like Gilmore over the years or other players that they've gone to. Freedman, break this down for us. This is what you thought was going to happen. You're 3 for 3. So how does Stingley help this Houston Texans rebuild?
Well, I mean, their head coach, Lovie Smith, said it. I mean, he sort of telegraphed this pick. He said, it doesn't really matter what we do. We've got to get better in the cornerback room. And Stingley was amazing as a true freshman at LSU, was locking down SEC wide receivers. At that point, looked like he would be easily the number 1 cornerback in the class. Of course, his last 2 seasons weren't nearly as smooth. He had injuries, wasn't able to stay on the field, but he's got healthy. He had a phenomenal pro day. People looked back at the tape and they just saw that sheer ceiling of what he was able to do as a freshman, and mixed with that athleticism that he has, they think that they have a guy who could turn into a lockdown cornerback. Erickson mentioned it earlier in the pre-show. Cesario coming from New England, you have that situation of, Bill Belichick disciples valuing the passing game and shutting down the passing game. And with Derek Stingley, maybe they have that alpha type of cornerback who can shadow, right? Who can lock down a wide receiver and take away what a team wants to do offensively. Maybe they have that. Of course, these guys never develop. I mean, sometimes they do. They develop maybe like a third, 35, 40% of the time. We have to keep all that in mind. And Joe, you mentioned it. This is like the best day of these guys' lives. And almost none of them will end up becoming all pros, Pro Bowlers, winning a Super Bowl, something like that. So we need to sort of adjust expectations. I think Stingley has as good of a shot as anyone in this class to be a legitimate star. But the odds, even of as good of a shot of that happening, the odds are still like 35%.
Well, Matt, what stuck out so much to me is I heard somebody say this. It was a scout just over this past week, which was if you took the guys from last year's class like Patrick Surtain and a few other of those corners, all these corners that everybody loves in this draft, Stingley, Gardner, would all be behind the prospects of last year. So even though they're the best of this group, you still have to sort of take it, not with a grain of salt, but at least take it for what it's worth in the moment of the comparison of the player pool they're being drafted in. And that's something to just understand as we look at all these picks. Yes, he's the third overall pick, but in terms of prospects, comparing him to last year's prospects at the same position, he would be behind those other two, even potentially three of the corners there in that class. Derek Brown, let's get your thoughts here on Stingley, another one that we thought would be potentially there. He goes ahead of Ahmad Sauce Gardner, your favorite player on the planet besides Drake London. So are you reeling a little bit from this one?
No, I mean, I like the fit. I think he's going to fit what they want to do defensively. And like Freeman was talking about, we do need to sit here and kind of press the foot on the brake a little bit. For all these corners that come out to the NFL level, you see most of these corners that are drafted high, they struggle at the start of NFL seasons adjusting to the speed of the NFL game, what they're being asked of in their respective schemes. So even the guys that really, like, you rarely see guys that hit the ground running from the corner room, even when they're drafted high. It's really like if they're going to have at least a flash of upside or what they could become, a lot of times you see that towards the back half or the second half of their rookie seasons. Even if you do, you might not even see that at all during the rookie seasons. So I like the fit. I like the pick here for Houston, because you're looking for premier players and they got to go with whoever's the top guy on their board. But for what they could do defensively, this pick makes a lot of sense.
Now, with the Jets on the board at 4 here, do you think they go to Gardner here, which has been the chalk all along to them, or do you think they go with Kayvon Thibodeau?
I think they go Thibodeau. I think that if you look at how Saleh ran a lot of the defenses in San Francisco, there weren't a lot of highly drafted corners back there. A lot of it is get pressure up front, allow the trenches to work and make things easier for you on the back end. And honestly, they played their corner room. Like they added DJ Reed, and Michael Carter was, surprisingly good in his rookie season in the slot. So I think they could add to the cornerback room, but I don't think it's going to be Sauce here. I think they're going to go trenches. I think it's going to be Thibodeau.
All right. Do you agree? You think it's going to be Thibodeau, Freedman?
I think it should be Thibodeau. I think it will be Sauce. And that's just based on mock draft data and primarily Daniel Jeremiah and then what beat reporters have said over the past day. I agree with everything Derek said in terms of the football analysis, but in terms of, reading between the tea leaves, as our friend Andrew Erickson would say, I do not think that it will be, I don't think it will be Thibodeau. I think it will be Sauce Gardner.
Well, the pick is in, and it looks like Sauce is the man. So the guy who won the drip of the night, the bling of the night, with the diamond hot sauce and the word sauce dripping in diamonds, looks like he is going to be the pick. Now, hasn't been officially announced yet, but that so far is what we have being reported. So we shall see when Roger Goodell gets to the podium and officially makes this pick here. For the New York Jets. The Jets looking to turn things around. Last year, selected Zach Wilson early on in the draft to be their franchise quarterback. It was a difficult season for the rookie. There's no doubt about that. There were some moments there where you got excited and encouraged about guys like Elijah Moore and obviously players like Michael Carter, what maybe potentially the offense can do. But Robert Saleh has a defense to remake as well. And it looks like Roger Goodell is now getting to the podium, and we're going to get this pick in just a moment. So again, last year they took Zach Wilson with their 2021 first round pick. And this year with another top 5 pick, the Jets are going to take Ahmad Sauce Gardner. We're waiting for the official from Roger Goodell on this pick. And when we have it, we'll break it on down for you in just a moment. And it looks like indeed it is Ahmad Sauce Gardner, Cincinnati cornerback. So the corner going, we got back-to-back edge rushers, back-to-back corners. Everyone's going in pairs. So that's pretty fascinating. So let's talk about the sauce here. Derek Brown, the sauce is going to be in New York. How does this help what Robert Saleh is trying to do in terms of building up this defense now?
I mean, they have 2 legitimate, above average corners right now. And you look at what their secondary looked like last year. Like, they had Bryce Hall on the outside. They had a bunch of other no-name corners just rotating through. This makes their pass defense is legitimate on the back end, I think. Considering DJ Reed, I think, was an underrated acquisition in the offseason. And I talked about Carter playing above better than I thought he was going to in his rookie season from the slot. So their starting trio of corners, I think this vaults them into respectability, in that tier. I'm not saying that they're one of the best in NFL or anything of that nature, but are they going to be able to run out 3 corners that could be above average and allow them to improve their pass defense? I fully believe that.
All right. Sauce is 6'3", 200 pounds. Matthew Freedman, your thoughts here on now the official pick of Ahmad Sauce Gardner, putting on that Jets hat, going out there to shake hands. And I'll tell you what, he was holding on to the sauce here when he was running out. I don't know if you guys saw this or not. He was making his way out there to the stage, but that bling, it's hard to run with that bling. So I don't think he's going to play with that, but it is pretty spectacular looking. Your thoughts here on Gardner to the Jets, Matthew Freedman, now that it's official?
It is uncharacteristic of Joe Douglas to make a pick like this. And that's not to say that Ahmad Gardner doesn't warrant being in the top 5. I think if the Jets hadn't taken him, the Giants would have been very happy to take him at number 5. So he was going to go high in this class, especially with the attributes that you mentioned, that length. The thing is, even though he has the talent, the physical attributes to be more of a press corner, he hasn't had to do it all that much in college to this point. And so I think there will be something of a learning curve for him in the NFL, especially if he is asked early in his career really to man up opposing number 1 receivers, and to press them. So I could see him being a good player, and if he develops, a great player. But I think early on he might struggle a little bit. And I got to say, Kayvon Thibodeau, I know we talked earlier about Aiden Hutchinson, being the clear guy ahead of Thibodeau. But before this whole process started, Thibodeau entered the offseason as the guy who was the favorite to be the number 1 pick. In his recruitment class, he was the number 1 guy. He was a 5-star recruit at the combine. He proved himself to be an athletic freak. I would have gone with Thibodeau at number 4.
I understand that, but to your point that you made about the Lions, it's kind of the same with the Jets. The Jets can't afford to continue to be wrong, especially if they were wrong last year on the quarterback. That's going to set them back a long ways. This, in a lot of ways, feels like a safer pick because some of the issues that they've had with Thibodeau, and maybe it's the way he interviews, maybe it's some of the extracurricular things, maybe it's some of the tape that we watched last year in those games where, as much as he's a human highlight reel in one quarter, in the next quarter, he can completely disappear sometimes or get flags for stupid penalties and things of that nature. I feel like the Jets have a similar pressure on them than the Lions do, which is you got to start maybe scaling back the upside and start getting some of these picks right and start building a franchise from the ground up. Do you think that same kind of pressure impacted this selection here of Gardner?
I don't, because I think if they were thinking in that way, they could have gone with an offensive tackle here. I mean, they have their choice of offensive tackle, and it would have been very easy to say, hey, we spent the number 2 pick last year on a quarterback. Let's build around him. Let's put some infrastructure. Let's protect him so that he can develop. And they could have justified it on the talent of Evan Neal or Ikem Ekwonu. I think they went with Sauce Gardner because they thought he was the most talented player on the board at this point. And maybe they thought cornerback, maybe in today's NFL, maybe a shutdown cornerback means a little bit more than an offensive tackle. Maybe that's the perspective they had. But I think it had more to do with the talent, the sheer talent of Sauce versus the idea of trying to get this pick right.
All right, the Giants pick is in. This is your last chance, everybody. Subscribe to the YouTube channel if you want to get an opportunity to win that Saquon Barkley autographed jersey from PristineAuction.com. Hashtag NYG5 in the comments, but you have to be a subscriber, so subscribe already. What are you doing? Get yourself something. The Giants have made their selection. We are waiting for the official word of that selection. Fist bumps in the war room, always an exciting thing. And the Giants look like the team that has decided that they are going to indeed take the shot on the talent. And Derek Brown, it looks like Kayvon Thibodeau is going to be in New York after all, in the same stadium, just wearing blue instead of green. Your thoughts on Kayvon Thibodeau, who looks like he is now going to the New York Giants?
I mean, the Giants need edge. They need the ability to pressure the quarterback. I mean, and considering we're seeing you have edge, corner, and now edge going. The other thing is, like, if the top 3 or 4 picks of this draft would have been tackle heavy, then maybe we see the Giants go that direction. If like the last of the top tier is on the board and they don't want to miss out, maybe they go that direction. But considering the way that the draft is playing out right now, they probably feel pretty good at like 7. They still, if they have a lot of these guys rated in the same tier or really close to each other, they're probably like, well, you know what? Let's get Thibodeau. Let's address edge. Let's get, maybe he's really high on their board. And then we can address the offensive line and just get one of the guys that falls or happens to be there at 7.
All right, Kayvon Thibodeau, certainly a big personality going to the big city. Is this a good mix, Matthew Freedman, for Kayvon Thibodeau? Is this the exact kind of spotlight you need, or is this the exact kind of spotlight that might make him fizzle out faster than anyone could possibly fathom?
It's an interesting question. I don't know if the spotlight really matters, but I've never really been all that, I would say all that sharp on taking into account like the context, the cultural context in which certain guys are playing. New York, by reputation is a tough place to play, but I don't know if that honestly matters. I really don't know if it is any tougher to play in New York than it is to play in Dallas or to play in New Orleans or, Los Angeles or something like that. You're an NFL player, regardless of wherever you live. There are pressures that come with it, all kinds of pressures, not just sort of like the spotlight of you're in a big media hub. So I don't think it matters. I think what is more important is the organization around him, the franchise around him. Like when guys land with the Patriots, that they're going to an organization that has an established infrastructure and that, kind of really drives into guys' brains the proper way of being a professional. And I think Kayvon Thibodeau, with the Giants to this point in the previous regimes, you maybe could have questioned, do these guys know how to develop someone like Kayvon Thibodeau? With the new Giants regime, I'm kind of optimistic that maybe they can accommodate him to where it's not like putting him in a box, but because I think if you try to put him in a box, that doesn't work. Like he's the kind of guy who like needs the spotlight in a way, like who needs to be himself. So maybe New York is that kind of place, and maybe the coaching staff can work with him for that.
All right, let's announce officially the winner of the Saquon Barkley autographed jersey, and it is Seth Nicol, Nicol. Seth, congratulations, my friend. That Saquon jersey is yours, autographed by the hand of Saquon Barkley. Don't worry, he didn't get hurt while he was autographing the jersey for you. And all you got to do now, Seth, is send us an email right now to mailbag@fantasypros.com. So Seth, at mailbag@fantasypros.com is what you want to do. Again, it's mailbag@fantasypros.com with the proof of your YouTube subscription. No freebies here. You got to show us the screenshot as well. So go to mailbag@fantasypros.com to claim your prize. Seth, congratulations. That's for you. We're going to be moving on to the 6th pick now in the NFL draft and looking at the board so far. Matthew Freedman, how's your mock draft looking after the first 5 picks?
It's going well. I got the first 4. I should have had Thibodeau going number 5. I had him going number 7. So I still got the player team fit, but didn't get it exactly right. But it's going well so far.
All right, Derek Brown, how about you? How's that mock draft looking?
Hey, I've got 2. I got Trayvon Walker and Derek Stingley. I think the mix up with Hutch, because I flipped Hutchinson and Kayvon Thibodeau, and then I had Sauce going to the Giants. So him ending up with the Jets was a little bit different. So we'll see how this Panthers pick goes, though. Maybe I can recoup a little bit.
Yeah, and the Panthers now have a fascinating spot in this draft, because if they do take a quarterback, that certainly throws an interesting wrench. Now, just as we're keeping track, both of the 2 top offensive linemen in this draft class are still on the board. Both of those guys, I think you could have argued when we started this whole process, could have been the 1-1 overall pick. They're both still out there. So there's the potential for one of those guys to go too. So you've got 3 edge rushers, 2 cornerbacks. There hasn't been a player selected yet on the offensive side of the football, and hasn't been a skill position player from the offensive side of the football selected either. So what are we going to see next? Derek Brown, are we going to see a skill position guy on the offensive side? Are we going to see an offensive tackle? What's the prediction here with 2:25 remaining on the clock for the Panthers pick?
I'm going to lean into my mock and hopefully I get this one
Maybe
right.
you shouldn't. I'm just saying, after the way you've been telling how things are going,
it
maybe
makes
it's time to pivot.
sense. Okay? I'm going to stick
right
with Evan Neal. I think our offensive lineman, because it makes sense for the Panthers. I think that, and honestly, they're bleeding the clock. They're a really good candidate to trade back. Maybe we see that, happen right before the clock expires. But if they stay in pick, I think it'll be Evan Neal.
Last year, they selected J.C. Horn, another one of those corners I was talking about last year that would have graded out higher than the 2 corners who already went. The pick is now in for the Carolina Panthers. Matthew Freedman, before we get it officially, what's your prediction here? As, of course, they go to commercial break. So, of course, we have to go to commercial break in the middle of this pick. Why would we want to make a pick before a commercial? No commercials here, and that's why you're watching us on Fantasy Pros. It's me reading Manscaped commercials, which is hilarious and entertaining. So I'm just here for your entertainment. I'm here to amuse you. Matthew Freedman, what's the prediction here? Do they go offensive tackle? Do they go quarterback? Do they trade? What do the Panthers do?
It's not Kenny Pickett. I mean, please, sports betting gods, let it not be Kenny Pickett. After that, I kind of don't care. It's one of those hog mollies. It's going to be one of the big boys. I would lean towards Evan Neal. At this point, I think that he's the more polished prospect, right? He's got that Alabama 5-star SEC pedigree. He's got the versatility, played left guard his rookie or his freshman year, right tackle his sophomore year, left tackle his junior year, consensus, unanimous, All-American, incredibly polished. I mean, the type of guy that he could have gone number 1. You're getting him at number 6. Like, don't screw this up. Don't do something stupid. Just take the guy that you obviously should take, and thank the football gods that they smiled on you in this way.
And we were talking about it before. There's a good chance that Evan Neal might be the Hall of Famer out of this class. A guy that you just say, yeah, he's got the pedigree, he's got the background, came from Alabama, certainly has a head for the game, certainly has the size, the athleticism. I mean, all the things that you drool over when you're trying to look at offensive linemen. I mean, this seems like a no-brainer to me personally. Evan Neal, by the way, just in case you don't know, 6'7", 360. His 247 rating coming in as a prospect to college was .9904. Let me just tell you, that's very good. It's a very high number for those of you who follow college football. Look, Evan Neal to me is the way they should go as well. We're waiting here for the commercial break to come back and see what they end up doing here with this pick, but it feels like the smart thing to do. That being said, you're a betting man, Matthew Freedman, or at least you appear to be from everything we've talked about tonight. Who is the starting quarterback for the Carolina Panthers week 1?
I mean, the answer is it doesn't really matter. It's going to be someone who's not good. It's going to be someone that we're betting against. I can tell you that. Sam Darnold, I don't think it will ultimately be Sam Darnold. I think it will be Baker Mayfield or Jimmy Garoppolo. But I mean, in theory, those guys are upgrades over Sam Darnold. And not even in theory. In actuality, they are certainly upgrades for DJ Moore. Got to love that for him. I mean, that guy's been hamstrung by the quarterback play around him. So as a fantasy asset, I mean, we hope that he gets an upgrade at quarterback. I'm skeptical it will be Sam Darnold. I think it will be very hard to sell a fan base, to energize a fan base with Sam Darnold.
Well, we were correct on the position, wrong on the player. It looks like with the 6th pick overall, Carolina is selecting offensive tackle Ike Ekwonu from NC State. So Andrew Erickson, who is still in our green room, is fist pumping like he's at a Seaside Heights club down in South Jersey right now. Derek Brown, as we await Roger Goodell to make this official selection here, it looks like Ekwonu is that guy. Did the Panthers get it right between these two?
I mean, they got it right in the sense they went tackle and they didn't go quarterback. So, yeah, I think it's a win for the Panthers. I mean,
but did they get the right tackle? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fine. I think like Evan Neal or Ike Ekwonu, you can't really go wrong with either one of these guys. I think that I look at the two of them almost in a tier by themselves. And if you want to take the upside pick on Ike over Evan Neal, I have no problems with that. I mean, my mock suffers, but we got the right position, guys. Like, I mean, that's part of this.
Yeah. And by the way, Icky's looking very good in that suit tonight. He's got representations there of the homeland. He's got the drip, the diamond necklace too. I mean, I don't know why I wasn't wearing one tonight. I really should have thought more about that. Next year, I'll be more prepared with the Joey P ice. The drip will be here. I promise everybody next year. All right, I'll put the same question to you, and we'll switch gears to Matthew Freedman here in a moment. Matthew Freedman, did they get it right? Did they take the right tackle here? No pun intended.
No, I don't think they got it right. And I think we should punish them for that and how it is that we view them. Really. And this has nothing to do with like sports betting or like the mock draft or something. Like I think that Icky, if he didn't go number 4, there was always a good chance that he would fall to them at number 6, just kind of based on iterations if you're playing around with mock drafts. There wasn't much of a chance that they were going to get Evan Neal. Right? At the outstart of this process, Evan Neal looked like he could have gone number 1. Maybe he could have gone number 3, number 4. They're at number 6, and they got him falling to them. Now, I do understand it's debatable that Icky is maybe better than Evan Neal. I don't think he is. I think in 5 years, we're not going to think that he is. They got a guy falling to them who shouldn't have been there, and they decided not to take him. That is a mistake. And in how we look at them as an organization, we should judge them. Now, they didn't make the biggest mistake in drafting Small Hands Kenny Pickett. Congratulations. Like, you're not the worst organization that's going to make a pick tonight, but you definitely made a mistake in not drafting Evan Neal.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Kenny Pickett, as soon as I get drafted, I am making a huge deal for promotions with isotoner gloves, the way Dan Marino used to back in the day. I think that is absolutely the sponsor he should do. You know, if you have big hands or small hands, it doesn't matter. These isotoner gloves always keep me warm. I'd love to see that. Isotoner, by the way, not an official sponsor, but Manscaped is. Head over to manscaped.com right now and go get 20% off and free shipping with the promo code FantasyPros. Again, the one of male grooming tools for your tool and all of that. Nobody wants the back hair out of control. Nobody wants all that body hair. It's gross. You look like a beast. Take care of yourself. Start to manscape a little bit. Have some respect for what you look like, because pool and beach season's right around the corner. Head over to manscaped.com. Get 20% off and that free shipping. Everybody loves free shipping. especially Derek Brown, loves the free shipping, can't get enough of anything that's got free shipping. Derek Brown will order, and you should order this too. Again, that promotional code is FantasyPros to get that. We are now sitting here with the 7th pick, which is back to the New York Giants. So the Giants are back on the clock. The Giants have already made their first selection here, which was Kayvon Thibodeau. So, Derek Brown, where do you think they go with the next pick?
They better be sprinting to the podium with a card that says Evan Neal. Like, sprinting. Like, as fast as you possibly can. Like, nothing else. Nothing less.
Matthew Freedman, do you agree with this sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect draft. If you are the Giants, maybe you would have preferred to get Ahmad Sauce Gardner. Maybe things work differently and Derek Stingley falls to you. But you got 2 guys who legitimately could have gone number 1 in this class, and you got them at 5 and 7. This is a best case scenario for the New York Giants.
Have the Giants already won this draft if they get Neal and Thibodeau? Because theoretically, as you were saying, one guy was kind of the consensus one before college football season even started. And the other guy, when we started this draft process, was the consensus one pick early on before everybody fell in love with Trayvon Walker and Aiden Hutchinson, the edge rushers. So have the Giants already won the draft, Friedman?
I mean, it would be hard for them to screw it up at this point. There's only so much damage that you can do after the first round. And so, yeah, if you have 2 top 10 picks and you dominate with them, yeah, you win the draft. They are certainly a day 1 winner for sure. What happens on day 2, day 3 probably won't change the fact that in this draft, they got 2 guys who are likely to be able to make immediate impacts.
And Evan Neal is indeed the pick. So Alabama's tackle goes to the New York Giants. So they've won now in the trenches on both sides of the football. So you win by protecting the quarterback and you win by getting to the quarterback pretty much, right? And now the Giants have been able to do both things. So I guess the question next is, the Giants have until Monday, Derek Brown, to pick up the 5th-year option on Daniel Jones. All the reports say that they have no plans to do that, which is understandable. He's certainly got a lot to prove. They could always franchise tag him afterwards. So I guess I'll ask you this. Now that you've got these 2 high-end talents you've added to your roster, Brian Daboll's done a wonderful job here with his GM, identifying a defensive player and an offensive player that could certainly right away make an impact. Now the pressure is on Daniel Jones, on Saquon Barkley, on these players who have really been disappointing for the Giants from this past regime. Do you think now the Giants have an opportunity to turn things around? Because the last few years, it has not been a good situation for the New York Giants football team.
I think they could surprise this year, but I don't know if Daniel Jones, outside of playing out of his mind and making a Pro Bowl, then making the playoffs, something of that nature. You have new regimes that come in, and if they're not the ones that pick the quarterback, unless they're in the middle of a massive contract or what have you, and they're hired with the idea of, okay, when you come in, this is your quarterback. This is who you're married to. That's not the case with Danny Dimes. I think that outside of he could play out of his mind, and I will still be a little bit surprised if maybe he gets a franchise tag. But I will be surprised if he gets a second contract with the Giants. And I think that could be said for a lot of the guys on the New York Giants. Like Sterling Shepard's in the last part of his deal, Saquon, that entire offense could look very different next year.
All right. Looking ahead here as well, we've got another giveaway for everybody. So there's still time to subscribe to our YouTube channel, right? So Fantasy Pros YouTube, youtube.com/FantasyPros is the place. Be a subscriber, because the next jersey we're giving away is Ohio State wide receiver Chris Olave. After the 16th pick, we're going to be giving that away. So if you'd like to win a Chris Olave jersey, now is the time to do it. Pristine Auction is the sponsor of our contest. You have from the 8th pick to the 16th pick to get that in there. No hashtags for this one. You just got to be a subscriber and make a comment in the chat, which you could talk about how handsome I look in my tie and why everyone else I work with is underdressed and did not get the same memo I got. Whatever that is, it doesn't matter what the comment is, football related or not. It doesn't matter. Go ahead and make some comments. be part of our community here and be part of it over on our Discord channel as well at fantasypros.com/chat, which you can join for free. We've got a 2022 NFL draft channel that's buzzing right now with all of these picks. They're talking about how much money Matthew Freedman has won them already tonight. They're very happy with Matthew Freedman. I see that here. Also, our own Scott Bogman, the host of our Dynasty podcast, bet me that because I'm wearing a tie, that I won't say the phrase, as far back as I can remember, I always wanted to be a gangster. So I did. So I won the bet. So take that, Scott Bogman. And if you enjoy the Fantasy Pros, it's because I'm wearing the tie. And anytime I dress up, I just immediately look like that, Freedman. That's why. I mean, look at me. Anytime I dress up, that's immediately what people think. But that's okay. That's all right. I'm breaking stereotypes down here as the host of Fantasy Pros. Let's go ahead to look at the next pick here is the 1-8. So the pick is in here for the Falcons. Derek Brown, a team that needs a lot of things. This is an understatement of epic proportions. This roster is Swiss cheese, basically. So what's the first hole you want to fill?
It's either going to be edge, I think, or they're going to go wide receiver position. I want them to go Drake London just so I can grade them extremely high over at Fantasy Pros. But if they don't, I understand it. Like, there's so, I mean, literally, they're like, they are the Texans of Georgia. You could give them anything. Just go BPA, and it's fine, people.
The Texans of Georgia. That's well put. Last year, they selected Kyle Pitts, generational tight end talent. So Matthew Freedman, as of right now, Marcus Mariota is the quarterback. Kyle Pitts is the tight end. The wide receiving core is terrifying. Cordero Patterson might be their running back, maybe not. So once again, a lot of ways you can go here potentially with this pick. If you had your druthers, and I'm not even sure which druthers are, but if you had them, what would you do here if you were the Falcons GM?
Let me tell you, the Texans of Georgia know what druthers. They know what those are. And Texans of Georgia, great band name, by the way. I'm calling that.
Bluegrass.
That is a good band.
Bluegrass. Yeah.
I would say I, in my mock, had them going with Drake London. I think it's actually going to be Jermaine Johnson. Now that I think about this a little bit more, but I would hope.
The pick is in. The pick is in. I don't mean to interrupt you, but it is Drake London. So there you go.
That's great.
So Drake London, wide receiver from USC, goes 8th overall, the first wide receiver off the board, I should say. Matthew Freedman, did you have London as the first wide receiver off the board?
I did at plus 250. So cash that ticket. Very happy about that. And I think it's a great fantasy situation. Now, I mean, it's not great in the circumstances, right? So I guess the situation of who's going to throw him the ball, maybe things with the coaching staff, all of that stuff isn't great. But he is immediately the alpha number one wide receiver on that team. He can win in a variety of ways. I love this idea of him getting 120, 140 targets, maybe 160. Like, he will be fed.
Well, I could say this. Drake London is walking very slowly. He does not have a smile on his face. Now, perhaps he's an emotional guy and maybe he's just keeping it all in. Or perhaps he's maybe not thrilled with the landing spot to the Atlanta Falcons. I don't know. He's starting to crack a little bit of a smile now, but for the longest time, he was walking very slowly to get his hat and is taking a lot of deep breaths. So I don't want to take that the wrong way, potentially. You can read a lot from body language from certain guys, but this is your boy here. Matthew Freedman pointed out here, Derek, that there's a big target share to be had. It is wide open for Drake London. Now, the problem is he's going to have to get wide open for Marcus Mariota to throw him the football. That is the problem because Marcus Mariota throwing the football has been a challenge for him at the NFL level. What are your thoughts on this landing spot? Maybe it's not great in year one, but the potential certainly there for a good career in fantasy and dynasty leagues, right?
I mean, my dogs are going crazy because they know Drake London's the dude, and they know that this is the perfect pick. I love this pick, and to be honest, I don't really care if it's Mariota throwing in the ball. I think targets are earned, and he's going to have a red zone role. He's going to have a role in this offense and be able to earn a ton of targets, like in year one. And I adamantly agree with what Freeman said. Like, this is no shade at Kyle Pitts at all. But Drake London is going to be the alpha in this offense. And he's going to probably lead them in receiving touchdowns as well. Seemed like they were anemic and they didn't want to throw the ball to Kyle Pitts inside the red zone last year. That's not going to be a problem for Drake London. So I love this fit. Love the landing spot. And the other part about this, and one of the reasons I kept mocking him to Atlanta, is that everybody kept talking about Treylon Burks, so he's the A.J. Brown and stuff like that. Arthur Smith can use Drake London in a similar fashion that he did with A.J. Brown coming out as a rookie. Use him on screens. We saw that at USC. He could use him in the short and intermediate areas of the field and just let him do work and bully corners.
Yeah, they were actually showing some of his basketball highlights here on the NFL stream, and that's something that, you know, the athleticism is there, the opportunity is there for him. A lot of people thought Williams might be the first wide receiver off the board. It is not. It is indeed Drake London, who, to your credit, Derek Brown, you have been unwavering in this. You might have wavered here at the last minute on Thibodeau and a few other things, but if there's one thing wire to wire, and I want to give you all the credit in the world, Derek Brown, it has been, you have been Mr. Drake London. I hope you're getting a piece of this contract. They are comping him to Larry Fitzgerald. Do either of you guys want to throw a comp out there? That's a pretty lofty comp. I don't know if I agree with that
terrible
one. I think
comp.
I don't like that one at all. I don't know where they're coming up with that one. But let's throw out a comp in your mind. Freedman, do you have one for Drake London?
Yeah, Mike Williams. I think he's got that kind of downfield dominator type of potential where even when he's covered, he can win with his contested catch ability. I don't think he's going to be doing a lot as a yak producer, but he might surprise a little bit there. But I think he is going to be the type of guy who just, my balls, everything that comes his direction. He's just going to body defensive backs, and they will be defenseless against him. So I'm very excited about what we're going to see out of him, potentially even in year one.
It's taking all the discipline in my brain not to make a segue from my balls into Manscaped. I just want you to know that I'm not going to do it.
I was thinking it too, Joe. I'm so glad you said it.
Had I not just done the promo, I would have done it already.
You should have.
I just did it. Oh, to heck with it. If you want to make sure that your balls are taken care of, head over to manscaped.com, 20% off and free shipping. Your balls will thank you, but use that promo code FantasyPros when you make that order. Again, that promo code FantasyPros. Derek Brown, give us your comp to Drake London.
I'm crying because if you didn't say it, Joe, I was going to. Perfect segue. This is why you tune into this show and you're not listening to Larry Fitzgerald comps, which are absolutely terrible for Drake London.
What kind of nonsense? I'm like,
That's horrible.
NFL Network does great work.
I'm sorry,
I love
that's
NFL
horrible.
Network, but that is not a good comp to Drake London.
No,
I don't know who put that together, but that's insanity. Anyway, give us a better one.
Okay, so the Mike Evans one, Freedman is on point. I wrote that up in the Dynasty Rookies.
Mike Evans is the one that I like for him.
Well, I like both of them, actually. I think that different parts of his game. I'm going to throw one out there, and I mentioned this one in the Dynasty Rookie Draft Guide that's live over on Fantasy Pros. T. Higgins. I think that Drake London, and I've been on this since the beginning when I wrote him up, is that people that talk about that he can't separate, I really question. You need to go back and watch the film because he can separate both early and late. He has short area quickness, and I think that he's going to. You look at T. Higgins and how he wins, very similar to Drake London. So if we're not going to go with a Mike that we're going to talk about Drake London with, because it sure as hell is not Larry Fitzgerald, give me T. Higgins.
All right, we're going to give you a break, I believe, here, because it's past 9 o'clock, and I believe we're switching out again. Am I correct here? My producer, Chris Lins, let me know, because it feels like we're going to be getting Andrew Erickson back with us. So Derek Brown is going to be tagging out in the glorious tag team that is Derrickson, and that's how it's known here. It's been Derrickson for quite some time. They are an item, and I just love when those crazy kids get together. So Derek is going to take a little break. We're going to get Andrew Erickson back here for the next pick, which is Seattle, and the pick is in. So, Derek, thanks for hanging out with us, and I'm so glad you got to see Drake London picked and talk about it because that's been your dude, and the pick is now in for the Seattle Seahawks. So, as we bring in Andrew Erickson now to this conversation, I will, since I don't know if the guys know or not, but Matthew Freedman, I'll ask, actually, no, he got Andrew Erickson. Yay, there he is. What's up, Andrew? Andrew Erickson. If you were the Seattle Seahawks, what would you do next? Andrew, you're on mute still. So we'd love to get your analysis in real time. There you go. I'm back. Mhm. Mhm. Well, it's interesting that you say that because in true form, Pete Carroll did not do what you expect him to do. They did take an offensive tackle, but it's Charles Cross from Mississippi State. So Charles Cross is the pick. The pick is in, and so there you have it. The ninth pick, Seattle takes offensive tackle Charles Cross from Mississippi State. So why is this the wrong choice, Andrew Erickson, in your opinion? Because that's what it feels like you're telling me. All right, fair enough. Let's switch over to Matthew Freedman. Freedman, your thoughts on this selection by the Seahawks? I mean, a lot of people like Charles Cross, 2021 first team All SEC. Certainly a prospect that's risen up the ranks here that a lot of people have liked. But Freedman, when we're looking at the board here, Trevor Penning would have been my selection too. I love Penning. I'm a big fan of Penning. You know the attitude. I like it. I like a little bit of edge in some of my guys in the offensive line. He certainly brings that. But Charles Cross, Matthew Freedman, when we are looking ahead at this big man taking the stage for the Seahawks, does this pick surprise you, or do you think this is exactly what the Seahawks need to rebuild this offensive line?
I think this is the right pick, both because Cross, I do believe, is a tier above Trevor Penning, and it's the right pick because it's what I put in my mock draft. So again, we are all winning tonight. This is fantastic the way that it's coming together. Charles Cross, as you mentioned, the SEC background, all SEC player, big body, 4 5-star recruit entering college, leaving college early. I'm just going to say, like, I know that it's the Pete Carroll ethos to run the ball, but passing is more important than running. And I believe that it's easier for a guy to be serviceable as a run blocker if he's just like okay than it is for him to be serviceable as a pass blocker if he's just okay. Like he's a tackle. He needs to be able to pass block. And Charles Cross is, if not the best pure pass blocker in this class, the number 2 behind Evan Neal. He does the thing that a left tackle needs to do. And if he can't run block as well, it doesn't matter as much. So I think that this was the right pick. And I'm just excited to see that for once, this might be the only time the Seahawks don't do something that totally surprised us, totally came out of nowhere. Like I was thinking, what if it's Quay Walker? Like they could do something unbelievable
Sure.
like that. Like draft a linebacker in the top 10 because he's got amazing, measurables. Yeah, they could have done that, but they went with the right pick in Charles Cross.
The right football pick. I agree. I think that's what you're looking at and trying to figure out here if you're the Seahawks. It's time to stop reaching. It's time to make some good picks here. Andrew Erickson's back with us now, and also if you're young like Andrew Erickson, you love the TikTok. Everybody loves the TikTok. All the kids love the TikTok, and you can get all the draft breakdowns and our dynasty previews post draft all for free, along with daily picks if you subscribe to Betting Pros on TikTok. Again, that's at Betting Pros is the place to be. We're getting all the latest in all of the, again, post-draft thoughts, some of the picks you might be able to make. We're going to have a lot of content coming at you in the next 24 hours, too, as we reset for tomorrow night's coverage of the NFL Draft Rounds 2 and 3. Make sure you're with us here, as well. But follow us on all of our social medias, including on TikTok as well, and that's for at Betting Pros. You can also follow us at Fantasy Pros as well. The pick is in for the New York Jets, their second pick. So we'll see how they follow up with the sauce. What goes well with the sauce here, Andrew Erickson, in your opinion?
Wide receiver for Zach Wilson. We need offensive help for Zach Wilson. So again, understand the move behind getting a cornerback and Ahmad Gardner, but now it's like we got to see what we can get with Zach Wilson. I think wide receiver is the pretty obvious pick here, and I think it's going to be Jameson Williams. I think that makes sense. They're looking for a speed guy. They were in on Tyreek Hill, and yeah, I think it's going to be Jameson Williams here. So take flight.
If it's Jameson, if it's it is in, and it's not Williams, but it's Wilson. So there you go.
Yeah,
Matthew
Wilson.
Freedman is celebrating with this. So I can only assume, just taking a shot in the dark here, Freedman, that you had Garrett Wilson from Ohio State going to the Jets. Is that correct?
I did not. I had Jermaine Johnson, but
Okay.
I'm happy with Garrett Wilson going there. I'm happy that they took a wide receiver instead of Jermaine Johnson, who I had mocked there, primarily because of the reports that GM Joe Douglas, quote unquote, was smitten with Jermaine Johnson and was thinking potentially about taking him at number 4. So I thought, if he's thinking number 4, to have him at number 10, that feels like, in his mind, a potential slam dunk. But I am happy to see that they went with Garrett Wilson because, Zach Wilson, he needs another option there in the passing game. It is an immediate upgrade to the weapons that he has there. And hopefully you have Elijah Moore, you have Garrett Wilson. That could be a pretty good receiving duo. Now they have everything that they need, with the exception of a tackle. Maybe they get that guy in the second round. They have a lot of what they need for Zach Wilson to be able to develop. So now we get the opportunity to see, is this guy an actual quarterback? Can he play?
How does this affect Moore's value? And now that you've added another wide receiver of this stature, because he's a very polished product, Garrett Wilson. He's a wide receiver most people thought was the most polished all-around NFL-ready guy. He's going second now after Drake London went first. So how does this affect all those people in Dynasty that have Elijah Moore shares?
It's not good. It's not good. But the thing is, I think this was already baked into the market value of Elijah Moore. There was always a good chance that whether it was day 1 or day 2, the Jets were going to take another wide receiver. I think it's a short-term hit, and maybe it means that Elijah Moore is more of a number 2 wide receiver, or sort of like a low-end number 1 wide receiver with Garrett Wilson versus the true number 1 receiver on that team. But just kind of based on his size, his playing style, I don't know if Elijah Moore was ever going to be a true number 1. But Corey Davis is going to be gone at some point. I still believe that there's enough volume to go around for both of those guys to be successful.
All right. Garrett Wilson, certainly a speedster too, ran a 4.38 40, had huge numbers at Ohio State. Ohio State's produced a ton of fantasy relevant wide receivers over the last few years. Andrew Erickson, what are your thoughts on this pick here for the Jets, getting Garrett Wilson at 10?
I love Garrett Wilson to the New York Jets. I mean, I thought Jameson Williams would be a better fit, but I still like the pick for Garrett Wilson. He was my number 1 ranked wide receiver coming into the draft, pre-draft. So I got high hopes for Garrett Wilson. I think it's excellent for Zach Wilson. The Wilson connection. I think it would be great to
Wilson
watch it.
to Wilson.
Wilson to Wilson. True. So I think from a market perspective, it'll be interesting to see how ADPs shift between Garrett Wilson and Elijah Moore to see who people gravitate towards. I think that Wilson, as the sexy new toy, will probably end up getting drafted higher than Elijah Moore, which can make Moore a value, I think, in drafts. I think both players are really good. I think they win in similar ways. I'm interested to see actually if Elijah Moore becomes more of the vertical threat in the offense, where Garrett Wilson really operates a little bit more underneath as that possession receiver. So yeah, I think it's really great for Zach Wilson and Garrett Wilson. I'm excited to see what he can do in New York.
And we should also be excited because the Saints just moved into the 11th spot. So that is news here, because that was held by the Washington Commanders. So if we could get Chris, if you could give me the update on that move, because I just saw that flash across. Exactly what that deal is, I do not know. But it looks like now with the 11th pick, that was the Washington Commanders, is now the Saints, which begs the question, Matthew Freedman, is this the move for Malik?
Man, I don't know. I don't know who else it would be if it's not a quarterback, with them deciding to move up. And I just can't imagine moving up for Kenny Pickett. So maybe,
Boy, poor
maybe
Kenny
it's
Pickett. I
Malik
hope his
Willis.
mom isn't watching tonight because you guys have been rough on Kenny Pickett. I just want to say.
Actually, here's the thing. The Saints did this before a couple years ago, where you thought they were moving up for Lamar Jackson and they were moving up for an edge rusher. Jermaine Johnson is on the board. Maybe they're moving up for him. Like maybe they're moving up for Jamison Williams. I can't imagine signing 2 quarterbacks in the offseason and then trading up for a quarterback in the NFL draft. It's
All
just,
right, Andrew Erickson. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Freeman. I thought you were done.
it's just
My apologies.
unfathomable. That's all I had to say.
Unfathomable.
Yeah.
Is it unfathomable, in your opinion, Andrew Erickson, for this move to be anything other than a move up for Malik Willis? Would you move up to take Jermaine Johnson?
Well, I guess I'm trying to figure out who they're trying to move up in front of. So you have the Vikings at 12. So, I mean, so I think it's kind of interesting that they moved up. I mean, I guess you're looking at Washington. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they learned their lesson from not trading up for Lamar Jackson when they should have, and that's why they're going to take Malik Willis. So they're not going to make the same mistake twice by moving up to get a quarterback. I mean, if it's Willis, I think that's the move. I really hope it's not Kenny Pickett, though. And I guess, yeah, that's what I would be afraid of.
I can't imagine them moving up for Kenny Pickett. I can understand the Malik Willis because somebody might be hot for him. Like I can understand that. Like there might be somebody else out there that you think, all right, it's going to take the shot on him. And we talked about this earlier in the opening of the show. And the opening of the show, we discussed that Malik Willis has the athleticism, the speed. And if you think that somebody else was lurking in the weeds, or maybe that you thought that the Pittsburgh Steelers were trying to make a move up to get him, this is what you got to do. You got to block them in order to do that. So we'll see when we come back here what this move is. But the Saints are going to be on the clock now. They have 1:56 left to make the 11th pick. So when we get you the details on what this trade was, which is right now, he is pointing to me. I think we have it here. The Saints are trading the 16th pick, a 3rd rounder, and a 4th rounder to Washington for the 11th pick. So once again, to recap, the Saints trading the 16th pick and a 3rd rounder and a 4th rounder in this year's draft to Washington for the 11th pick. So fantastic job by our team here getting that up for us and running. Again, Chris and our team over here, Fantasy Pros, doing fantastic work. And look, this is a pretty good haul here. Your thoughts on this perspective, guys? Let's start with you, Matt, about this perspective from the other side, from the Washington side, moving here to 16 from 11, getting an extra 3rd and an extra 4th. That's a pretty good haul there, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice move, especially if you are, in something of a rebuild. It looks like Washington is in a perpetual rebuild. And, maybe they weren't sure exactly of who they wanted, or they think, okay, we moved down 5 spots and we're fine with whoever it is who's available to us because these next 5 guys are all roughly the same to us. Maybe Kyle Hamilton is still available to them at number 16. Maybe one of these wide receivers, whether it's Olave, whether it's Jamison Williams, maybe that person is still available. I have to say, I think they are trading up for a wide receiver. I do not see signing Jameis, signing Andy Dalton, and then drafting a quarterback. That does not make sense. Wide receiver has always been the spot at 16 that they were linked to. I think that they saw they weren't going to be able to get that guy because the Texans at 13 are a prime candidate to take a wide receiver. I think they're moving up to get ahead of the Texans and maybe even get ahead of the Vikings.
All right. Interesting scenario there. Erickson, the pick is in here. So we're going to wait as Roger Goodell makes his way to the stage. So just to recap once again, the Saints traded up. They gave up the 16th pick to move up to 11, along with a 3rd and 4th rounder in this year's draft to the Washington Commanders. And here we go. Let's see who it might be. It looks like the pick is in, and Roger Goodell is announcing it right now. And the pick which is now the 11th pick for the New Orleans Saints, is, if we could get it here, as they continue to announce all the people and all the friends who are now up on the stage with them, because it was a trade. We weren't able to get this ahead of time, unfortunately, a little delayed. We've had a lot of picks ahead because we're the insiders here over Fantasy Pros. We know everything going on, but they continue to discuss a lot of other things right now besides picks, which we're anxiously awaiting for. Don't they know that we are waiting for this pick? We have built up all this drama, and now Tony Gonzalez has moved up to. It seems to be Chris Olave is the guy that they've moved up for. So it appears that they have moved up. They've moved up for a wide receiver. I can only imagine how upset our resident New Orleans fan is, Derek Brown. He is in the green room right now. He is inconsolable. This is not what Derek Brown had in mind, but it looks like another wide receiver from the Ohio State off the board. Chris Olave after Garrett Wilson. So we have 3 wide receivers now gone, which is looking like a little bit of a run here. And we talked about this before in the show, Andrew Erickson on yesterday's show. We talked about this. What if there's a wide receiver run? How is that going to impact things? Will some of these other guys on the peripherals of that first round wide receiver discussion start to get pushed up a little bit in a panic mode? What are your thoughts here on this pick from the Saints?
Well, I think that they realized that they weren't going to get Chris Olave where they were sitting. And it's funny because every time I did a mock draft, I knew that Chris Olave, I wanted to put him with the Saints, but I couldn't see him getting past Washington. I couldn't see him getting past the Houston. I couldn't see him getting past Philadelphia because of the wide receiver run and for people going mad for the wide receiver position. So I think that Olave has been linked to the Saints throughout the process. Obviously, Michael Thomas, a guy that also went to Ohio State. So it makes sense from a perspective. I think he fits in well with the offense in terms of being a guy that can separate down the field, not really much of a yards after the catch guy, but someone that can take advantage of Jameis Winston's arm. So, yeah, they needed a wide receiver really badly. So I get it from that perspective, and that was their guy, and they knew that he wouldn't fall to them.
All right, Matthew Freedman, your thoughts on this being Chris Olave here?
Yeah, I don't know if they needed to press it. A wide receiver, probably not Chris Olave, but a wide receiver would have been available to them at 16. And so forfeiting the picks that they did to move up, a 3rd rounder, a 4th rounder, that feels a little bit rich. But let's take that part out of it, the compensation. Olave is interesting. I mean, he's got talent over the past 3 years. He's proven himself to be an NFL-ready pass catcher. He might be the most polished of the big 5 who are all likely to go on day 1. He might be the most polished out of those guys. In the short term, he's a dynamic field-stretching complement to Michael Thomas. And in the long term, he really might be Thomas's replacement as the number 1 guy in that passing offense. I don't hate the pairing. You know, I had Olave mocked to the Saints at number 16. So, you know, the pairing is obvious. I just don't like that they gave up so much to go get him.
How does he fit in here, in your opinion, from a fantasy perspective, to this offense? You mentioned before Jameis Winston, excuse me. It's been a long night already. Jameis Winston. I was going to say Jameson Williams. Jameis Winston likes to sling the football around. We've got a theoretically returning healthy Michael Thomas. So he would clearly be the number 2, but they've lacked a number 2 wide receiver in this offense for some time. So from a fantasy perspective, what kind of value does Olave bring short term here, Matt?
I would say, you know, look at the other options that they have there. Alvin Kamara is still going to get significant workload through the receiving game, but their wide receiver outside of Michael Thomas, you know, their wide receivers haven't really developed. Traquan Smith didn't develop into the player they hoped he would. That's why they're drafting Chris Olave now. They don't really have much that is proven at the tight end position. So even though Michael Thomas in previous seasons has really been a target monster, just a volume vacuum, I still think that there is going to be opportunity available to Olave, especially because they've made this investment in him. And with Michael Thomas returning from injury, you know, the guy hasn't played in over a year. I don't think he's going to see the same usage that he did previously. So Olave in Dynasty, I mean, I think you're looking at him as a top 5 guy in rookie drafts. And in redraft, I think he's in that wide receiver 4 range.
By the way, I think that this move just happened because they knew we were giving away a Chris Olave jersey in the next few picks. I'm pretty sure that's That's what happened in the war room of the New Orleans Saints. They knew that was going down. And if you want to get that Chris Olave jersey, all you have to do is be a subscriber of our Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. So subscribe right now and comment in our chat. And that Chris Olave jersey can be yours. We'll announce that after pick number 16. So you're running out of time. There it is. Look at it. It's glorious. Chris Olave, the deuce, number 2. He'll be the number 2 wide receiver, at least for the short period of time for the New Orleans Saints. They are behind Michael Thomas. We also have another move here, it looks like. So things are getting hot and heavy. Now we're seeing some action. This draft started out very chalky, and now we've got some more action. The Lions are moving up to 12 overall. A second-round pick they're giving up to the Vikings to get the number 32 overall second-round pick, number 34, and the third rounder. Am I reading this correct, Andrew, or am I going crazy? Give us the breakdown here on what this swap is, because the Lions are now moving up to 12. So the Lions are moving out of that 32 pick that they had at the end of the first round to move up to 12. And the Lions are now going to be picking. So we have back-to-back trades in this spot. Andrew Erickson, what are your thoughts here on this move? The Vikings moving back, getting some more picks, and the Detroit Lions moving up. What do you think they're moving up for?
I don't think what they're moving up for. I know what they're moving up for, and it was destiny, Joe, that you would ask me this question, because it's Jameson Williams. I think that's who they moved up to get, the wide receiver from Alabama, our guy throughout the process. And the Lions, he's their guy now. So yeah, they gave up a lot to go up and get him. Giving up, or they received the number 12 overall pick to select Williams, and they got the second round pick from the Vikings. And then they had to give up the 32nd pick, a second round pick, the 34th pick overall, and then the 66th pick, which is a third rounder. So yeah, they gave up their 2 back-end first-round picks to get up to draft Jameson Williams, a guy that is going to probably start the season on the PUP list. But that's what the Lions are not. They're trying to look for the long term, and they believe that Jameson Williams is the best wide receiver in this class, and they don't care that he's going to miss the first 6 weeks or whatever, because they're playing the long-term game. So I think that Jameson Williams is a guy that I thought was going to be a top 10 pick. I made a TikTok video about him this week, talking about him. Now, he didn't go top 10. He was close, but I think that he's a guy that, especially in a Detroit Lions offense that doesn't have a ton of playmakers. Hawkinson's there. Amon-Ra St. Brown is there. We saw him actually have a big year, but yeah, I think Jameson Williams can step in and be the number 1 receiver for the Detroit Lions for this year and for many years to come.
Quite a wide receiver run that we're getting here, for sure. And this is amazing, Andrew, because this is exactly the conversation we had. This is exactly what's unfolding, was when 1 or 2 go, will there be movement where teams start to say, you know what, I can't be left out of this wide receiver grouping. And the Texans have got to be sitting here going, what just happened? Because they got sniped not once, but twice potentially on a wide receiver here. The Lions move up, take Jameson Williams from Alabama, who tore his ACL in the national championship game, but he was an absolute human highlight reel before that. He is wearing the red suit. He looks very good, I would say. On the swag meter, this is a solid 8, maybe 8.5 there, because he's got the giant bling around his neck as well. Matthew Freedman, what's the fantasy impact here? You're putting Jameson Williams with a quarterback in Jared Goff that has quite a few shortcomings, but it could be worse, I guess, when we're talking about quarterback pairings. There are some other bottom feeder teams where Williams could have ended up. So what's your take on this landing spot and what it means from a fantasy perspective?
I don't think it's a great landing spot. Jameson Williams is a burner. He's got that speed, and Jared Goff does not throw it deep. The thing is, I don't know how much that's ultimately going to matter, in that I don't think Jared Goff is going to be the long-term quarterback, and this is a long-term play in getting Jameson Williams. You're putting him along Amon-Ra St. Brown, who had a fantastic rookie season last year. You've got a strong tight end in TJ Hawkinson. You've got a great pass catching back in Swift. I mean, this is a team. Like, they're starting to look like an actual team here. And I would say, let's compare this trade to the trade that was just made with the Saints. The Saints moved up 5 spots, and they gave away a 3rd and a 4th. And I know, the Lions had to give up the number 34 pick to get this done, but they did get back a second rounder to move all the way from 32 to 12 to move up 20 spots. I think they were able to do this pretty cheaply. So ordinarily, I don't think there's a lot of value in moving up, but I'm amazed they were actually able to give up so little to move up 20 spots.
Well, what's kind of fascinating here is that we continue to have more movement. The Eagles are trading their 15th pick, numbers 124 and 162 and 166, to move up 2 spots with Houston. So that move is happening next. So as Williams is getting interviewed, this is breaking down real quick. Andrew Erickson, Jameson Williams, Freedman's right. You know, Goff doesn't throw a great deep ball. There's certainly some shortcomings in the short term. But what if the Lions get their franchise quarterback and it's somebody we really like next year? Is this the perfect opportunity to get maybe a pretty good discounted price on this wide receiver talent in dynasty leagues where you can anticipate a change of quarterback coming sooner than later for this franchise? Jared Goff's not going to play there forever. I don't think any of us think that. Do you think this could be a sneaky value where, yeah, this is exactly the time where you want to draft this kid in dynasty leagues, because people might say, oh, it's Jared Goff, it's the Lions, but not realize that maybe the future is a little brighter than it seems at the moment?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's the long game with Jameson Williams. He's not going to start the season week 1. He's probably not going to play. The Lions have no reason to rush him whatsoever. They have a guy that can be the field stretcher in DJ Chark on a 1-year deal. So they have no reason to get him out there before he's ready. And Jared Goff, they can get out of his contract at the end of this season. So I think Jameson Williams, does this mean that he's probably not going to be a big factor in redraft? Maybe someone that, they kind of let him loose down the line. Yeah, maybe, but he's not something you need to necessarily value as a redraft asset. But in Dynasty, like this is where you buy the talent. You buy talent at wide receiver and in Dynasty. Like that's the model that I've always preached, and it's been successful for me in most of my Dynasty leagues and rookie drafts, because people will look at the Lions and be like, oh my God, the Lions suck. Yeah, I can't draft Jameson Williams. It's the same thing we said about AJ Brown when we went to the Titans. Oh, but he was good. It's like it's things like that. And N'Keal Harry was the opposite. It was like, oh, he's got Tom Brady. Like he's going to be amazing. Oh, well, Tom Brady wasn't even on the team 2 years. So I think that Jameson Williams now will probably not be viewed as anywhere near the wide receiver 1 rookie coming out. And I think that he's going to become a value as a result.
All right, a fantastic movement here. The pick is in for the Eagles with the 13th pick. So the Eagles had a couple picks here, and it looks like it's going to be Jordan Davis to the Eagles. So Matthew Freedman, give us your take here. This is certainly a man in the middle to be reckoned with. There's no doubt about that. It feels like certainly the opportunities here to bring in a big body defensive tackle who's going to play against the run. Now, is he going to play every down? No, but can he impact enough downs to be worthy of the 13th overall pick? You also saw him slim down quite a bit for the combine. Do you think that's something he can maintain in an NFL career?
I do. There's a difference between college and, professional training, even though he was at Georgia, which is, as professional as a collegiate program can be. But, with proper guidance, I think he can stay in shape and be a total game changer. And Fletcher Cox on a 1-year deal, they're looking to get someone to pair with him to rotate in and then ideally replace him when he's gone. And so, it makes sense. And, you see what someone like Aaron Donald is able to do, and you think that maybe they are able to get someone like that because he's got the physical tools. That's the thing. Like Jordan Davis, he ran like no other big man has ever run before at the combine. I mean, it's like he's Refrigerator Perry on steroids. And so it's an intriguing move, and they have to move up only 2 spots, and they're sacrificing 124, 162, 166. Those picks, they don't really matter. And what is intriguing, I do look at this from the Texans' perspective, and I think, like, what are you doing? Like, why are you accumulating these small picks that don't really matter, right? 124, 162, 166. Those are not going to be picks probably that really matter why move down 2 spots? But if you're the Texans and you think, all right, sitting here, Jordan Davis, Jermaine Johnson, Kyle Hamilton, we're fine with any of the 3. And so they can still get one of these players, and maybe they can use these picks later to package and to move up in some trade on day 2. Maybe that's how this works. So I think a decent move for the Eagles, and probably not all that bad of a move for the Texans either, because they get to pick in just 2 spots. Erickson, what do you think of this move?
Yeah, I think that, I mean, anytime you can draft generational talents, aliens like a Jordan Davis, I think that it's worth kind of going up for. And I think that you hit the nail on the head. I don't really believe that they had to move a lot. They didn't. They had to move a couple spots to get their guy that they wanted. And we all knew that Jordan Davis was not getting past the Baltimore Ravens. Like, we knew that if Jordan Davis was on the clock and the Ravens were on the clock, that he was going to be the run-in pick there. So it's, these teams are savvy where they know what teams are honing in on it and where guys are trying to land. So it seems like Howie, at least, has been practicing his mock drafts because he knew that, these guys weren't going to be available. So I like the move from that perspective. And Houston, picking up the extra picks, that's just a typical, Nick Caserio, Bill Belichick type of move where you're just adding, extra capital to then play with a little bit later on. So again, I'm not super surprised that they ended up doing that because, they like to take darts, take more shots at the dartboard. So it does get them in the position. There are still a lot of talented players left on the board, probably not really wide receiver because, again, those guys have been coming off very, very quickly. But there are still some tackles available, like you mentioned, Jermaine Johnson as an edge rusher still on the board. So Houston still has the opportunity to get a top-tier guy.
Any surprise here that it wasn't moving up to get Devin Lloyd, the linebacker?
No.
No.
I mean, Lloyd, look, I think linebacker is just – teams are starting to smarten up about and how it's funny because I was always mocking Devin Lloyd to the Eagles like super early on and through most mock drafts. And then it just kind of like hit me. It was like, Howie doesn't care about linebackers. There's a reason why their linebackers are so bad every year is because he just doesn't value them. He's like, I would rather draft a hybrid safety and play him in the box than spend a first round pick on a linebacker. So he values the trenches, he values wide receivers, and just does not value the linebacker position. So I'm not surprised that, Devin Lloyd wasn't the pick. And I won't be surprised if we don't hear the linebackers go for a while.
And Jordan Davis is indeed the selection of the defensive tackle from Georgia. So yet another Georgia player goes off the board here. Certainly a physical presence. There's no doubt about that. A great kid. He opened a lot of eyes. He was the talk of the combine too with the 40 time they put in there for a man of his size and stature. I got to say on the swag meter too, since we're going to be grading these outfits right now as well, he's got the matching red bow tie with the pocket square with the red stripe going across. This is a 9.5 right here. This is a good look for Mr. Jordan Davis, the big man. I just want to give him some credit. Very nice. So the Eagles go ahead, move up, and get Jordan Davis. So we've had 3 consecutive move ups here. I'm trying to remember. Matthew Freedman, when's the last time we had 3 moves in a row where teams moving up? I can't remember something like this in recent memory. Usually there's, a flurry of activity, but 3 picks in a row trades. When's the last time this has happened?
I do not remember, to be honest. And it's not because it's like, oh, it's never happened. I'm sure it has happened at some point. I just can't remember because I move on. I move on with my life. Like after
Freedman's
this
on to
draft,
Cincinnati, folks. Yeah.
After this draft is over, I'm not going to be able to remember anything about it except hopefully that I won money. That's what I will take away from it.
Well, since we are, we're not quite halfway, we're getting close to it. How's the board looking for you so far in terms of the pluses and the minuses? I'm just curious, how's that working for you, Freedman?
I think instinctively, just based on where some players have gone, it's looking all right. Drake London as a number 1 receiver at plus 250, that was nice. Jordan Davis going at 13. It's not like I had a big position on him, but 13.5 was his over-under, and I was on the over there looking at the Ravens. So that's a little bit of a sting, but the under on Olave, that's nice. It's looking like it's going all right. Kyle Hamilton, smashing the overs that people had for him. His over under opened at 6.5, then 8.5, then 10.5, 12.5. Kyle Hamilton falling down the board, it's setting up to be, I think, a good sports betting day.
Let's talk about the board, because you mentioned Kyle Hamilton still floating out there. Fantastic talent. I'm not shocked that he's still floating out there at this time. Andrew Erickson, what other surprises right now for you in terms of who is still available that you think might be ripe for the picking here with these next few picks?
Well, I mean, the NFL is going to look back at letting Kyle Hamilton fall to the Ravens, and they're going to be like, did we just let
Oof.
the Ravens get the next coming of Ed Reed because we didn't
Oof.
value the position like the Baltimore Ravens did? And yeah, I think that's going to end up happening here. They're going to take Kyle Hamilton. I mean, that's just ludicrous that they're going to be able to take a guy that I think that for the most part, consensus, if you just took positions out of, grading these players, that Kyle Hamilton was like a top 5 player in this draft, and the Ravens got him, outside the top 10, outside the top 12. So I think that's ridiculous.
Well, the pick is in for the Baltimore Ravens at 14. Ed Reed is very, very lofty expectations for a player. Matthew Freedman, is that too lofty in your opinion when we're talking about safety Kyle Hamilton, or do you think he has that sort of potential? Because Ed Reed is pretty much as good as it gets at that position.
It's lofty. I mean, Kyle Hamilton has a Derwin James type of skill set, but without the Derwin James athleticism. And I bet the athleticism is pretty important. And I'll say, I don't know what happens here at this pick. I'm kind of skeptical that it actually is Kyle Hamilton. I would expect more Jermaine Johnson or Trevor Penning. But Kyle Hamilton, I could see it, but I think he continues to fall down the board.
All right, we shall see. The pick is in. Right now they're interviewing Jordan Davis, who seems very happy with his landing spot in Philadelphia. And of course, if you are looking to make some trades in terms of what trimmers you're using on your body, well, the time has come for you to make that move. Switch over to Manscaped. No worries about the nicks and the cuts and the things like that. They've got the advanced skin safe technology on that Lawnmower 4.0 that you need for your body, for your man parts, all of them. Look at you. Don't let things get out of control. Get to manscaped.com today. Use that promo code FantasyPros, and when you do, you get 20% off and free shipping. Again, also, Manscaped is doing some tremendous work as well, not just in getting you escaped for beach season and pool season, but also they're raising awareness for testicular cancer, and that's a very important thing, and Manscaped is committed to raising awareness for the most common form of cancer for men between the ages of 15 and 35, giving support to the fighters, survivors, and families impacted by testicular cancer as part of their We Save Balls initiative. So Manscaped doing great things on and off the gridiron. So go to manscaped.com, 20% off and free shipping with that promo code FantasyPros. The Ravens selection is in, and the Ravens have indeed selected here, as soon as we get it from Roger Goodell, Kyle Hamilton, safety from Notre Dame. So that is now official. So certainly at 14, Andrew Erickson, we've done so many shows about drafts and so many mocks. All we kept saying was the Ravens are in a great place. If something falls to them that shouldn't, to go ahead and take advantage of it. And my goodness, it certainly feels like they just did.
Yeah, I mean, Hamilton is a top end defensive talent. He's a strong tackler. He's got good size and length. He can cover. He had no safety. He had more broken passes than he did last year. Passes broken up. So he's the total package, and he lands on a team where they value the safety position more than anyone else. So they can get the most out of Kyle Hamilton than any other team, in my opinion, just because they know how to use the position in a way that it does offer top 15 value, where most teams' safety isn't as important. To the Ravens, I would say they value it the most. So pairing him alongside, Marcus Williams, who they just signed, I think it's a great fit for the Baltimore Ravens. And, they missed out on Jordan Davis. Obviously, that was kind of the popular mock for the Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I think that was a reason, is because, Kyle Hamilton was off the board. So the fact that they got the other, top tier talent at the defensive side of the ball, I think it's a great pick.
It looks like we also have another trade going on here. The Ravens trading Hollywood Brown to the Cardinals, which is fascinating. So the wide receiver market starting to dry up a little bit in the draft. So the Ravens sending Hollywood Brown, which fascinating because he's coming off a pretty good season. The guy that they selected, remember when they selected Hollywood Brown early and everyone went, oh my goodness, well, I guess this is the NFL, right? We're going to take guys like Hollywood Brown and Henry Ruggs early. Who are the fastest guys? Let's just take them. Well, he now goes to the Cardinals along with DeAndre Hopkins, as Bogman put it the other day on the show, the corpse of AJ Green and Rondell Moore. So what does this mean here, Matthew Freedman, for right now where we're looking at Rashad Bateman's value? I know it's early and maybe there's another move or something else corresponding, but it seems like Rashad Bateman certainly might get a bump here in terms of target share.
Yeah, and first, shout out to Erickson for predicting the Kyle Hamilton thing. I did not see that coming, but yeah, the Ravens do what they do, get great value there, and the trade. I mean, that's really interesting. I will be very curious to see what the compensation is for trading Hollywood Brown, but it does free up significant opportunity for all of the other receivers on that team. I mean, Rashad Bateman season, like it is on, and Mark Andrews. I don't know if I could be any more enthusiastic about Mark Andrews, but like if there's a guy who has a real chance of just jumping Travis Kelce, it is Mark Andrews. I mean, he was seeing double-digit targets in the second half of last season with a quarterback who wasn't Lamar Jackson. And I think we should expect him to see even just a little bit more than that now that there's no Hollywood. But the big guy that this benefits is obviously Rashad Bateman, who, just shooting from the hip, I want to say high-end wide receiver 3, low-end wide receiver 2, potentially. I don't want to be too aggressive, but especially in best ball, he's going to be someone who really intrigues.
All right, so Baltimore receives the 23rd overall pick that was sitting with the Cardinals. Marquise Brown and a third-round pick, number 100 overall, go to the Cardinals in this move here. So fascinating set of circumstances. I'm literally right now on Fantasy Pros updating my rankings for Rashad Bateman as this happened, because I'm very excited about this. As somebody who likes Rashad Bateman, who thought he could be very possibly the next Keenan Allen type guy, I think this is great. And now the Houston Texans select Kenyon Green, guard from Texas A&M, which is a player that some people mapped out to the Patriots, I know, at certain times. I know we've had that one go. We've had Kenyon Green go as early as that and as late as early second round. So let's get your thoughts on this selection from the Houston Texans. So they get a guard. Good move here. Andrew Erickson, your thoughts on Kenyon Green to the Houston Texans?
Well, first, I just want to say one thing about the Kyler Murray or the Marquise Brown trade to the Cardinals. Remember, Marquise Brown played with Kyler Murray for 2 years at Oklahoma. So we're seeing this again where we're putting, NFL college quarterbacks and college wide receivers back together in the NFL. And I'm sure this was a gesture where the Cardinals, who've had, butted heads with Kyler Murray this offseason, they're like, hey, we're going to go get you your guy from college, and then we're going to sign him to a long-term deal. So I think that Marquise Brown is someone that we could probably see staying alongside with Kyler Murray in Arizona. I think that also tells you how the team feels about Rondell Moore to an extent, where it's like maybe they overshot it a little bit with Rondell Moore. So I just wanted to hit on that real quickly from the Cardinals side of things.
It's a real good hit, Andrew, and a good point bringing up too about Rondell Moore maybe not being the guy that they're as enthusiastic about as they were maybe last year.
So with Kenyon Green, look, this is a classic, Patriots they're going to draft a safeguard, type of play. And I think this is a bit of a reach, honestly. I didn't even have Kenyon Green in my first round mock. I thought that he was a guy that I liked Zion Johnson more than he did, or than Kenyon Green. And I don't know, this class is pretty deep on the interior. So I really don't like this pick a lot. It doesn't really fit a huge need. Again, you can look at the Texans, they have needs across the board. I just think that if you're doing best player available, correct me if I'm wrong, Freeman, but there are a lot of players that I have ranked way higher than Kenyon Green on my big board. Are you higher on Kenyon Green? I'm just kind of curious.
Not in the teens. I wouldn't put him there. I think he's a solid pick in the 20s. Yeah. Evaluators have said it's pretty even in this class from 20 to 40. And so there could be a lot of vacillation there in terms of how it is that people are ranked. But I did not see Kenyon Green going in the teens. It does feel like a little bit of a reach. The one thing I will say is that, he was a 5-star recruit. He did play well. He is young. And I do think that even though he is typecast as a guard, I think there is some hidden potential in him to maybe kick outside later in his career and become a tackle. But still, even with that said, this feels like a little bit of a reach.
All right. So looks like the guys agree a bit of a reach here for Kenyon Green. The guard goes to the Houston Texans. So, for a draft that started off super chalky, certainly got real interesting real quick. Flurry of trades, lots of things happening here. And then we get a trade of a player too, which is fun to see. Wonder what other shoe's going to drop tonight. But I love this because the immediate fantasy impact of all these guys. Let's talk about the Hollywood Brown impact for a second, because let's just face it, that's more exciting than talking about a guard, isn't it, at the end of the day? So let's talk about that. What does this mean for Hollywood, in your opinion, Matthew Freedman? Andrew Erickson was mentioning before about the familiarity with Kyler Murray. So does familiarity breed good fantasy productivity?
Yeah, I mean, the shower narrative is strong in this instance. Not to, besmirch the greatness of DeAndre Hopkins, but he has declined, right? And obviously, AJ Green is not the player he used to be. Rondale Moore might not develop into the player we hoped he would be. Yes, this could be an instance where in a year or so, Marquise Brown is the number one wide receiver on that team. I mean, it's not something that you necessarily count on, but he has that upside within his range of outcomes. And even now, as a field stretching number 2 who won't have the defenses focused on him, yeah, there's significant upside, especially I would say in best ball. The Murray Hollywood pairing in best ball, on Underdog, oh man, that's going to be pretty tasty.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Now the Washington Commanders are up next with the 16th pick. Then we go to the Chargers at 17, the Eagles at 18, and the Saints at 19. So it'll be fascinating to see what the Eagles and Saints do with their second picks here. The Commanders are in next. Any inclination of what the Commanders are going to do here, Friedman?
I think it's wide receiver. They were linked to Chris Olave beforehand, and also Drake London. Wide receivers are going off the board. There is depth at that position in this class. So even though we've already seen 4 go off the board, I think we could see 1 here.
Is it Treylon Burks? Is that the wide receiver?
Maybe. Okay. I mean, he's the sort of, universally held 5th out of the top 5. Maybe it's him, but there are a number. It could be Christian Watson. It could be Erickson's guy, Sky Moore. Jahan Dotson is an option, although this feels early for Dotson. But I think it's wide receiver here.
All right. Could possibly be wide receiver. This is your last chance too, by the way, everybody, to get that Chris Olave jersey. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Fantasy Pros. And when you do, and you make a comment, you've got that opportunity to win this Chris Olave jersey thanks to PristineAuction.com. The Commanders are up next with the 16th pick in the first round of the 2022 NFL Draft. And the Commanders select Jahan Dotson from Penn State. So it's Matthew early. Friedman's worst fears coming true. This is the strange, though. We always said sometime in the middle of this draft, we're going to get some strange. And Andrew Erickson, this is the kind of strange that throws this whole first round now into a tizzy. So what are your thoughts, number 1, on this selection here from Jahan Dotson to the Washington Commanders, who now get to pair Dotson along with Terry McLaurin? Give us the fantasy impact of Dotson in Washington.
Yeah, well, teams are telling us by drafting all these wide receivers in round 1 that they're like, yeah, no, we're just going to draft wide receivers and not pay wide receivers. Like that's what we want. That's what we would rather do.
I'm sorry to stop you, but this is stop worthy. The Titans are planning on trading A.J. Brown to the Eagles, a source is telling ESPN. That would be a seismic move here in the NFL. We'll get confirmation on this in a moment, but again, I apologize if I don't want to interrupt you, but when
No,
AJ
that's
Brown
worth
is getting
interrupting
traded,
for.
this seems like, but we'll talk about Jahan Dotson in a second. I just want to put that out there in case the move does happen. And imagine this first round pick that the Titans have is going to be part of that. More to come on that. Now let's go back to Jahan Dotson. My apologies. Andrew Erickson, go ahead. Restart.
Jahan who? AJ Brown. So Jahan Dotson, so he was a player that I thought had a really high floor. I think that he's a really solid route runner, really great hands. I didn't think that he had a super high ceiling. So you put him in an offense with Terry McLaurin, with Curtis Samuel, and I think he just is a steady body. I think that he's not going to be someone that is a total game breaker, but, if there are injuries to Curtis Samuel again, I think this also kind of puts out any hope that Dyami Brown is going to be a significant contributor.
Yeah, you can get rid of those shares. So the Chargers are up next. They select guard Zion Johnson from Boston College. So that pick is in. I know we're going to bring Derek Brown on. We'll keep you up to date with everything going on. But yeah, so sorry to cut all that short here, but things are flying. What started out as a very humdrum, this is not a very exciting fantasy draft, a bunch of defensive players, all this stuff. Ooh-wee, 2022 just got real sexy real fast, didn't it, boys? This is really fun. We got these are like fantasy trades. We got Marquise Brown moving. We got potentially wide receivers of massive proportions like AJ Brown moving also. So more to come on that. Erickson's going to tag Derek Brown in. We'll get Derek Brown's take on Jahan Dotson and some of these other picks and some of these other trades. So Erickson goes back to the world of TikTok for now. We love you, Erickson. We'll be back again soon. I'm sure by the Buffalo Bills pick, we'll be sure to get you back on. Can't wait for that. Oh my God. Talk about getting exciting here. But Matthew Freedman, let's talk about Jahan Dotson. Oh no, we got Derek Brown here. I wasn't sure if you were ready yet, Chris. Chris, we're doing the best we can. I wasn't sure if you were ready to go to the 2-box, but there's my boy in the 2-box. So let's start with Jahan Dotson here. Let's go. Derek Brown, welcome to the 2-box. This is where we quiz you on Jahan Dotson. Your thoughts on him landing to the Commanders. Mm-hmm. It's tough and I was just writing the quarterback profile for Wentz actually for Black Book and going through his stats just last week. And you go back and look at the history of what he's had to work with. And I like Michael Pittman as a wide receiver talent, but you have to go back to like the healthy Alshon Jeffrey year to really target a year where he had a good, healthy wide receiver that was very productive. If both those guys are healthy and on the field, Jahan Dotson's there and McLaurin's there, I know it's asking a lot, and I hate giving third chances because I feel like last year we gave the second chance to Carson Wentz, but should we give him a third chance with that kind of wide receiver talent and a running back as good as potentially Antonio Gibson is? All right.
It feels a little bit too generous for me.
All right. Let's get the round table back because we have the details. So the Tennessee Titans, 18th overall pick, and third round 101 they get from the Eagles. And the Eagles in exchange do get a wide receiver in this draft, but it's not how you thought they were going to get one. So rather than select one, they decided to trade for AJ Brown. So Derek Brown, since you're fresh, let's get your take on this one because this is a big move. Your thoughts on AJ Brown moving now away from the Titans. What does this mean for the Titans offense? And what does this mean for the Eagles offense?
I mean, it means the Titans, we're going to be probably staring at them going a wide receiver. And if we're going to look at the same kind of body type, I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe make a move up here or go with Treylon Burks. So that would not be shocking at all. The other part of this is Jalen Hurts to the moon as a top 6, top 7 quarterback last
was that
year.
a question? Was that a question, or was that your feelings on him? Because
no, it's my best Ron Burgundy. It's my best Ron Burgundy.
Okay.
It wasn't so much a question. I mean, look, if you want my Jalen Hurts stan and fandom, obviously I can give it to you in spades. But this is perfect for Hurts, and if Hurts doesn't turn out to be the guy, I mean, you have a rookie quarterback maybe walking into Philly next year with A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, and Devonta Smith. This has turned into a formidable offense very quickly.
All right, so the pick is in for the Titans. Did they just trade A.J. Brown in for a newer model, Freedman?
I mean, it's hard to anticipate what the Titans might do. They might lean more into the running game. Who really knows? But I would say yes, probably a wide receiver here. Treylon Burks would make a lot of sense. But, I mean, there are a wealth of options here. You could see George Pickens. You could see Christian Watson. But I do expect it to be a larger wide receiver, not someone like Sky Moore, for instance. I do think they're going to go for more of that prototype. And by the way, shout out Joe for making it just over 3 hours into the show before mentioning the Black Book. I mean, the over smashed on that. So congratulations there.
Well, I know that was one of your 112 wagers that you made tonight, so I'm glad that you lost one of them because that's what I was waiting for. But I mean, that's where I'm just saying, it's where I was writing it, and then just keeping it real. The Tennessee Titans, look, this is a team, Freedman, that's in a little bit of flux. You have Derrick Henry coming off an injury. I know he played in the playoffs. You have Ryan Tannehill coming off a terrible year, but at the same time, you have Ryan Tannehill. You want to give him a pass because of all the receiver injuries he had at any given moment last year. He was playing with guys that were just second, third string guys signed off the practice squad practically. And it's so hard to play in the NFL already, but if you don't have the timing and the trust with your wide receivers, it is significantly harder. Can the Tennessee Titans get Treylon Burks, get a little younger here, and go at it again? Or is this the end of the run for this team here at the very end, and we're seeing the window close and them starting to retool for the future?
I don't think obviously A.J. Brown is one of the best receivers in the league, and it's a loss. But they didn't use him the way that they could have. And so it is a loss, but I mean, when you're not using a guy in the manner in which he could be used, it's not going to impact you as much as it otherwise should. So assuming they get another wide receiver and that guy's competent, assuming they, make some additions in free agency, and then they lean on the running game, I don't know if it's really going to make all that much of an impact.
All right, let's bring back the full panel here because the pick is in for the Tennessee Titans. The 18th pick in the first round for the Tennessee Titans in the 2022 NFL Draft is going to be Treylon Burks, wide receiver from Arkansas. So this is exactly what we thought it would be. And Treylon Burks, all in white, also pretty good. I give this a 7 on the swag meter right now. It's a good look for him. I like the all white. It's pretty cool. Certainly now from a fantasy perspective, let's take a look at the impact here of Treylon Burks now that he is officially a member of the Tennessee Titans. Derek Brown, what are your expectations in redraft, and what are your expectations long-term in dynasty on Burks?
I mean, this is probably like I'm not going to say the best case scenario, but if you're looking at the offensive system, and I am not a big fan of Todd Downing. But considering the offensive system that they've been running, which is basically just trying to keep up with what Arthur Smith did, I think that you're airdropping Treylon Burks into, I don't want to say a perfect scenario, but it's pretty close to it, guys. Like, if they're going to use him in the same way that they did A.J. Brown, and Downing was on the staff and he saw how A.J. Brown was used, this is pretty much a perfect scenario for Burks and maximizing his skill set, considering we saw him in Arkansas used on screens, manufactured touches. There's more questions about his real ability to run routes and things of that nature. This is a really good landing spot for Burks.
Also, A.J. Brown agrees to a 4-year, $100 million contract extension, including $57 million guaranteed with the Eagles. That just came across as well. So
sounds cheap,
they're locking him in. Well, I guess it depends on your perspective of it. Freedman, I got a question for you because I'm seeing actually in a in a dynasty league I'm in that's very, very active, people making a lot of negative comments. The RIP AJ Brown stuff is floating around. Where do you stand on the long-term value here of AJ Brown in this new mode in the Eagles now? Because a lot of people do have low expectations for what Jalen Hurts can develop as a passer at the NFL level. It didn't really come to fruition last year. Fantasy-wise, he scores a lot of points with his legs, not so much with his arm. But is this kind of a sneaky buy low if you think that Jalen Hurts isn't the long-term guy in Philadelphia?
Yeah, I like that perspective. I'd say wait a little bit to see what the market reaction is. But I do imagine because you have Devontae Smith there, and because you have Jalen Hurts, because you have Dallas Goedert, a much better pass catching tight end than anything that AJ Brown had to compete with in Tennessee. Yeah, he will probably see fewer targets, and maybe those targets won't be of as high of a quality. And so, yeah, I do think that the market will react negatively. And for a year, we should, prepare for a dip in production. But long term, AJ Brown is still someone you want to be invested in. I think in Dynasty, we want to be invested in blue chip players. And I mean, AJ Brown is easily a top 10 wide receiver talent. Eventually, talent finds production.
All right, we're going to try to get the winner for the Chris Olave jersey in just a second. So, Chris, whenever you have that name for me, let me know. I know we've been very busy here. We've got a lot of things cooking here and some huge trades with some huge fantasy ramifications. So don't worry. I promise you after pick 16, we'll get you the winner for the Olave jersey because we got another jersey to give away after that. So we're just giving away free stuff here at Fantasy Pros. What wonderful people we are to give you guys all these free things. The next giveaway is going to be a Kenneth Walker Michigan State helmet. Pretty good on that one. But in the meantime, the Chris Olave winner in just a moment. The New Orleans Saints are back up, and the pick is in. Pick number 19 here for the Saints. Malik Willis still on the board. Derek Brown, I know you were very disappointed first time around. Do you think this pick is going to be him next time?
If any, y'all could see me in the green room just pumping my fists, screaming in agony. I really hope it's Malik Willis. They're probably not. They're probably going to take Trevor Penning. Yep. There you go. I figured it was going to be a tackle. So I guess I'm going to have to cancel the order on my Malik Willis Saints jersey.
Do we officially have Trevor Penning? Have you seen that yet? Because I have not.
No, it's just, it's me guessing.
You said
okay. See, I thought that was speculation.
Right?
I thought that was official.
No, it was like, it's Trevor Penning. And I
thought Freeman was sitting here breaking news here.
Guys, the Oracle. But can we can we take a step back for a second and just have a little bit of a larger conversation? This is a bad quarterback class. It has been verified by what we have seen in the first 18 picks.
That's a great point.
This is a bad quarterback class. Think to EJ Manuel in 2013. He went before where these guys have been drafted right now. Think of Mac Jones last year falling to the middle of the first round, like into the teens. Right, all 5 of last year's quarterbacks went ahead of the top quarterback from this class. This is a bad class.
Well, that being said, we're getting awfully close to potentially the Malik Willis to the Steelers at 20, which is something a lot of us thought was going to happen. So we all kind of felt this was the ramification of, it's partially a bad class, but it's also partially last year's class was so good that all the crappy teams took quarterbacks. And everybody else has already decided they didn't want to do retreads for this year. So everybody played the game of musical chairs and found a partner. I think that's a big part of it as well, because now quarterback is almost a luxury for the teams this year, Freedman, it feels like.
I mean, you say that, but you have the Panthers at number 6 who desperately do not want to start Sam Darnold. And they're like, you know what? We're going to do something besides take Kenny Pickett. Teams are trading up. Teams are like belligerent with trading up, and they are not trading up for quarterbacks. Most of the time when teams trade up, it is for a quarterback.
Well, the Oracle lives because Trevor Penning, tackle from Northern Iowa, 6'7", 325, is now a New Orleans Saint. So the Oracle is alive and well here on the Fantasy Pro stream. Trevor Penning is the pick for the New Orleans Saints. a nasty offensive tackle who's got a little bit of a mean streak. He's a big boy, let me tell you. This is a guy I don't think you want to get into a fight with at any given time. Look, I like this pick for the Saints. Derek Brown, can I sell you on the Trevor Penning pick here? I know this is not what you wanted, but is it what you need?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, look, you look at the Saints roster right now and adding these two different pieces, considering the state of the rest of the NFC, could they possibly... I mean, this was a team towards the end of the year cycling through quarterbacks, going through all the things they went through, and having to basically rip apart part of their roster. This is a team that legit could contend for the playoffs this year. Adding Penning with the other pieces. Now, I still don't agree with the Olave trade. Not to shade him, I think that he's a talented player, but going Olave with Jameson Williams still on the board is head scratching, to just say the least. But considering what the parts and pieces they've added, and that Trevor Penning is the long-term answer to Teron Armstead, yeah, I have no problems with that.
All right, we have a winner for our Chris Olave jersey, by the way. It's Lolita Pizzetti. My people, congratulations, Lolita Pizzetti. You are the winner of that Chris Olave jersey from Pristine Auction. So all you have to do, let me go back and find that address because we've had so many things going on in these last few minutes. Ooh-wee! There's been a lot happening. So you want to go back and go to email us immediately, Lolita, at mailbag@fantasypros.com. That's mailbag@fantasypros.com with proof of your YouTube subscription. And once again, mailbag@fantasypros.com for you, Lolita. It is yours, Lolita Pizzetti. Congratulations on winning that Chris Olave jersey. Now it's time to give away the Kenneth Walker Michigan State helmet that we're going to give away after 24. And look, if you're saying, why am I not winning things? You got to be a subscriber to our YouTube channel at Fantasy Pros. So get in there, do that. And also make sure you make a comment in these comments because we all know you've got lots of feelings. The Steelers are up next with the 20th pick. What seemed like Mike Tomlin's man crush is still on the board. No moves had to be made. Derek Brown, do you think indeed that Malik Willis will be the next guy to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Lock it in. Lock it in. And then it's not just because I keep mentioning my mock and I put Malik Willis there. I mean, we've heard all the talk about quarterbacks not going inside the top 20 picks. That came out 2-3 days ago. Pittsburgh has been, and I was at Senior Bowl, so I got to firsthand witness Mike Tomlin just drooling all over himself while watching Malik Willis throw the ball. So I think that Pittsburgh is going to take Malik Willis. I would be shocked if they didn't.
Yeah, look, it seems like a good idea, and you don't have the pressure of starting him right away because you do have Trubisky, and you can see what you get out of him. And if Trubisky has a good year, Trubisky could be worth something. He's still relatively young. He could be worth something to another organization potentially there. So it seems like it's worthy of entertaining that idea. If they didn't go Malik Willis, what would you give them? I guess that's the other question, because I don't think you give them Kenny Pickett. Doesn't feel like that's the way they're going with the guy in their own backyard from Pitt. So if it wasn't a quarterback, what would it be for the Steelers, D-Bro?
Oh, I know they brought Edmonds back. I mean, it could make a lot of sense if they went either linebacker, maybe safety. Their offensive line is still terrible. So I think there's a lot of different ways that they could go.
Jermaine Johnson's still on the board too.
Yep, they could go Jermaine Johnson as well. I mean, they could just go BPA and stack more on the defense. That's possible. I mean, quietly, this is a talented team, and quietly, this team, they could go a lot of different directions considering.
Would you think, Freedman, that they add another pass rusher? Do you think that's possible? Do you think it's just the Malik Willis pick? Probably.
Jermaine Johnson scares me in this spot.
Yeah.
I would imagine it's Malik Willis, but Johnson is a guy who very easily could have gone in the top 10, and he's fallen to number 20. And the Steelers are a value-seeking organization, and so it would be in keeping with what they do to take a guy who has fallen down the draft board. That said, I mean, Malik Willis has got to be the guy, and they can't be too value seeking. They took a running back in the first round last year. So I think it's Willis. But man, if it's Kenny Pickett, I'm going to have to take some time off from the show. Just letting you guys know in advance.
Well,
Yeah.
I wonder if you're using that as an excuse, because I did take a short break. Matthew Freedman's been here since 6:15 with no breaks. So the Oracle has shown great discipline here. We
If
shall
it's
see
Pickett,
what
I'm gonna go
happens.
throw up. I might be with Freeman on that one.
And that would just leave me with producer Chris, who is screaming at me that he has been here the whole time too. But I don't know that for sure, because sometimes his screen goes dark. I don't know. He could be outside having a cigarette. He could be out mowing the lawn and coming
Taco
back
Bell
and checking
run.
on us. I have no idea what he's really doing. Chris just said he had a clean shaven when he started. Now he's got 5 o'clock shadow already. Franco Harris up on the stage right now. And the Steelers are making a selection. And we shall see who it is. It could be Malik Willis. It could be Kenny Pickett. It could be Jermaine Johnson. And depending on who it is, I might be solo for the rest of the show. We shall see how that works out. So this is very exciting. This is a fun little game we're playing. So the Steelers, with the 20th pick in the first round of the 2022 draft, are going to select eventually a player when Roger Goodell decides to name that player. I wish we could do it a little faster, but unfortunately, this is the world we live in. And unfortunately, we're going to take some time here with this. It looks like, man, oh man, if this is Kenny Pickett, I want to see if he is going to be a man of his word, the Oracle. I don't know. I wonder what he's going to do with that off time, Derek. That's what I wonder. Does he go take a walk around the block and just kind of cool off a little bit? Does he splash some water on his face? Does he question everything that he's been doing for the last 3 months with draft coverage? What do you think it is, Derek?
I think he goes and pours a drink and laments some of the bets that didn't
whiskey.
hit so far.
We shall see.
But
I know one
you
thing.
might be talking about, you might be just self-commentary, because I might have to go throw up if it is Pickett.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I can certainly talk my way out of this.
Here's-
It's been fun while it lasted, because Matthew Freedman, I've enjoyed our time together here on the show. Kenny Pickett from Pittsburgh stays in Pittsburgh, quarterback of the Steelers. Man crushes aside. So let's drink this in for a moment. He's taking his small hands and he is going to pick up a jersey from the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it's funny because if you go back years and years ago, there was that amazing narrative about they didn't take Dan Marino, who was the hometown guy, and they ended up regretting it. And it turned out that Dan Marino became the Hall of Famer. Now, I'm not saying he's Dan Marino, but what I'm saying is it's kind of eerily similar. We're in a spot where people are doubting what they see from the quarterback from Pitt, and the Pittsburgh Steelers need the next quarterback, and they take arguably a more polished quarterback in Kenny Pickett than Malik Willis. Not nearly as athletic, but athletic nonetheless. I don't think we can call Kenny Pickett an unathletic guy. So, Matthew Freedman, before you go to the liquor cabinet and pour one out for yourself, your thoughts on this selection here of Kenny Pickett to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
First of all, I'm not going to take time off. Time off is for winners. All right, I'm going to punish myself by staying on the show the entire time.
Time off is for winners. Excellent. I love that. And you know what? I've learned the hard lesson after playing flag football with you, just how intense you can be. I've seen it. I've seen Matthew Freedman bleeding in the sand of the desert in Arizona playing flag football. And he is an absolute animal. So he will be a man of his word and he will stick here regardless. So look, Kenny Pickett had a great season. Why can't Kenny Pickett translate that great season to the NFL?
He could. I mean, he could. The thing is, he is more of that low floor, that low ceiling, high floor, Andy Dalton-esque type of player. And that's fine. A player like that is totally fine to draft in the second round. Like, that is what Kenny Pickett is. He is a second round talent who ended up going in the first round. You know?
We have another trade, by the way.
He's 24 years old. This is not a great scenario.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the trades just keep coming in fast and furious, and I just want to keep everybody up to date. What was going to be the New England Patriots is now the Kansas City Chiefs moving up. So the Kansas City Chiefs, classic Bill Belichick. Here we go. This is what we do. It's like, nah, we don't want these picks. You take them. Now the Kansas City Chiefs are moving up. Before we speculate what they're doing, Derek Brown, try to keep up with all this stuff going on. Derek Brown, Kenny Pickett, give us your your take here, and let's be realistic. You don't have to paint a sunny picture for us. You can give
I'm
a
not.
realistic one if you think it's going to be a bust. So tell us about Kenny Pickett and this move the Steelers made.
I'm not. Like, we're live grading this and putting this out. If anybody's following, and if you're not following Fantasy Pros, the main account, you should be. We're live grading all these picks as they're happening. I just handed them the lowest grade that I've handed any team of any selection in the first round. It's a terrible pick. Terrible pick. Like, taking Kenny Pickett, the biggest concern and the biggest reason that you hear all the, okay, well, he's kind of Joe Burrow-esque, and which is really low-hanging fruit. But like, he produced in his final season and came out of nowhere. Kenny Pickett still looks like a deer in the headlights at the very sniff of pressure in the pocket. What do you think's going to happen behind the Pittsburgh Steelers offensive line? Like, that's not going to be pretty. Yeah. If I
can I throw this out to both of you? A lot of us, very smart football people, had enormous reservations about Justin Herbert. Look what Justin Herbert has done so far in his career. Again, I'm not saying Kenny Pickett's Justin Herbert. Is there room for error here? Are we not paying enough attention to the guy who finished his college career on a big high note and maybe figured it out? Because we did get it wrong a couple years ago with Herbert. A lot of people in the community thought also Joe Burrow was a very risky pick. He just went to a Super Bowl. So Derek Brown, is there a lesson potentially to be learned here, or is Kenny Pickett the exception?
I'll stay. Call me stubborn. I'll stay with it. He's the exception. I was immensely high on Joe Burrow. I wasn't nearly as low as consensus on Justin Herbert. Although, I mean, to be fair, I didn't see him becoming this upper echelon, just elite kind of quarterback, and as fast as he's done it. So credit to him. But if Kenny Pickett does that, I'll own the L. I'll own the L. But I just don't see it. Kenny Pickett is closer to Sam Darnold than he is to being the next Justin Herbert.
If you're enjoying all of this banter, and I know that you are, don't forget, we're going to be back here tomorrow night on Friday for 2 more rounds of this, and it's going to be absolutely spectacular. Matthew Freedman, Derek Brown, Andrew Erickson, and me, Joey P. Round 2 live. We're just doing the second round. Is that what we're doing? Is that all? Just the round 2. Sorry, I apologize there. Just the round 2. We could do it. I mean, it might feel the way the trades are flying. We might do every round here. The Chiefs pick is in. I know we got a lot to talk about still with Kenny Pickett, because I want to ask that same question to Matthew Freedman about maybe sometimes we get it wrong here with some of these quarterbacks lately that we have low expectations for. The Chiefs, with the 21st pick in the first round, select cornerback Trent McDuffie. So that's the guy that they moved up for. They moved their draft capital for Trent McDuffie. Matthew Freedman, does this make sense to you, or could they have waited and gotten him there?
I don't think they were going to get McDuffie if they waited. A real question is whether there's a significant difference between McDuffie and one of the cornerbacks who almost certainly would have been available when they were picking at 29 or 30. McDuffie, in terms of how he's been mocked, how he's been ranked in various big boards, he has been the clear number 3 cornerback, above Kyer Elam, above Kyler Gordon, above Andrew Booth. But I don't think it's really that significant of a difference. I think in tiers, he is closer to that group than he is the tier of Ahmad Garner and Derek Stingley, for instance. So maybe I'm wrong. It's not like I'm an expert at evaluating cornerbacks, and each corner is different in terms of how it is that he can fit within a particular scheme. And so maybe, although I think that McDuffie is fairly similar to Elam and Gordon and Booth in terms of talent, maybe he fits their scheme really well, and they have a particular idea for how they want to use him. But to move up for him feels a little bit aggressive, even though he has dropped down the board and in a vacuum presents value relative to where I would have expected him to be drafted. But, the value's kind of gone if you have to move up to get him.
Freedman, you mentioned before about the draft telling us things, right? It's telling us that this isn't a great quarterback class. If the Patriots, who need a corner, were at 21 and let you go take Trent McDuffie, schemes aside, does that tell you that this is probably a move you shouldn't be making?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. It's a good point. And yeah, the Patriots, they certainly could use a cornerback. Maybe they wait till day 2 to get one. But even if they take one where they move down, yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with Kyer Elam or Kyler Gordon. Even Andrew Booth, who has lost some of the shine over the past couple of days, he would still be a very fine option in round 1. And there are decent options available in round 2. So, yeah, I don't think this is a good move to trade up.
No, it's not what I would have. If they were going to trade up, this is not who I thought they were going to trade up for, or when I thought they were going to make that move. So very interesting one there.
You know, Joe,
if somebody could, yes.
Let me just say, it is interesting, you know, mentioning that they did not trade up for a wide receiver.
Right.
Honestly, maybe they feel that they are fine at wide receiver. I know that sounds weird. It's very popular to mock a wide receiver to the Chiefs in round 1 this cycle, but honestly, a lot of time, half of the mocks I did, it was, you know, cornerback and edge rusher. You know, it's not unthinkable that they do not go with a wide receiver here in round 1. Maybe they do it in round 2. They've got picks in round 2, picks in round 3, like multiple picks in both of those rounds. It's a deep wide receiver class. It's honestly, it's not that big of a surprise that they didn't go wide receiver here.
One of the most popular wide receivers, though mocked to them, is George Pickens, who's still on the board.
Yeah.
And certainly very achievable where they're at currently, which is at 30, correct? That's what the pick they still have. Chris or Andrew, if you could drop in exactly what the moving pieces with the Patriots were, besides them switching. I don't think they just did it on the good nature. Whenever we have that, it's like, hey, you want this pick? Yeah, sure, take it. I'm sure there was something else that moved back and forth. Thank you for waiting patiently after that long discussion. Derek Brown, your thoughts on the Chiefs moving up here for cornerback Trent McDuffie?
It's not what I thought they were going to do. I thought they were moving up for a wide receiver. I think Freeman makes a really, really sharp point about maybe they're fine with their wide receiver core. Although I do contend, like Freeman mentioned, like deep wide receiver class, if they have their eye on somebody like Sky Moore in the second round, he's probably going to be there. Or maybe they trade back, they take a wide receiver at 30. Maybe this move screams to me that Trent McDuffie is probably a good fit for their system. And I mean, I don't disagree with that. He's been very good in zone. And again, I myself am not a cornerback soothsayer, but looking at the numbers, he is good in zone. Chiefs run a good bit of zone and man coverage. I think he's going to fit their system pretty decently. I'm surprised that they made the move up for the cornerback, but if they look at him as the end of a tier, or that he is above a lot of these other corners, which the sweet spot in a lot of mocks that I've done has been the back end of the first, top end of the second. A lot of these cornerbacks, if they look at him as being a tier above any of those guys, I can understand the move. I don't necessarily agree with it, though.
Well, Andrew Erickson was right. First linebacker off the board, Quay Walker to the Green Bay Packers, round 1, pick number 22. So Quay Walker from Georgia, another Georgia boy, goes off the board here. Derek Brown, did you believe that this would be the pick that the Green Bay Packers would be making here, as we sat here for months and months talking about? I don't think one time we talked about them drafting a linebacker, and it's kind of strange. We saw Walker go ahead of Devin Lloyd, who was the consensus number 1 linebacker for the last 4 months. Your thoughts on this pick by the Green Bay Packers?
This was a head scratcher. If anything, and I know a lot of people are expecting me to say wide receiver here. Honestly, if you were going to ask me who I thought the Packers were going to take at this point in the draft, I would have told you a tackle. I would have told you probably in somebody we talked about on the podcast. I thought it was Tyler Smith. If I would have to take a shot in the dark, especially with them re-signing Devondre Campbell and the other linebackers they have on this depth chart,
right?
I don't necessarily disagree with that. I have mocked them with a linebacker possibly in the second round at various points in this offseason. But I looked at it as they already have 2 and they can make what is a strength, maybe elite, or make it scary. But I looked at that as not a first round type of move. Like, I thought they were going to maybe address it with one of their second round picks. So it's definitely surprising.
Yeah, the Patriots, by the way, just to follow up, traded pick number 21 to the Kansas City Chiefs for pick number 29, 94 and 121 overall. So the Patriots continue to pick up more picks. I wonder if one of them is going to be that punter. I guarantee you at some point it's going to be that guy. One of those picks. I'm telling you right now. Lock it in, baby. Freedman, your thoughts on Kawhi Walker going to the Green Bay Packers? Is this a shock for you, or do you think this was in your range of outcomes?
It's a shock to me like 3 or 4 days ago. But within the past, day and a half, in all of the sharp mocks, Kawhi Walker was in round one, or the super majority of sharp mocks. And within those mocks, there were two teams he was routinely slated to. It was Detroit at number 32, or it was Green Bay at 22 and 29. So, like, within that construct, it's not a surprise, but within a larger context, this is very surprising. Because linebackers are devalued in today's NFL. I would say that there wasn't a huge positional need there. I think they could have gone with a linebacker on day two and been more or less fine at the position. And Devin Lloyd and Nakobe Dean are both on the board now. Based on recent movement, I wasn't expecting Dean to go in the first round. At this point, I do think Quay Walker, projectably is ahead of Nakobe Dean. But, Devin Lloyd, it's surprising. I think it is surprising that he is still on the board and Quay Walker goes ahead of him.
Imagine if you all had listened to Andrew Erickson, how much money you would have won with Quay Walker being the first linebacker off the board, because that dude was saying it 2 weeks ago. And that's why you got to be a subscriber to Betting Pros, and you got to go check out what we have to offer there. Make sure you download the Betting Pros app right now. You can get, obviously, updates on all the latest betting alerts. Plus, at bettingpros.com, we have incredible articles going up every day. We have great podcasts out there. We even have our own YouTube channel at Betting Pros you can subscribe to, where we're going to break down all of the wagers you can possibly make going forward in every sport. We're talking NBA, MLB, NFL, you name it, we've got it over there, Betting Pros. So download that app today for Betting Pros over on Apple or Google Play right now. And the Bills made a trade here, it looks like, also, as we continue to try to. I just want to make sure I'm not retreading everything, correct? This is new. I'm making sure. Okay. The Buffalo Bills receive the 23rd pick. And Baltimore receives the 25th pick overall, and something else that just went off my screen for a moment. So trying to keep up with today's draft has been more challenging than I thought it would be. For a draft that had no trades right up until basically right before it, certainly got our money's worth tonight. So Baltimore moves back to 25. The Buffalo Bills move up to 23. Baltimore also exchanges, or should I say receives, a fourth round pick, the 130th pick overall. That being said, Andrew Erickson is now not here for the Buffalo Bills pick, which I don't know where they're going here. The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. Derek Brown, you want to hazard a guess here on where the Bills are going with this pick that they moved up for?
I know Erickson is probably sitting somewhere and hoping that I say Breece Hall. I'm going to go with the cornerback. I'm going to say Kyer Elam.
Yep.
That seems to make a lot of sense. So maybe it's just as well that the Bills moved up and Andrew doesn't have to witness this happen live. He can collect his thoughts just in case. But if they moved up for Breece Hall, oh my goodness. I don't know what level of obnoxious we could reach on this show. We've already set the bar pretty high. I can only imagine it's going to be even higher, but we shall see, because the Bills pick is now in, and we shall find out what indeed they moved up for. Is it a cornerback? Is it a running back? Is it something we haven't thought of, because things have gotten a little wacky here in the last 10 picks or so? It is cornerback Kyer Elam from Florida. Makes a lot of sense here, especially last year they had some injuries on that secondary. So Matthew Freedman, take us through this pick here. Kyer Elam from Florida to the Bills with the 23rd pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's within the draft range. They had to get ahead of some of the other teams to make sure that they got their guy. I don't know if they really needed to make this move, to be honest. I mean, I don't think there's a big difference between Kyer Elam and Kyler Gordon, for instance. But I'm assuming they didn't give up all that much to get him. multiple year starter. He's got good length, 6'2", and good speed, for his size. This is a good move. They needed a cornerback. Their number one cornerback, Tre'Davious White, has the ACL injury. Recovering from that, he should be fine long term, but might not be ready for the start of the season. And if there are complications with his recovery, that could be significant. Their number two cornerback, Levi Wallace, is no longer with the team, and so they needed someone. And Kyer Elam, first rounder, certainly has the potential to be. I don't want to say he could be another Tre'Davious White, but I think he actually kind of has the upside to be another type of shutdown cornerback like that. And if he develops, and if White comes back and is his full self after the injury, that could be a dangerous secondary.
And who better to learn under the tree from than White himself? Certainly, it's always great whenever you can have a younger player learn from somebody of his stature. So that would be fantastic. This feels like a good football move to me, Derek Brown. What are your thoughts on Elam going over to the Buffalo Bills with this pick?
I love this move. Love this. This has been who have been consistently mocking to the Bills, both with his size and his speed. He's a fantastic fit for what Buffalo does. And we talked about, or it's been mentioned about Tre'Davious White coming off the injury. They already had the other cornerback spot with Teron Johnson, and they just locked him up with a contract last year. You drop him in there, and plus they have depth. Like, Dane Jackson's not fantastic, but he can start in a pinch if they wanted to kind of ease Tre'Davious White in. But with Elam there, I love this selection.
Dallas is up next, then Baltimore, Tennessee, Tampa, Green Bay, New England, KC, Cincinnati, Minnesota. Is it safe to say, gentlemen, Malik Willis is going in the second round?
Unless somebody trades back up into the back end of the first, yeah, I think it's probably going to happen.
With the way the draft is currently constituted, maybe Tennessee, maybe. But that's a tough sell, I think. It's not impossible, but Freedman, with these remaining teams, can you see any of them taking Malik Willis? Because otherwise, he's a day two guy now.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of Geno Smith in 2013, who, was unanimously thought of as a round one guy. He had a good college career. He had a lot of things going his way. He looked like he would be the number one quarterback in that class, except he wasn't. EJ Manuel was the first quarterback selected, and then Geno fell to day two. It feels like that is where we are headed with Malik Willis. I will say, you mentioned it, we could see a trade up. Cincinnati, I think, is a prime candidate to move down into day two. Kansas City, I could see them being willing to move down. But it's not looking good at all for Malik Willis. And thinking about the Cowboys right here, a lot of the players that they were mocked with, specifically guard Zion Johnson, guard Kenyon Green, those guys are long gone. And I have no idea what the Cowboys would do in this spot. I will say Jermaine Johnson is still on the board.
What an addition he would be. How in God's creation is that man still on the board?
I don't get that.
He's a phenomenal talent. Go get this man. I'd never thought he would go past 20, let alone we're at 24 and he's still on the board. That's just crazy town right now. So perhaps that's where they're going to go. And look, that Dallas defense certainly turned it up in that second half. The offense, unfortunately, turned it off, and we all know the rest of that chapter. The pick is in for the Cowboys. Fascinating conversations here going on for us. And let me tell you, this has been an absolutely stunning night of events, between big trades that we've gotten from existing teams and existing players to the trading within the draft as well. Teams moving up, moving back. A lot of movement. We did get that wide receiver run as well. So the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys. We shall see what the pick is in just a moment. So very exciting stuff here as the draft of 2022 continues to unfold. And look, I think it's after taking Micah Parsons last year and building up that defense and how fantastic he was, I don't know, man. It seems kind of tricky to me why you wouldn't just continue to just pound on that defensive side of the football. Also, don't forget that Kenneth Walker helmet is still up for grabs. We're going to give that away. It's your last chance. Make sure you go and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Make a comment right now. You could say, I love Joe's tie. That's good enough. You could say, Matthew Freedman is a stud for not going to the bathroom for the last 6.5 hours. That's also acceptable. You could say, I'm sorry, Andrew Erickson, that Breece Hall did not go to the Bills. Also acceptable for everybody except for Andrew Erickson. Any of those comments are valid, but you have to make a comment and you have to be a subscriber to win. Once again, this is that Kenneth Walker helmet, thanks to Pristine Auction. And we are waiting the pick now from the Dallas Cowboys. The pick is in. Roger Goodell is walking to the stage, and we shall see if it is best player available. If it is, it should be Johnson, which is kind of what the Cowboys have been doing these last few drafts. Let's be honest. It's kind of been their MO, and it's not wrong. I think they're actually doing the right thing. It is actually a tackle, Tyler Smith from Tulsa. So, Debro, your dude, gets selected here. Tyler Smith, the tackle, 324 pounds, 6'4", is now officially on the offensive side of the football on the line for the Dallas Cowboys. Derek Brown, your thoughts?
I mean, I like the pick in the sense that they got a good player. It's a little bit of unless they're down on this edge class, the fact that Jermaine Johnson's still hanging out there, Ebiketie, my dude, is still hanging out there. And
Maffe's still out there.
Maffe's still at Karlaftis, unless I had a stroke and somehow missed that. He's still out there, and he's been mocked as a top 15, top 20 guy.
Is that what's happening, though, Derek? It's just there's so many of those guys in a cluster where teams just don't feel like they have to reach?
It could be. I mean, you could see some moves maybe to the back end of the first round, or maybe we see there's an edge run after this. I mean, if the Ravens are sitting at 25, I don't hate this pick, though. Dallas had to reload on their offensive line. It's been aging. They've had injuries, things like that. I'm a little bit surprised that they went with a tackle position. Considering that their losses of last year, but again, talented player, you can't fault them for taking a good blocker up front.
And look, that offensive line is not what she used to be, Freedman. I mean, once upon a time, that Dallas offensive line was feared by many. It's taken some losses. It's taken some injuries over the last 3 or 4 years. So is this the right pick for them? Did they actually surprise us here and take BPA just on the other side of the ball?
Yeah, I do like the pick, actually. Tyler Smith is in this general draft range if you're looking at consensus big boards, if you're looking at mock drafts. And, they didn't reach. They let the player come to them, but L. Collins is gone. They've got needs, they have needs on that offensive line with Collins being gone and Tyron Smith missing 20 games over the past 2 years. So I think this is a pretty strong pick, and maybe he doesn't start a tackle right away. I think he probably does, but even if he doesn't, I think he has the ability to kick inside and play guard. So I think this is actually a very good disciplined pick by the Cowboys.
All right, we are going to say goodnight to Derek Brown and bring back in a tag our own Andrew Erickson. D-Bro, love you, baby. See you tomorrow. But I'm sure I'll talk to you at some point later tonight again, as we're going to bring back Andrew Erickson. And in the meantime, I want to remind everybody, if you want to protect what's inside of your pockets, you got to make sure that you've got Manscaped. That's right, manscaped.com, 20% off and free shipping with the promo code. I was going to use the other promo code. It's Fantasy Pros today. A lot of promo codes for a lot of reads, for a lot of Manscaped stuff. But today, it's Fantasy Pros. You can always tell we get a little punchy towards the end, which is my favorite part of any live stream. Hour 4, that's where you really start kicking in there. But Fantasy Pros, manscaped.com, 20% off and free shipping. And don't forget, they've got the performance package out there now. They've got the Lawnmower 4.0. They've got the Ball Reviver, the Crop Preserver. They've got amazing things over there. And they're also doing amazing things to help raise awareness for testicular cancer as well in the month of April. It's one of the most common killers of men from 15 to 35, and giving support for the fighters, survivors, and families impacted by testicular cancer as part of their We Save Balls initiative. So do some good for your balls and other people's as well over at manscaped.com with the promo code FantasyPros, 20% off and free shipping. Go get it done. Your balls will thank you. Andrew Erickson, what are your thoughts on what you've seen unfold here in these last few minutes of the NFL draft?
It's been wild. Tons of, I don't even know what to say. Like Kenny Pickett going to the Steelers, all this stuff going on. Treylon Burks going to the Titans, AJ Brown getting traded, just madness. All these guys trading up, just absolute madness.
Yeah, it certainly feels like some crazy things are going on. The Kenny Pickett one, I think we got to come back to because that kind of happened. And I think it was kind of a surreal moment as we're waiting. There's still 3 minutes left for the Baltimore Ravens to make their pick. What were your thoughts on that one? I want to get your 2 cents because I posed that question earlier. We've had some quarterback prospects far exceed our expectations. Can Kenny Pickett potentially be the next one to do that?
I think we all wanted it to be Malik Willis because we all, especially from like coming from the fantasy side of things, because we see like how this guy can be used as a rusher and we just know how many fantasy points that scores. And Kenny Pickett just doesn't really, offer that. He's a more statuesque pocket passer. But when you think about, the Pittsburgh Steelers from a standpoint of they want to win games, like Mike Tomlin doesn't want to lose games ever. And the fact that he's been able to will his team to seemingly 8 wins every single season, even when his quarterback can barely throw the ball downfield, or he has Mason Rudolph and some guy named Duck Hodges throwing the football, like he just finds ways to win games. And I mean, for me, I think Kenny Pickett's going to be the day one starter. I don't think that Trubisky is really a big threat. We see this all the time. Guys bringing veterans. I mean, I guess last year you called Mac Jones. He's going to start over Cam Newton. So I guess I'll plant my flag with that. I'll say Kenny Pickett's the day one starter over Trubisky. I don't think Trubisky ever sees the field for the Pittsburgh Steelers as long as Kenny Pickett is healthy. And I think from a fantasy perspective from the receivers in that offense, I think that I'd rather have Pickett under center than Trubisky. I think that Pickett is more accurate than Mitchell Trubisky, and he's less likely to run and tuck the ball. So you're getting more passing attempts for Deontay. And I think he can throw the ball down the field like accurately. So Chase Claypool, a guy that caught double-digit touchdowns as a rookie, something that not a lot of rookies do. I think Chase Claypool could have a monster third season after he kind of came back down to earth because last year, he's a deep ball guy. And Ben Roethlisberger couldn't throw the ball down the field. He couldn't do it. So I think Claypool is a massive value. Back there. Because Malik Willis, we all thought, we didn't even know he was going to start. Kenny Pickett, I believe, is going to start as the most pro-ready quarterback in this class.
You might not be wrong.
Thank you.
You might be onto something there. The difference is last year it was shooting fish in a barrel with the Mac Jones call because Cam Newton had been so bad. I feel like there's this almost perverse curiosity when it comes to Trubisky that he's gone away a little while. And now it's like, oh, what is he now? He hung out with Josh Allen for a while in that quarterback room and Brian Daboll. And maybe Matt Nagy was such a hot mess that it was doomed to begin with no matter what Trubisky did. And everybody's had nothing but glowing things to say about him. It's a provocative statement, but we all know sometimes when you go away and you come back, you become very exciting potentially. So it'll be fascinating to see if Trubisky gets that second opportunity or if it gets sniped and snatched right out from under him by Kenny Pickett on day one. It's certainly something to pay attention to. Their division rival, the Pittsburgh Steelers division rival, just selected Tyler Linderbaum, Iowa's center. So the Ravens continue to do Ravens things. So the center from Iowa to the Ravens. I know we talked about this player. This is at pick number 25. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Was it 26.5 where you had him? I want to say that's what it was, Freedman. You just missed this one.
27.5. This is a real kick in the Manscaped balls.
Yeah.
Hate to say, but yeah. But good.
Yes.
Good
they are
for Linderbaum.
Outstandingly groomed. Let's not forget that.
Good for Linderbaum. Good for the Ravens. Because they were one of the teams that had a clear need in the interior of their offensive line, specifically center. They weren't going to take Linderbaum at 14. That would have been too much of a reach. They make some maneuvers and they get Kyle Hamilton and they get Tyler Linderbaum. Great. A+. This was a great move. You could argue that just in terms of positional value, maybe this is a little bit too early to take Linderbaum, but it fits a need. They didn't do it by reaching for him. And it's just a great situation where he might be one of like the top 10 raw talents on the draft board overall. So I really do like this.
That's very kind of you to put your personal interests aside and your disappointments and still say nice things here. I think that's outstanding. I'm very proud. I think this is a great growth that you're showing here on the program tonight. Very excited about that. It did sound a little passive aggressive at the beginning, though. It was like, good for you. It was very Larry David. Good for you. It felt a little bit like that at the beginning, but you did save it here. By the way, the Jets just traded up so we cannot go a pick now without a trade if you're keeping score at home. Was there a wager, Freedman, on number of trades in the first round? Because whatever it was, it's the over.
3.5 was one line out there. Juiced heavily to the over. 5.5 was more of the standard line, but that's obviously been crushed.
Crushed is the understatement of the century. What number? I've never in my life seen so many trades in an NFL draft in the first round. Just the first round. This has got to be a record. Somebody figure that out. If somebody's in the comments right now,
somebody look it up.
Run to the Wikipedia and let me know. So the Jets received the 26th overall pick, give up a third. I've got to go back here a second to see what the heck just happened. So third round pick and the 26th pick, 101 overall, go to the Jets from the Titans. So Malik Willis, he ain't going to the Titans. We talked about that before. The Titans receive a second round pick, number 35 overall, third round pick, number 69 overall, and the fifth round pick, 163 overall. So, Erickson, what are your thoughts here with the Jets? What are they going to do here?
Man, I'm trying to remember who the Jets already took. Okay, so they took Amari Garner, so they took cornerback.
I think that was Tuesday.
And they took Garrett Wilson, so they've got corner. I mean, oh wait, is it?
This is obvious.
Is it Jermaine Johnson still on the board?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not select him here?
Yeah. A guy that may have contemplated taking at 4 overall, they get in the 20s. So I mean, Jets A in the NFL draft grades. There you go.
All right, so I guess our preemptive, the Giants won this draft. It was the right stadium, wrong team.
They still won.
Did they though? They got 3 players of enormous impact here. And look, let's be honest. The Jets and Giants desperately needed to make an impact and a splash here in this draft. They have been losing for years, plural now. So the pick is in. It's not official, but it certainly feels like Johnson's that pick. We know it's
going to be him. It has to be Jermaine Johnson.
All right, Matthew Freedman, if it's not Jermaine Johnson, who would it be?
Maybe Devin Lloyd. I could see that conceivably, but still, like, I just think that would be way off. Maybe I just can't. I can't think of anyone. Maybe Logan Hall, maybe Boye Mafe. Like they would look elsewhere on the defensive line. But if they're going D-line, Jermaine Johnson makes a lot of sense, given his talent, given where he was mocked, the market that was around him for betting, and given the reporting about how the Giants were, seemingly infatuated with Jermaine Johnson.
Well, and look, I mean, there's a lot to be infatuated with. I wonder why he's falling. What is it? It doesn't make any sense to me.
He's older. He's an older prospect.
Man, that's a tough sell. If it's just age, my goodness, he was a good player, and he had to get out of Georgia. You know what I mean? Like he had to get out in order to get seen. By the way, we've got a winner for our helmet too, so we'll get that right after this pick. The 26th pick is in for the New York Jets. The New York Jets are going to select here Jermaine Johnson, the second from Florida State, edge rusher. So this is exactly what you guys said it would be. And I want to say that the swag meter just went up to 10 on this jacket. This jacket is absolutely spectacular. This is our first 10 of the evening. And look, this is a great pick here. The Jets crushed this draft. Andrew Erickson, your thoughts here now that the pick is official?
I mean, Jermaine Johnson was someone that was connected to the Jets potentially at 4, at 10, and now they're getting him super late inside the 20s. And, they valued him a lot. They spent a lot of time with him at the Senior Bowl. That's where we saw Jermaine Johnson kind of have his epic rise. And people started looking at the numbers, looking at the athleticism. It's like this guy had 14 sacks last year. He's super athletic. So he seemed like a slam dunk. Like, I wouldn't have knocked the Jets if they took him at 4. Like, literally, they wouldn't have been like, oh, that's a solid pick. And the fact that they were able to get him so late. Now, maybe they were higher on him than obviously the rest of the NFL, but kudos to them for understanding that they really where their value was with the player and versus the market. That's part of the game here. They were comfortable with taking him, but they're like, no, I think we can wait on this player. So, kudos to the Jets. Joe Douglas, he knocked it out of the park.
All right, Matthew Freedman, now that it is official, your thoughts on Jermaine Johnson heading to the New York Jets and what they've come away with overall here in this draft. They've seemed to have gotten pretty much what they needed. They got an edge rusher, they got their corner, and they got their wide receiver. So is this an A for the Jets?
I mean, yeah, I think so. Looking at this pick specifically, this is 100. I mean, this was a great pick. I would, did we say what it was that they had to give up in the move?
I think it was a third round pick from what I was
Third round,
seeing.
yep.
Great. This is great move. Absolutely fantastic move. Jermaine Johnson, I mean, anytime you can draft a guy who actually made it from last chance you just have to do it. Right. But, he's got the athleticism. Maybe he's not as good against the run as you would want, but he's an edge rusher. If these guys can get after the quarterback, that is what matters most. And he had, I believe, 16 and a half sacks in his final 2 seasons. Actually, I think it's 19 sacks in his final 2 seasons. I mean, he's a freak athlete who should not be available at this point. Like, I'm not going to speculate as to why he's available. And maybe it is because there are, Joe, as you mentioned, other edge rushers at this point who are also available. Karlaftis is available. Mafe, Logan Hall is a guy who can kind of, move inside and outside. Arnold Ebiketie. So, I don't know why Jermaine Johnson fell down the board. Maybe it's because teams were just hyper focused on getting their guys. But Jermaine Johnson at 26, unbelievable value.
All right. I want to congratulate King Ming as the winner of the Kenneth Walker helmet. So King Ming, what you have to do is send a screenshot of your subscription to our YouTube channel. And again, mailbag@fantasypros.com. Email us, mailbag@fantasypros.com. So congratulations, King Ming. You are the winner there of the Kenneth Walker helmet. I'm going to have to reboot here a second because there's been so many trades, and another one here because the Jacksonville Jaguars have now moved in to 27. This is nuts. It's like everybody went and hung out on the strip, had a couple too many, and decided that they were just going to trade all their picks. But I'm going to go to a 2-box here real quick with Freedman and Erickson while I fix my because yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm giving you a heads up here, Chris. By the way, just a quick shout out to Chris, who's doing a wonderful job. Chris Lynn's our Emmy Award-winning producer, by the way, who reminds me of that Emmy every single chance he gets, doing a phenomenal job running the stream. The Jaguars have moved back in. So many trades that my headphones are dying, so I have to hardwire myself. So, gentlemen, take it away.
All right, this is great. So we have the Jags who, are moving up. Jacksonville with pick number 1, no surprise, took Travon Walker. It's a big question. What do you think they do at this spot? Because they have needs all over their roster. They might be one of the most needy teams in the league, except a quarterback, where they are set. And Erickson, you wrote a fantastic team needs piece. And I will be curious to see kind of how the draft aligns, if teams actually did address the needs that they had. But What do you think we see the Jacksonville Jags doing here, presumably moving from the first pick in the second round up to number 27?
I think it might be Devin Lloyd. I think that he might end up being the pick here. I know I talked about him when we were in the pre-show talking about how the Lions could potentially take one of these linebackers, but they lost Miles Jack, last year. He signed with the Steelers, so they've got a big hole at the linebacker position. Obviously, they added in Trayvon Walker, the elite defensive lineman with the first overall pick, and I think that Devin Lloyd kind of offers type of freakiness that you can get at the linebacker position that I think that the Jaguars would covet, especially on their defense. So, and I imagine they're not necessarily trading up a ton. I don't know if we have the details on how much they had to move up for, but I would say linebacker would be the thing I would probably keep on. That's what I would always mock them when I was picking for them, at 33, whether it be second round.
Yeah, absolutely. I was right there with you in terms of mocking Nakobe Dean and then Quay Walker, to them at the top of the second round. And, let's look at some of the positions of value that are still on the board right here. At safety, you have Lewis Seen and Daxton Hill, both on the board. I think either one of those could be in play here. As you mentioned, Devin Lloyd. And then you have these edge rushers or, linemen. They're not going to double up given that they just took Trayvon Walker, but it's curious to move up to this point where many of the players who seem to offer the most value are defensive linemen. George Kaloftis falling down the board. Boye Mafe is in reach here. Logan Hall and Arnold Ebiketie, both of them, or all of them, I think offer value in this range, or at least fit the draft range. And so obviously not going to be them. It's just weird to move up to get your guy when there are all of these other players on the board who seem to offer the most value for why you might move up, but who you clearly wouldn't be targeting.
Yeah, they could go in a lot of different directions here. I mean, what kind of popped in my mind was maybe even like Andrew Booth, a corner, something like that. The Clemson connection with Trevor Lawrence, maybe that's something that they're looking at. I think that the safeties was a good call by you. But I feel like this happens a lot with the first round where you have this like cluster of edge rushers that kind of fall towards the end that we're not really sure. Karlaftis, I know a lot of people in the pre-draft, early on were like mocking him as like a top 10 guy. And the rhetoric a lot of the time was that he was going to fall. So I'm not surprised to see that he's still on the board from kind of what I had heard. I know that I had either not left him out of my final mock draft or put him in very, very late, at like 31 to the Cincinnati Bengals. So perhaps the Jaguars, maybe they do double dip and they're like, hey, we just want pass rushers. I don't know if there's an offensive lineman, potentially. Obviously Doug Pearson showed some interest in that as well, but I don't know if there's someone that they would particularly target here. Maybe a Bernard Raymond tackle from Central Michigan.
Well, the Jaguars are up. And they are making the pick now, number 27 overall in the 2022 NFL Draft. They have moved up here to make this selection, and Roger Goodell is reading it off right now. So as soon as it is official, we will bring it to you right here. And it is linebacker Devin Lloyd from Utah. Cool. So linebacker Devin Lloyd from Utah goes to the Jaguars. He will not go to our Patriots, which I thought very well might be a possibility there, Erickson. But alas, it is not meant to be. So certainly hard to argue with this one. Another guy who very high on the leadership scale, very high on the talent scale. Many people had him as the LB1 on their board. He did not go as the LB1, but time will tell here. Andrew Erickson, your thoughts on this selection here of Devin Lloyd to the Jaguars?
It's a change on culture. It's like, you have Trevor Lawrence on the offensive side of the ball, and they just need to change the culture in Jacksonville. Like, they need to go in, they need to have players that want to win and that want to, have tenacity and grit. And that's what they got with guys like Trayvon Walker and now Devin Lloyd. So, he's going to remember that he wasn't the first linebacker taken. Like, he's going to remember that. And I think he's going to have to put a chip on his shoulder. And, Devin Lloyd is he can do it all. Like, he's one of these guys where he can cover tight ends. He can rush the passer. So Jacksonville has a lot of unique pieces in place, adding to a defense that actually had some pieces last year, but just, they were never used the right way. So I'm excited to kind of see what Jacksonville kind of put together here in year 2 with Trevor Lawrence. I'm hoping that they can get some more offense in the rest of their picks in the draft, just to give Trevor Lawrence a little bit more help, just more help in general. I know that they dressed a lot of offensive side of the ball in free agency, but getting some young talent in there as well in the offensive side of the ball, I think, is the next move for Jacksonville.
If there's one organization, Freedman, that needed a change in culture, it's certainly the Jacksonville Jaguars after last year. How far do these two picks go for them and that new head coach to begin that changeover, begin that new dawn for the Jaguars organization?
I don't know. I mean, Devin Lloyd he's a gamer. I thought he might go number 24 to the Cowboys, even though they took Micah Parsons at linebacker last year. They're different types of linebackers, and having Devin Lloyd, enables other guys to be able to do a little bit more. And so if he's able to translate what he did in college to the NFL, then that defense could start to be a little snarky. Like they could start to have like some of that swagger that they had years ago and that they clearly don't have now. So this is intriguing. You've got Josh Allen, Trevon Walker, Devin Lloyd. Like they're starting to get some dudes, but they still need help in the secondary. I think safety. I probably would have gone safety here. Lewis Seen, Daxton Hall. I think those guys make a little more of an impact than Devin Lloyd. I think you could have gotten, I don't want to say someone like Devin Lloyd on day 2, but I think you would have been able to get a sufficient linebacker. And then the idea of trading up for a linebacker when Nakobe Dean probably would have been available at the top of the second round. I don't know. That just kind of, that kind of hurts my stomach a little bit.
But wasn't there a definitive line there where people thought Lloyd was the one and Nakobe Dean was clearly a maybe 3 or even less on some people's boards potentially? So was it worth it moving to make sure that they got their quote unquote guy? Because I can understand that point of view from their perspective, because it was Lloyd who was, up until about a week ago, pretty much the guy at linebacker.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that there is a difference between Lloyd and Dean, but the difference is one is like maybe, I don't want to say inconsequential, but it's like the difference between running backs. And sure, there is a difference, but I don't know, like French fries are French fries, like pizza is pizza. Like, yeah, there are degrees of difference, but in the end, it might not really matter. Is like, as long as whatever you're doing can get the job done.
Did you just say pizza is pizza to an Italian from Brooklyn? Yes. I mean, because that right there is fighting words. Another question for you. I know the pick is in for the Green Bay Packers, but Roger Goodell has yet to make it to the stage. Do you think that any league that you play in this year will have as many trades made in it as this first round has had in the 22 draft? Gentlemen, will that happen? Any league that you're in will make as many trades over a full season as we've had?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Okay, because it seems like a lot of trades.
It's a lot of trades. It's a lot of trades. But
and it's tough in some of those higher end leagues to make any trades sometimes. This is a lot to take in. So the Packers are up next. Where do they go next here, Andrew Erickson, in your opinion? What do you think they're going to do? Because here's Aaron Rodgers sitting around. Everyone keeps waiting for him to get in their wide receiver. They didn't take him with the first pick that they had. They got to take a wide receiver with the second pick.
I mean, if they don't take a wide receiver with the second pick, Green Bay is going to burst into flames. I mean, look, it just seems like in the Green Bay's like nature that they're just not going to take a first round wide receiver just because they're just going to just not do it, even though it makes all the sense in the world. Like you have a couple of guys that fit kind of the mold of these bigger wide receivers that Green Bay likes to covet. So George Pickens, Christian Watson, but they just might just be like, you know what, we want to take Daxton Hill. Because we need a guy that can play in the slot and is a versatile safety. And they have a track record of just drafting defensive backs. I know they drafted Eric Stokes from Georgia last year. I know we talked about it in one of the mock drafts. Lewis Seen as a safety. So the two safeties on the board still are both really good options. And as much as like, Pat, our Green Bay in-house fan would love to see the Packers draft a wide receiver, it's like, it's probably just going to be a defensive back.
Well, they started with Quay Walker. We'll see what they do with the second pick here. Freedman.
Yeah.
You were shaking your head no. So you don't think it's going to be a wide receiver here?
Yeah, I could see it. Maybe George Pickens, but I think Logan Hall. Logan Hall and Quay Walker were routinely mocked to the Packers as, the options for the non-wide receiver route. But I could see them getting one of those guys, and then with a pick in the second round, getting whoever falls to them. George Pickens or Christian Watson or Sky Moore. Someone will be available to them in the second round. I don't
Those
think they're
choices
going to
are
go wide receiver here.
Those choices are dwindling quickly, though. I mean, we're down to those 3 guys now, wide receiver, because Dotson already went. So all of a sudden, like, that market did shrink a little. So it's fascinating to see what they're going to do here. And then you have New England, KC, Cincinnati, Minnesota. So it looks like the perhaps that Malik Willis will not be a day one selection here. A question for you: you keep mentioning him that EJ Manuel year with Geno Smith. Do you think he's a better prospect than those guys?
Better than Manuel, not better than Geno Smith.
Okay. Not better than Geno Smith. Okay.
Yeah.
I just was curious where your thought process was, because you kept mentioning that draft specifically. And I know it's tough sometimes to remember how you felt about a player before they got in the NFL, and when they fail miserably at the NFL level, it's very easy to forget anything good that they did in college because we get so negative about them.
I mean, I loved Geno Smith when he was a prospect until he fell to day 2, which tells you pretty much everything you need to know. But he was accurate in college, accurate to all areas of the field. I thought Geno Smith would have NFL success, so that shows what I know. I will say Alec Pierce, he feels like a Packers kind of pick in round 2.
Well, the Packers have made their selection with the 28th pick in round 1 of the 2022 NFL draft. They've selected Devontae Wyatt, defensive tackle. So the Georgia boys stick together. Quay Walker, linebacker, and Devontae Wyatt. Many people would say if it wasn't for some other players on Georgia, that maybe Devontae Wyatt would get a little bit more publicity. But certainly an interesting pick here. The defense for the Green Bay Packers was very good last year. Certainly made enormous strides year over year. Andrew Erickson, your thoughts here on Devontae Wyatt being the selection here for the Pack?
I think it makes sense. I know that, the Chiefs were a team that were kind of rumored to be in the Devontae Wyatt conversation. The Patriots definitely would have been, kind of looking that direction as well.
Mhm.
So again, how Freeman mentioned Logan Hall, an interior guy that's not only just like people think defensive tackle, you think, oh, like he's going to stop the run. It's like, no, like Devontae Wyatt can do way more than that. Like he can, generate pass rush while also, being a run stuffer, at 300 plus pounds. So again, it seemed inevitable that, Packers fans would just cry and cheer for a wide receiver to go in round 1. And of course, they don't draft a wide receiver in round 1. So that's just, that's the name of the game. And Aaron Rodgers, Javon Walker, 2002, still the last time the Packers drafted a receiver in round 1.
So far, we got 4 players from that defense from the national champion Georgia Bulldogs selected already. Matthew Freedman, your thoughts here before we move on to the Patriots and speculate on them on the Devontae Wyatt selection?
Yeah, I mean, the number for defensive tackles, just looking at mock drafts, was 2. And it was, very cleanly Jordan Davis locked in to the first round. And then it was split Devontae Wyatt or Logan Hall. Logan Hall has more of the versatility where he can play inside, but he can also, with his size and athleticism, he can line up on the edge. And Devontae Wyatt doesn't have quite that versatility. He's more of your, very, very pure defensive tackle. And so I think he offers a little less flexibility, maybe a little less value. But as Erickson said, I mean, he does have the ability from the interior to get after the passer. He was actually in that heralded Georgia defense more impactful, more productive than Jordan Davis was. And this is, right in the draft range where you would expect Devontae Wyatt to go, anywhere from 28 to 38. So it fits the draft range. I don't know if it really fits a need, do you really need Devontae Wyatt? Probably not, but I don't think it's an egregious pick.
I don't think it's an egregious selection based on the talent. He's a wonderful talent. He's a wonderful player. The whole Georgia defense was unbelievable when you watch them play as a unit. But I just keep thinking about Aaron Rodgers. I keep looking at that wide receiving core. and this is a great wide receiver draft, and it feels awfully reminiscent of a few years ago where we had an amazing wide receiver draft, and they didn't take a wide receiver, and here we are now without Devontae Adams on this team, and it seems like a little bit of a repeat. So the Patriots are up next, and Chris is spoiling for us what this pick is going to be. I don't know if this is a fact. I don't know if this is verified yet. He's saying it's verified. It's a guard. And it's a guard that, once again, the Patriots have their guys. The Patriots identify the players they like that fit their system.
Lord.
It's Cole Strange, offensive guard. Andrew Erickson, you seem unhappy about this. We could run down the players available.
Let's do that.
Breece Hall,
Let's do that first.
Nakobe Dean, all the safeties are still left there besides Kyle Hamilton. They did not select a corner. They did not select a linebacker. They did not select a wide receiver. They didn't select Malik Willis, just in case you were all wondering. But yeah, here we are. So Andrew Erickson, if indeed this pick is Cole Strange and we're not getting punked by our producer, your thoughts here on the selection?
It's this damn athleticism scores from Cole Strange. 99th percentile broad jump, 89th percentile 3-cone. I mean, this guy, I had him ranked in the 70s in my big board rankings. I liked him as like a late day 2 or late round 2, early round 3 guy. I mean, this is a terrible pick. Like, this is awful. Like, this is the worst pick so far of the round 1.
Right?
Yeah, no,
I think you just nailed it. You just added a bunch of picks too in the 90s, right? They just added a bunch of picks, right, that they already added. Friedman, is it time to take the draft away from Coach Belichick? Still a hell of a coach, but maybe it's time to take the draft away from him these last couple of years. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious about what is going on here. Like, let's say that Cole Strange actually is a first-round talent. Let's assume that. Even then, picking him in the first round shows an incredible lack of market awareness. Because okay, fine. I'm just a keyboard nerd who has, never played anything more than flag football. Okay, fine.
Yeah, but you played it well. You look good out there doing it.
Fine. Even if that is the case, it is a fact that consensus big boards are fairly predictive at anticipating what happens in the draft. And this is a massive reach relative to the consensus big boards. And teams that routinely reach relative to the consensus big board end up failing. Now, Belichick has been able to find a way around that, but you do that too often and you don't have Tom Brady covering your ass for the mistakes that you make when you're drafting. It's a little bit different.
Cole Strange from Chattanooga.
This is the Alex Leatherwood pick from last year. It's the exact same thing. They took a guard way too early on that probably doesn't. And the thing is, like, it'd be one thing if he had like tackle eligibility. Like, I mean, God, this is horrible.
This is so bad. This is worse than Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah, it actually is worse than Alex Leatherwood.
It's far worse than Alex Leatherwood.
Oh man. I mean, I can list off some accolades for Cole Strange if you guys are interested. I mean,
look, this was
what he won a spelling bee in the 4th grade. What's the accolades we got here that are going to make this better?
So he's PFF's highest graded run blocking guard in the FCS. Was focused on a mostly zone running scheme. Like, yeah, I mean, he's like probably going to be a starting guard. But like Freedman said, they definitely could have drafted him in the 2nd round. Like, there's no way someone would have been like, oh, like, we need to take this guard. And we've talked about it when there's been, even the Kenyon Green pick. We're like, like that seems kind of like a reach. There's a lot of really good guards in this class. So again, the due diligence of the Patriots not identifying that, especially when they've been a team that's been able to find guards. Shaq Mason, like guys like really late in the draft. And now they're like, no, like we have to get Cole Strange in round 1. Bill Belichick, we need to take away his GM. We need to take away the title.
1 sack. Oh, it's like when you're taking away, grandpa's keys, he could still contribute a lot to the family. You just don't want him driving around. Maybe just locally. PFF, 1 sack allowed in 2021 in 296 pass block snaps. So seems like he's pretty good against the pass too from that number from PFF. I think Freedman just crushed it with that evaluation, which is knowing exactly what the big board says and then just drafting relative to it. You could have gotten this guy and somebody else. Why didn't you do this? The pick is in for the Chiefs. Let's move on. George Karlaftis goes to the Chiefs at 30. Matthew Freedman, you've spoken a lot about this player. What are your thoughts on his landing spot here with the Chiefs?
Yeah, I think nice value. He's a guy who conceivably could have gone as high as number 18. And so they got him here at number 30. So good value there. I will say, I mean, hey, notice they took Trent McDuffie earlier and they took a defensive player here, no wide receiver. Very similar to what we saw out of the Packers just a little bit ago. And I am imagining they will probably look to address that position on day 2. But Karlaftis gives them another player off the edge that they can pair with Frank Clark. Like they need another body for that defensive line. And Karlaftis, 3-year starter, all Big Ten. He's got good athleticism. He's a power rusher. I think this is a pretty good pick here.
I'll say this though, those teams that are playing chicken with the wide receiver board, somebody's going to end up dead. I'm telling you right now, there's going to be one team that overplays their hand, what they did here tonight. Could be the Chiefs, could be the Packers. I'm telling you right now, somebody's going to be out because somebody's going to leapfrog them and what they thought was going to follow them. We'll see it tomorrow night. I guarantee it. So Karlaftis, as you mentioned, certainly a great value here. He had been mocked as early as 14. I had seen sometimes overall. We were talking about him potentially to the Ravens. What are your thoughts on this selection here, Andrew Erickson of the Purdue edge rusher, George Karlaftis to the Kansas City Chiefs?
I think this is a really good value for Karlaftis. A stout pass rusher from Purdue who's been really productive, really, really young coming out. So I think that the Chiefs needed to address the defensive line. Like they needed to figure out some type of pass rush because they had none of that, when they were playing in the postseason. And that's really what they have their eyes on. It's like when they're in the postseason, who can they rely on and who can make some difference-making plays. So getting McDuffie, a playmaker on a cornerback, getting Karlaftis who can rush the passer and kind of move across the defensive line. I think that they've done really well so far with their two first round picks. And I think it's important that, these guys they're not settling for receivers that maybe they don't view as first round picks or first round talents. Like the Packers and Chiefs have both, signed a bunch of free agents in for wide receiver to kind of see what they can work with. And remember, there are still a lot of veteran like Jarvis Landry. Like he could easily end up going to Green Bay or Kansas City or one of these teams that doesn't end up getting a wide receiver, in round 1. So yeah, I mean, if the value is there, I think it's smart for these teams to just scoop it up. Unlike the Patriots, who I just remembered they traded back. Were they going to take Cole Strange at 21? Oh my God.
I don't know. All I know is that you better find more positive things. Like he needs to have won a science fair in the 6th grade. I want to know more of these things that you've got about all these positive things about Cole Strange. I want you to find them all for tomorrow. But yeah, it's also peculiar because this is also a night where we saw Hollywood Brown and AJ Brown both traded, and neither one of them to the Packers or the Chiefs either. So there were 2 pieces to be had here potentially. Now, I'm not saying those guys are the perfect fit for either of those teams, but I wonder, is Hollywood Brown an interesting fit for the Kansas City Chiefs? Could they replace the speed of one Tyreek Hill for Marquise Brown? Could AJ Brown become the next red zone threat guy to replace Devontae Adams? They missed out on both of them. They didn't draft a wide receiver. We shall see what happens here next. We have 2 picks left. The Cincinnati Bengals at 31, and then the Minnesota Vikings at 32. And I want to officially thank all the people who have been with us start to finish on this stream here, going for hours and hours. We hope you enjoyed our draft coverage, and I want to personally thank you on behalf of all of us here at Fantasy Pros for joining us for this entirety, because I know some of you have been here. So shout out to all of our Fantasy Pros crew, our listeners, and our watchers out there on our YouTube channel. If you haven't already, subscribe, because tomorrow we'll be at it again for round 2 because we just couldn't get enough. I wonder if tomorrow morning a bunch of these GMs wake up and say, oh my God, what did we just do? Look at all these trades that we made. It's been a wild draft. What looked like it might be very chalky and boring when it started was anything but. And tomorrow night, live round 2 begins at 6:30 p.m. You'll have Matthew Freedman. You'll have Andrew Erickson. You'll have Derek Brown. and you'll have Joe Pisapia all with you tomorrow because this was so much fun tonight. So we'll be back again to do it all over, and we shall see what crazy things are in store next. So the Bengals have a luxury pick here. Gentlemen, is there anything in particular with what the board looks like right now? They're pretty good with safety. I don't think that's a need, even though there's some guys on that board. Do you want to pick up another offensive lineman here, Freedman, for the Bengals? Would you like to take a different luxury pick, or is it a corner here to replace Eli Apple?
Well, you would think maybe center, maybe guard, but Cole Strange isn't available. So maybe they need to need to look elsewhere. Cornerback would be a natural place to go with Kyler Gordon. Still, you've got those two safeties who are sitting there on the board. And I know that safety isn't a need, but Daxton Hill, Lewisine, Hill can play some as a slot corner. And then you have Logan Hall, also available, who has recently been mocked to Cincinnati. I would say Kyler Gordon would be the guy I would anticipate, but I mean, honestly, these two safeties, one of them has to go.
Do they have to go to the Bengals, in your opinion, Andrew Erickson?
I think secondary is the move here in general. I mean, that's really their only glaring weakness. I guess that.
But it's not at safety. I mean, Bates played well last year. That's the only thing is that I just don't know if safety is well. I mean, I guess.
Well, I mean,
with the NFL, you could just take the BPA and just live with that. But
especially too with a lot of safeties in this class aren't just free roaming safeties. A lot of them play slot. A lot of them play like linebacker hybrid types of players. So I think this class is really interesting with the safety. So I could see the Bengals going in that direction.
All right, we'll see what direction the Bengals go. Indeed, the pick is in, and we'll see what's up next for them as we start to close things out here. And once again, I want to remind everybody that we are brought to you by Manscaped.com, 20% off and free shipping with the promo code FantasyPros. So we want to thank our sponsor so much tonight of our NFL draft coverage. And in case you didn't get to catch all of it, we're going to have some podcast forms of everything that happened tonight. So some great discussions went on. So there will be some podcast edits going out there for you to catch up on our breakdowns of all the offensive players that went. We had one quarterback go in the first round, and that quarterback was Kenny Pickett, if you can believe it. That's exactly what it was, and it was to the Pittsburgh Steelers. We had a wide receiver run, no running back, so tomorrow night should be much more fun for those of you looking for running backs in your fantasy teams for redraft and for Dynasty. And don't forget, we also have the Dynasty Football Podcast hosted by Scott Bogman and Pat Fitzmaurice is going to break down everything for you too. And Daxton Hill from Michigan, the safety, gets selected by the Bengals. So gentlemen, you were correct here. Andrew Erickson, your thoughts on Daxton Hill and this pick? Is he one of these hybrid guys that you think like a Jeremy Chin who could play a little linebacker, a little safety, and do a little everything and help out your defense?
I mean, this is the pick that the Patriots should have made.
I agree.
That's who they should have taken, when they were picking. But Daxton Hill, he played a lot of slot last year for Michigan, but in years past for the Wolverines, he's played in the box, he's played free safety. So he can move around all over the place. And I know that the Bengals are still correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe they still haven't locked up Jesse Bates long term. I know that I think they're butting heads a little bit with his contract. So potentially a long-term replacement if they can't end up working out a long-term deal with Jesse Bates. I think that strengthening the secondary a little bit. I mean, you can never go wrong with having good guys that can cover. In the AFC, it's going to be shootout after shootout. So going after these defensive backs that can cover tight ends, that can cover these shifty slot receivers, I think is valuable and more valuable than taking a guard.
All right. The Vikings pick is in, but before we get to that, Matthew Freedman, your thoughts on Daxton Hill and this pick for the AFC champion Cincinnati Bengals?
Yeah, I mean, solid pick. It's not a glaring position of need, but as Erickson mentioned, there might be opportunities that open up for him. And then because of his positional versatility, he can play in the slot. He can play more of a center field type of safety. So he does offer that versatility. And the dude is just an athlete. One of the best combine performers this year with his athleticism. So, I mean, they're getting a playmaker at the end of the first round. Even if it's not a position of great value or a position of obvious need, there's still value in that.
All right, the Minnesota Vikings are up next. If you were to venture a guess what they are going to do here, would you say, is it a Boye Mafe? Is it an Ebikidi? Is it a defensive end? Freedman, you think that's the route they're going?
I would go more cornerback or safety.
Okay.
And so Lewis Seen or Kyler Gordon, those are, two guys who, both had, entering the draft, a very good chance of going on day one. They're both available here. I think either one could be the pick.
How about you, Andrew Erickson? What are your thoughts and predictions here on this final pick of the first round of the 2022 NFL Draft?
I like Kyler Gordon as a play for a corner, and I think pass rusher is still really involved here. I think Boye Mafe could definitely be the pick here, guy from Minnesota. So guy that would stay within the state. And I know that the Minnesota Vikings have been connected to him throughout the process. So, he was kind of rumored to potentially sneak into the back of day one. So this would be the perfect spot for him to go here at 32.
It's hard not to like Boye Mafe. He just seems like the nicest kid from every interview you ever see. Like, he just seems like a wonderful guy. He's a heck of a football player too, so it would not shock me. And certainly we think they're going to go defensive end of the football here, right? We don't think there's any surprise here. There's no surprise Malik Willis drop in with the new head coach, right, guys? Like, that's not going to happen, Andrew.
Never say never. But I don't think. I mean, they extended Kirk Cousins another year. I mean, they still have Kellen Mond, even though, Mike Zimmer seemed to absolutely hate the guy for no reason. I didn't think Kellen Mond was too bad coming out, but yeah, I think that they're probably going to end up going on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, it feels like that, right, Freeman? You think definitely defense, right? No surprises here at 32.
Yeah, I'm in agreement there. If they go offense, it's a little bit hard to anticipate exactly what that might be. They don't really have magnificent needs on the offensive line, and I think it's not exactly a great range for a wide receiver here.
Well, also, you still got Osborne, Thielen, some guy named Justin Jefferson. He's pretty good. Yeah. So I don't know if that's really what you want to burn. You still got Dalvin Cook, probably not going to burn a running back here. So certainly feels like a defense. Kevin O'Connell, this first year as head coach, coming over from the Los Angeles Rams. So we shall see where they go. He gets to make his first pick. And, I keep coming back to that same thing you were talking about before as we wait for this last pick, which is the frustration of understanding the collective thought process on grading talent and then grossly over selecting a player and how that leads to bad things. Going, of course, back to that Patriots pick and Nakobe Dean, Malik Willis, Breece Hall, Boye Mafe, Booth, Walker, Ebikadi, Gordon, still all on the board right now. So, and we said Daxton Hill, another player that they could have taken. So the big loser right now, if the winners, the Jets and the Giants, is the big loser the Patriots tonight?
I think so. I mean, they just, even if Cole Strange, is a starting guard for them, why didn't you just keep Shaq Mason then? You traded Shaq Mason for a 5th round pick. Like, why didn't you just keep him? I don't understand the process. And this happens sometimes with some of these older, Belichick's getting up there in age. This happens with some of these older GMs where they just start making moves or you kind of start questioning. And it's not just been one move. Like, this has been a pattern of Belichick making bad move after bad move after bad move. And yeah.
Well, last year was a good draft. I mean, you did have Mac Jones fall into their lap. And Christian Barmore, I thought at the time, was a good pick for them, too. They got some value on him, and they took an Alabama guy. I actually didn't hate their first round last year at all. But N'Keal Harry was not good. And they made some other selections, I think, over the last few years that were suspect, to say the least.
I mean, Mohamed Sanu for a 2nd round pick, dude, it just there haven't been any hits.
And it's another Georgia boy. It's Lewis Seen. Yeah. So the safety Lewis Seen, selected by the Minnesota Vikings, which means that on day 2, we're going to have all the running backs left on the board. So from a fantasy perspective, that's going to be very exciting. We're still going to have George Pickens. We're still going to have Sky Moore. We're still going to have Watson. Am I forgetting a wide receiver here off the top of my head, gentlemen?
Those are the big 3.
Those are the big 3, right? So from a fantasy perspective, we also could have Trey McBride tomorrow. So tomorrow for those of you who are playing Dynasty and redraft leagues, it's a fascinating board because we're going to get some fantasy movers and shakers. If I had to, obviously all the wide receivers, I think we could all agree are all going to be gone. How many running backs, Freedman, do you think we'll see tomorrow go off the board in round 2?
In round 2, I would expect 2, and then I would expect 2 to 3 in round 3.
Erickson, is that about where you were at too? It's going to be Walker and it's going to be Brees Hall
I think we're
tomorrow.
going to see. I think tomorrow in round 2, I think it's going to be 3 guys. I think it's going to be Walker, Brees Hall. I think Isaiah Spiller is going to go in round 2. I think the NFL is infatuated with Isaiah Spiller. I don't know why, but it's for the same reason why the NFL doesn't like Rashad White. I don't know why. They just don't like him. So Spiller, again, the thing with Spiller is youth. Like, I think that a lot of NFL teams are embracing youth significantly as part of their analytics process. Like Andrew Berry from the Cleveland Browns, like that's a really big part of his scouting. Like he only looks for those types of players. So I think that that's something to kind of keep in mind from a, viewer's perspective, is kind of looking at, why guys potentially fall. And I want to mention something too, is like, so the quarterback. So Kenny Pickett was the only guy that got drafted today. And I mean, the track record of guys going in the second round is really bad. It's not good. And even a guy like Jalen Hurts, for example, second round quarterback, we're still not even, so like, he's been really good in fantasy, and we still don't even know if like his team even likes him. So the fact that all 32 teams passed on all these quarterbacks through one round, now it's shaky for these guys in fantasy even launching. Even the guy like Malik Willis, like how can you not view Malik Willis in the light of Jalen Hurts now coming out when he came out of Oklahoma? I think it matters so much that every team passed on Malik Willis. So
Lost in the shuffle of all the things we've talked about too is Tampa trading out of the first round. I don't know. We missed that in all the flurry of things. We didn't talk about that, but that happened. So Tampa was another team that had a first round pick, but decided that really didn't move the needle for them. Tomorrow, we're going to kick things off here, round 2, with Tampa, Minnesota, Tennessee, the Giants again. And the Giants are in an interesting spot here because they've got the 4th pick. They've already taken 2 fantastic picks here. So, Freedman, if you're the Giants, what do you go with that next pick? You're on mute, Freedman.
Exactly the way I wanted it.
Mm-hmm.
There are
want us to guess what your answer would be, I'm sure.
Yeah, there are still some great players left on the board here. And so I think the top 5 here would be Kyler Gordon, Boye Mafe, Logan Hall, N'Kobe Dean, and Andrew Booth. And I would say if you wanted to put Arnold Ebiketie, maybe Drake Jackson in there, you could. I think that Kyler Gordon is a great option because they were hoping at pick 5 to be able to get Ahmad Gardner or Derek Stingley Jr., and they couldn't. But at the top of the second round, they have the ability, if things fall a certain way, to be able to get Kyler Gordon. I think that would be the guy that you would hope for.
All right, so night 1 is in the books. A flurry of trading activity I've never seen in my entire life of watching the NFL draft, and it has to be a record in round 1. I don't think that's possible. Also, potentially a record too. 5 Georgia first rounders from the same defense: Lewis Cine, Devontae Wyatt, Quay Walker, Jordan Davis, and Trayvon Walker all go. So, incredible night for the Georgia Bulldogs defense, the national champions. So, shout out to them. Wide receivers. Who was the big wide receiver winner here for you guys? Erickson. You could pick one of the guys who got traded, or you can pick one of the guys who got selected. But who was the big winner from the wide receiver pool tonight in round 1?
I'm going to go with Treylon Burks. I think that he finds himself now on an offense where, I mean, is he not the number 1 wide receiver on the Titans? He's competing with Robert Woods, who's coming off a torn ACL, Austin Hooper, who is the prototypical fall down tight end after he catches a pass. And he's in an offense that we've seen use a guy of his skill set the correct way in terms of, using him after the catch and putting him in space. Now, I still don't think the Titans always use AJ Brown always optimally when it came to the amount of volume he got. But when they did give him the ball, he was really efficient because they used him the correct manner. I think they could have given him more. Now, maybe they give Treylon Burks more. That remains to be seen. But, from an opportunity standpoint, it's really hard to see Treylon Burks not having the opportunity to produce in year 1, where these other receivers, these other rookies, it's a little bit more murky in terms of other players on their offense competing for targets. So I think that Treylon Burks, after day 1 is a big winner for the rookies.
All right, Freedman, before we close things out here from a fantasy perspective, which wide receiver had the best day and landed in the best spot?
Yeah, I mean, I could second what Erickson said. Absolutely nailed it. I had Treylon Burks as my wide receiver one entering the draft, and I think he's the wide receiver one exiting the draft, given the volume that he should have coming his direction immediately. I mean, he's the wide receiver one, unquestioned wide receiver one on his team. I think you combine his volume with his talent. By far the best situation, the best day out of any of these guys.
All right, we've got more coverage coming at you tomorrow, so make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel over at Fantasy Pros. I want to thank Chris for running a phenomenal show today and all of our folks who helped on the back end to make this live stream happen. I want to thank all of you for watching and listening over on our YouTube channel. If you haven't already, again, subscribe to Fantasy Pros YouTube channel and click that little bell for notifications. We're probably going to give away more stuff too, I would imagine, because that's what we do here. Give away fun stuff. And of course, go check out bettingpros.com, and you can download the Betting Pros app too to take a look at what wagers are now on the board for the second round. Lots of fun things now to bet on too. We'll find out hopefully where some of the quarterbacks, running backs, and some other wide receivers land tomorrow. But in the meantime, that'll do it for us. But the story of the game goes on for Matthew Freedman, Derek Brown, Andrew Erickson, and me, Joey P. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.